Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Natasha Romanoff noticed Roy's casual touch but didn't resist. Silence was consent. S.H.I.E.L.D and a Red Room. Two giants, both impossible to topple alone. If she could have acted, she would have done it 6 months ago, when Roy first whispered rebellion into her ear. The reason she hadn't wasn't lack of will. It was lack of power. Back then, she saw Roy as nothing more than a well-trained gang leader. One man, no matter how ruthless, couldn't fight a machine like S.H.I.E.L.D, let alone the Red Room, which had survived half a century of blood and secrecy. But half a year had changed everything. Roy Corleone was no longer just a name in New York's underworld. He'd become a power broker who could sneer at Nick Fury in front of White House staff and Pentagon brass. His Nature Group products were carving a place in legitimate markets, while his private army of griffins gave him the means to seize a city in a night. If anyone could tilt the scales against Dreykov, it was Roy. And Natasha, she no longer felt loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D. Clint Barton was the only tether left. Everything else had frayed. She glanced at Roy. Young, handsome, carved with a strange, unreadable depth. And when she searched her own heart, she realized she didn't despise him. That alone was dangerous. Natasha stopped resisting his teasing and let her cheek rest against his hand. You'll help me, won't you? I can give you everything, body, mind. The words didn't sting. The Red Room had taken her uterus long ago. She had expected her body to be nothing more than another tool in a spy's arsenal. But Roy didn't lean closer. Instead, he snapped his fingers. A contract appeared between them, parchment stitched from demon oak, dragon vine, and mithril. Sign this, he said. Then you'll have what you want. Natasha scanned the terms. Too simple, too relaxed, unfair in its vagueness. But she had no other cards. She signed. The parchment dissolved in a glow. One light sank into Roy's palm. The other branded itself onto Natasha's brow. Her eyes widened in surprise. For once, she looked less like a seductress, more like a startled girl. Roy chuckled. He flicked a hand, and the bar wall rippled open into a hidden armory. Firearms, tactical belts, boots, pistols humming with runes, semi-invisible armor, all designed with her fighting style in mind. Piece by piece, he set them before her. Finally, he clipped a delicate earring to her ear. A sliver of CPH for crystal gleamed. This will feed magic into your gear. It also carries a locator. If you need me, just shout, Roy, I miss you. Natasha rolled her eyes, but her pulse quickened. Roy ignored her glare. You'll have to track the Red Room yourself. Consider it your test. But I'll give you a lead. Arctic Owl Prison. Alexei Shostakov, your adoptive father. From him, you might learn where Melina stands. Be careful. She's still working for Dreykov. His tone hardened. Don't be reckless. Dreykov controlled the widows for 50 years. He survived this long for a reason. Half an hour later, Natasha left Wonderland Manor, new belt at her waist, runes at her back. From the balcony, Roy watched her go, a faint smile on his lips. Natasha's life floated rootless, caught between rebellion and belonging. She longed for freedom, but craved family. That contradiction was her leash. The Natasha Romanoff who would one day stand bloodied with the Avengers was still years away. Right now, she was young, almost pure, a tool waiting to be sharpened. Roy had no interest in simply binding her with spells. He wanted more than obedience. He wanted her heart, because saving a woman's life at her lowest moment left a deeper mark than forcing her hand today. And if her chase for Dreykov led her to topple the Red Room, well, Roy might just build a sky city on the ruins. Wonderland Manor was comfortable, even luxurious. A fine base of operations, but not the right place to raise a magician tower. A tower wasn't just a vanity project. It was the future command hub of a floating city, and Roy intended his first city to rise over New York. That required space to expand, layer magic rings, and anchor vast element pools. If he built upward from Wonderland Manor, he'd never be able to lift Manhattan into the sky. But the Red Room's hidden fortress? That was another matter entirely. Its location was remote, its skies clear, its facilities already vast and concealed. With the right modifications, new energy sources, proper rune arrays, reinforced ley lines, the place could transform from a nest of assassins into the foundation of Roy's first true floating city. Dreykov, in his paranoia, had already done half the work. Thousands of widows, hundreds of trainees, apprentice seeds waiting to be cultivated. In Roy's eyes, the man was practically a philanthropist. Keeping him alive a little longer to produce more resources seemed almost merciful. As Roy was sketching mental blueprints, Veronica and Emma appeared on the balcony. Veronica, a noble-born ancient from 13 centuries past, was unshaken. In her era, men of power always kept lovers. It was expected, not scandalous. Emma, however, fumed like a jealous cat. Still staring? Mr. Roy is really affectionate. Should I tie you to a chair to keep you honest? Roy smirked. Emma, you're adorable when you're jealous. Her glare sharpened. Don't dodge. How many secrets are you keeping from me and Sister Winnie? TSK. Sister? Winnie is over 1,300 years old. Call her Grandma instead. You bastard. Emma lunged. Even Veronica, usually composed, flushed red at the jab. Age was the one taboo no woman forgave. Together, they turned on Roy. But Roy excelled at breaking double teams. He laughed, slipped between them with dancer's footwork, and the playful clash stretched until Emma collapsed in exhaustion and Veronica, though stronger, surrendered with dignity. She stayed behind to guide Emma in meditation. Roy, still energetic, strolled off to his laboratory to sort through spoils taken from vampires. The Griffin raid on New York had rattled every faction. The Natural Group would be safe from challengers for some time. Roy had considered wiping out the entire Jinting vampire clan in one blow, but politics intervened. Hayden, the White House Chief of Staff, had visited. 2004 was an election year, and the administration wanted no open war with dark creatures until the vote was secured. Roy was asked to restrain himself. In return, once re-elected, the White House promised policy favors, military contracts, and even personal backing to make the Natural Group one of America's premier chaebol. Of course, they expected their cut of the profits. Roy didn't mind. The vampires were a nuisance, nothing more. Aligning with the White House and the military was far more profitable than spilling blood pointlessly. Order mattered, money mattered, and a stable, modern society was invaluable for his true pursuit, magic. Collecting knowledge, resources, apprentices, all of it was easier in a functioning world than in chaos. Roy never craved tyranny. Protecting Earth was a slogan, not a Homelander delusion. Ruling the planet sounded tedious. Better to build his tower, quietly sharpen his edge, and prepare for greater heights. The next step was clear: construct an elemental pool at Wonderland Manor, then travel to Kamartaj. Merlin's inheritance had given Roy a foundation. But Merlin lived in the twilight of myth, when divine relics mattered more than raw spellcraft. His power came from artifacts: the dragon ring, the grail, the golden ship, the universe-cleaving sword. Every treasure had long since vanished. Even Veronica, his last apprentice, inherited none. Merlin's legacy was strong, but finite. The Ancient One's was not. The current Sorcerer Supreme had reigned for centuries, her astral body wandering the multiverse, even the chaos dimensions. She bled Dormammu of his own endless energy and turned it back against him. She wielded the power of the Vishani for so long, she treated them like overused investors. When she resigned, she secured support from the Eternals instead, leaving 3 gods cheated. That was the scale Roy needed. According to the Philosopher's Stone's classifications, the Ancient One was a 9th ring true spirit archmage, already brushing the threshold of godhood. Not a racial deity like Odin or Zeus, but something higher, a true god of magic, a being whose divine nature could pierce the multiverse and exist forever in the astral realm. And most importantly, she was seeking a successor. Roy smirked. Doctor Strange? Please. I'm far more qualified to be sorcerer-super. Roy did not go to Kamartaj before because his path as a magician was not yet established. Without a clear source of magic, traveling to Kamartaj might lead to following the path of the Ancient One magician. Even with the truthful meditation method, one can protect the mind. But the path of relying on a long time to hone oneself bit by bit and build a true spirit is too tiring. And after having an endless source of magic power, Roy can then, without any scruples, quickly absorb the endless knowledge collected by the Ancient One magician in Kamartaj and transform it into nourishment for his own magician journey. In this way, Roy only needs to collect resources to steadily ascend to godhood. Gathering resources is much easier than the ascetic approach of the Ancient One magician. Building a magician tower is enough to ensure your safety in the material plane. Building a floating city would be enough to allow him to travel the entire galaxy. Going further up, once you set foot in planes, dimensions, multiverses, etc., with the infusion of resources, you can directly experience the joy of level ascension and being promoted to godhood. Thinking of this, Roy became full of motivation. Then, in a magic laboratory, Roy began to quickly process the treasures that John Wick had looted from many New York vampire families. Gold, gems, rare minerals, and even various magical materials, etc. Although those vampire families are not very powerful, they live for a long time. Even for ants, the resources they can collect over a longer time frame cannot be underestimated. Not to mention vampires, dark creatures that are inherently greedy and extravagant. The only pity is that vampires have a natural aversion to substances like silver, so the stock is almost ridiculously small. Fortunately, among these treasures, there are many antiques such as oil paintings, porcelain, and handicrafts. If you sell these things, you can get a lot of silver in return. In this way, Roy could barely gather the resources to build the magic element pool. It took more than 10 days. Apart from occasionally eating, sleeping, and playing poker with the two girls, Roy spent almost all of his remaining time in the magic laboratory. And the results of this almost crazy work are also very fruitful. In the past, Roy and Veronica's magic powers were at a poor and insufficient level. But from CPH-4's bottom-level observation, Roy obtained a large passive ability spell in the string world. The Crown of Wisdom constantly queries, decomposes, and deduces the formulas of various materials. The proof of elements and the proof of nothingness provide infinite positive and negative magic power, accelerating the smelting of materials. Under these existing conditions, Roy doubled the magic levels of commonly used magic metals, such as refined gold, mithril, orichalcum, and tin. At the same time, Roy also obtained additional lapis lazuli, sea silver, red blood copper, star pattern steel, and many other substitutes. Some of these materials are weaker than the original magic metals, but some are more outstanding than the original magic metals, and even have more advantages in some aspects. For example, vibranium. This thing has good energy conductivity, and its stability and corrosion resistance are ridiculously strong. The biggest disadvantage is that the quantity is too small. Those vampires have only been able to collect about 3 to 5 kilograms from their hundreds of years of collection. However, vibranium is not used much in the process of creating the magic element pool. The ones that really have a greater demand for vibranium are relatively small, endless magic sources, such as the elemental furnace and the Iola core. They are generally used in large-scale war magic props and the manufacture of advanced golem puppets. Before the Chitauri invasion, Thanos' arrival, and other major war plots, Roy doesn't have much demand for these things. What's more, vibranium is right there in Africa. When you need it again, you can take it whenever you need it. As for Wakanda, those noble magical retro-tech black kingdoms, if you're smart, keep them. If you don't know what's best for you, haha. After writing down vibranium and Wakanda in the notebook, Roy quickly devoted his full attention to the creation of the magic element pool. The magic element pool was placed by Roy on the second underground floor of the Wonderland Manor. This was originally the underground parking lot of Wonderland Manor. However, after the entire Fairyland Manor was gradually transformed into a demon, all the sightseeing cars in the secret realm of the manor have been replaced by demonized versions. Originally, all those luxury cars, sports cars, and the like were parked in the parking lot outside the manor. After this underground parking lot became vacant, it was reserved by Roy very early on. At this time, the entire second underground floor was empty. Obsidian covered the entire ground like a glass mirror, and fine and dazzling mixed metals of refined gold and mithril were laid out along the remaining magic patterns, forming an extremely dense magical energy channel. In addition, the load-bearing columns were also transformed into magic pillars and readjusted to form the center of the formation. There was only a blank hole left in the center of the entire second underground floor. But now, the entire blank pit has been built up by Roy with lapis lazuli to form a circular pool. In that pool, the sea-sinking silver forms an anchor point, inlaid with magical natural gemstones, like the starry sky at the bottom of the pool. The star-patterned steel is like a mesh of filaments, hidden in the narrow gaps of the dazzling magic circle, forming overlapping magic rings. In addition, in order to maintain the stability of the entire element pool, Roy also used magical means to form a layer of vibranium coating on the pool wall. After the wealth plundered from the New York vampire family was almost completely spent, the magic element pool that Roy had been waiting for a long time finally took shape. At this time, 5 months had passed since the visit of the White House, the New York City government, and the veteran U.S. military, until the first heavy snow fell in New York this winter. Roy, Veronica, Emma, John Wick, and Helen all gathered on the second underground floor of Wonderland Manor, looking at the dried-up pool that looked like the starry sky in a dark room. Emma was curious for a long time before she finally spoke. "My dear, this is what you spent 5 months and over $80 billion to create, Claw." Emma's words stunned Roy and Veronica. Roy and Veronica were the main force in creating this magic element pool, but they had never noticed how much money was spent in the entire process. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Bullshit. Roy's eyes widened. He covered his chest and asked, "How much did you say I spent?" Emma's eyes flickered for a moment as she said, $80 billion. I've had people calculate the wealth of those vampire families. It's worth $80 billion, and that's not even the market price. It's just smuggled goods. $80 billion at the beginning of the 21st century can almost be called an astronomical figure. During this period, the Ford-class aircraft carrier built by America was advertised to cost only $10 billion, which was a very low price. Theoretically, $80 billion can build 10 aircraft carriers. There are only 11 aircraft carriers in the entire America, and only one of them is Ford-class. To be frank, the cost of this magic element pool alone is enough to cover America's entire aircraft carrier fleet. Roy's heart twitched as he listened to Emma's words. But soon Roy reacted. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the lowest grade materials in the entire magic element pool are mithril and fine gold, and magical materials such as lapis lazuli and star steel are even more expensive than vibranium. Not to mention, most of the waste slag is filtered out during the smelting process when making these magical metals. Only 3 to 5 grams of mithril can be melted from 1 kilogram of silver. Gold is slightly stronger, but the consumption ratio of smelting refined gold is also very alarming. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad at all. Anyway, they were all taken from those vampire families. After I return from Kamartaj, I will kill the Jining clan and make up for it. Roy quickly waved his hand and said, "Emma baby, no matter how much it costs, it's worth it. Once the magic element pool is activated, it will be able to open channels to various elemental planes through the astral anchor points made of star-patterned steel, forming a magical tidal reflection. By then, not only will all of us be able to achieve a wave of extraordinary evolution. Once the magic tide in the elemental pool stabilizes, you will have endless magic power in the future. The enchanted botanical garden, rune enchanting factory, mystic eye, golem puppet, etc. can all be deployed. Our power in Wonderland Manor, and even in New York, will become impregnable. This little bit of spending is necessary. As he spoke, Roy's mood completely calmed down. He took out hundreds of medium-level soul crystals and began to cast a spell to create low-level demon spirits. It's like computer control in a science laboratory. Originally, magic element pools of this level were built in magician towers and controlled by tower spirits. However, the creation of a tower spirit requires top-level or even legendary soul crystals. As for Roy, up to now, he only has 2 high-level soul crystals in stock. This is also the reason why Roy did not choose to build the Magician Tower for the time being. Even if it was built without the tower spirit to control it, Roy and others would not be able to unleash the full power of the Magician Tower. It would be better for them to build a small magic manor first. In the absence of the need to substitute magician tataring, the demon spirits created by hundreds of medium-sized soul crystals are enough to maintain the operation of the magic element pool. Anyway, there is still a high-level soul crystal that can create high-level demon spirits and uniformly allocate them. Damn it, it's already 50 chapters in, and I'm still working on a low-profile copycat version of the Magic Manor. Kamartaj's further studies cannot be delayed any longer. Roy's mind was in a mess, but his hands were very steady. Relying on the endless magic power provided by the 3 ability spells, he created hundreds of demons one after another in just a moment. The intelligence level of these monsters is probably only 10 points higher than that of AI-level artificial intelligence. But the advantage is that the demons can directly interfere with reality through the magic field. Hundreds of demons jumped into the magic pool and attached themselves to the magic gems one after another. Soon, halos began to flicker, and strands of magic power continued to gather at the bottom of the pool. These magical powers continued to spread along the magical patterns on the bottom of the pool, as magnificent as lighting up a starry sky. Soon, the large composite magic array and overlapping magic rings were activated. In an instant, a colorful magic vortex formed in the entire magic element pool. Hundreds of magical vortexes continuously collided, and under the control of the demonic spirits, they gradually devoured and integrated each other, forming 4 huge, pure magical vortexes of red, blue, yellow, and green. At the same time, the last high-level demon spirit in Roy's hand was also completely created. With the complete subjugation of the high-level demon spirits, the gates to the elemental planes suddenly opened at the bottom of the 4 huge magic vortexes, forming a stable passage. In an instant, a torrent formed by the 4 basic elemental particles of earth, water, wind, and fire rushed into the magic element pool. The 4 elements of earth, water, wind, and fire are fighting fiercely, forming a turbulent magical storm. This magical storm seems to be able to crush all matter in the world. However, on the wall of the magic element pool, the protective position made of vibranium coating was like a solid wall, restraining all magical storms. The brilliant 4-color halo flickered continuously throughout the entire second underground floor. Roy was in a rare state of excitement. Everyone get ready. The conflict between the 4 elements has been averted. Once the earth, water, wind, and fire merge, a stable source of magic will escape, forming the first wave of magic tide. Those who need to meditate should meditate quickly, and those who need to cultivate fighting spirit should cultivate fighting spirit. This is a God-given opportunity. How far you can go depends on yourselves. After saying that, Roy no longer paid attention to anyone and quickly immersed his consciousness in the sea of knowledge. While maintaining the visualization of the truth while meditation method, he showed the system transformed by the Philosopher's Stone in his mind and frantically deduced the rune traces in the domain. At the same time, Veronica, Emma, and Helen quickly fell into meditation. John Wick began to circulate his chi and blood, preparing to condense the seed of life. It didn't take long for everyone to fall silent. Along with a tsunami-like roar coming from everyone's soul, an endless tide of magic power erupted in the entire underground second-floor space. This huge tide of magic power even passed through layers of buildings and entered the magical botanical garden outside the main garden of the fairyland. In an instant, everything was silent, and only the brilliant light of the original magic power danced in the original sea of consciousness of each living being. This is a kind of evolution, and there are traces of law in the original magic power. This thing is much purer and more precious than ordinary magic power. At this moment, Roy's background was rapidly increasing. Veronica's magic level is recovering rapidly. Emma and Helen's mental strength increased rapidly, and they began to directly strive to become a first-level official magician. John Wick has been honing his energy and blood for 20 to 30 years, completely condensing it into a seed of life and stepping into the extraordinary realm. Even in a magic botanical garden, there are large tracts of plants that have been classified as magic plants. Under the influence of the magic tide, the Fairyland Manor seemed to have truly become a fairyland. Roy and others were so immersed in evolution that they even forgot the passage of time. This magical tide lasted for 2 full days. Even every snowflake that fell into the Wonderland Manor was transformed into perfect ice magic material under the influence of the magic tide. As for all the plants that were already nurtured by the magic circle, they began to evolve collectively. Rainbow rose, emerald magnolia, dragon blood vine, spirit awakening grass, refreshing lilac, calming water lily, etc. The plants in Wonderland Manor were originally transplanted from the adjacent New York Botanical Garden. There are more than 1,200 species of various kinds, all of which have become magical plants. The poplar forest exudes the scent of golden sand, and the maple garden is filled with the element of fire. There are splashes of water in the water lily pond and gusts of wind in the flower garden. The 2 most core species, the life oak and the tulip, were directly promoted to mid-level magical plants. There is even an ancient oak tree that was nearly 300 years old, which gave birth to the oak heart. When it became a high-level magical plant, even its intelligence was fully awakened. In just 2 days, the entire Wonderland Manor seemed to have evolved for 20,000 years, as if it had fallen into a magical world. Wait until the magic storm on the second underground floor of the Manor Villa completely subsides. Gradually, the original magic power that filled the air began to dissipate. In the end, only the magic element pool remained, with 4 elemental springs still remaining. Magical spring water continuously gushed outward, forming a shallow layer of water film, which also contained a faint breath of original magic. However, under the impact of a large amount of magic spring water, the original magic power gradually settled and condensed into crystals. This is also the process of magic crystal formation. If it existed in nature, the magic crystal formed by the precipitation of this original magic power could even become the mother marrow of magic crystal after billions of years of condensation. 1 cube of magic crystal marrow can even become a large magic crystal mine. But obviously, Roy doesn't have billions of years to evolve those magic crystals. Only when Roy upgrades the magic manor into a magic tower, and then into a floating city, will he be able to build the time cycle ring and nurture the true magic crystal mother turtle. But there is no doubt that it is not something that Roy can achieve now. Just when the first magic crystal was formed, beside the elemental pool, Roy, who was immersed in endless rune deduction, opened his eyes slightly tiredly. Originally, this kind of original magic power is most suitable for improving meditation methods and one's own level. However, Roy himself had observed the more microscopic string world and even condensed the 3 major ability spells, raising his meditation method to a very high level. This level of original magic power is unlikely to have much effect on Roy. That's why Roy took this opportunity to use the tide of original magic power to analyze the runes of the system transformed by the Philosopher's Stone. Analyzing and deducing runes consumes the most original magic power, because only the original magic power, with its inherent law patterns, can materialize into runes. Ordinary magic power can only be used to cast spells. Fortunately, under this great opportunity, Roy also gained a lot, and he put his core alchemy, including runeology, potionology, magic crystal science, creation science, magic circle science, etc. All of them were upgraded by 2 levels. Level 6 alchemy is enough for Roy to build a magician tower with his bare hands. At this point, Roy didn't even have to go to Camartage to build his own magician tower. Definitely, Roy can never have too much magical knowledge. Camartage, you should go, but you don't have to go. Just think of it as knowledge accumulation to prepare for upgrading the floating city in the future. If I could gain the favor of the Ancient One, I could save myself hundreds of years of detours. Wouldn't that be better than anything else? Roy came to his senses, his thoughts wandering a little. At the same time, Veronica, Emma, Helen, and John Wick also woke up one after another. After 2 days of being immersed in the original magic power, the most obvious change was that of Veronica, who had once had a glorious era. Not only did she recover to her original level of 4th ring magician, but she also broke through the bottleneck through the specialized meditation method of truth will. It wouldn't take long for her to reach the level of a 5th ring magician. You know, even the Supreme Merlin 1,300 years ago was only at the 6th ring level and needed the help of artifact effects to reach the 7th ring. Definitely, Supreme Merlin has a lot of magical weapons, and it is common for him to reach the 8th ring of combat power at his peak. Oh, request flowers? Otherwise, Merlin the Magician would not be able to become Sorcerer Supreme. Putting aside the 1,300 years of being sealed, Veronica was only 24 years old, and achieving the dollar ring was already a surprise. And most importantly, after recovering his own strength, coupled with the surging energy of the magic element pool, Veronica felt that as long as she stabilized her mental strength and arranged a suitable magic circle, she would be able to quickly separate Morgana, the world-destroying witch, from her soul parasitic state. Except for Veronica's huge gain, Emma also practiced the truth will meditation method and directly entered the ranks of the 1st-level official cultivators. Even more, the moment she stepped into the extraordinary realm, Emma stimulated the dormant X gene in her body. When achieving 1st-level magician, Emma also condensed 2 ability spells, Telepathy and Diamond of Nirvana. This, originally, was the super ability carried by Emma X's gene, transformed into extremely powerful composite magic. In telepathy, there are more than 20 single-target psionic spells, including Mind Shield, Mind Invisibility, Mind Illusion, Mind Detection, Mind Tracking, Mind Link, Psionic Dispersion, Psychokinesis Explosion, Position Control, Mind Control, Pain Induction, Memory Clearance, etc. The Nirvana Diamond is also not simple, and comes with many abilities such as Nirvana Evolution, Diamond Body, Super Strength, Super Endurance, Super Toughness, Mind Immunity, Mind Strengthening, and Induction Phoenix. An ultimate magic at the level of psychic general principles, and a physical strengthening that is close to Phoenix Force. This is simply a natural psychic magic holy body. Even when Roy himself was at level 1 and obtained 3 more powerful ability spells, he was still very envious. After all, ability spells are like this. Unless Emma is placed on the dissection table, it is impossible to analyze and replicate. Fortunately, once Emma becomes familiar with a single-target psychic magic, she can still dismantle it herself. This can be considered an extra surprise and gain. Definitely, it's more rewarding than Veronica and Emma. As for John Wick and Helen, their gains were not that exaggerated. John Wick and Helen are Roy's subordinates, and their qualifications are not as good as imagined. Helen herself was unable to practice the meditation of the will of truth and could only practice the disassembled version of the meditation of will. She barely stepped into the level of a first-level magician, condensed the ability spell, life resurrection, and prepared to take the path of a nanny. John Wick was once infected by the demon Baba Yaga and couldn't even practice basic meditation. It was Roy who helped him summarize a breathing method by breaking down meditation and family breathing methods. Fortunately, John Wick's aptitude for practicing breathing techniques is pretty good. In this tide of original magic, John Wick has successfully condensed the seed of life, and his body has fully evolved, making him half Spider-Man. After the couple finished their evolution, they said goodbye to Roy together. Although these 2050 couple also live in the Wonderland Manor, they do not live in the main villa of the manor, but in the Poplar Forest Villa area near the Edge entrance. In a sense, the couple can be considered as half of the gate security guards of Wonderland Manor. Wait until John Wick and his wife leave. Roy took Veronica and Emma directly to the magic laboratory and began to set up the transfer array and the sealing array. The world-destroying Witch Morgana is sealed inside Veronica's body, and she is always a hidden danger. While Morgana is still in a weak state, now is the time to deal with her. A full 2 hours. Even though the entire Fairyland Manor was filled with extremely abundant magic power, and had even reached a super-rich magic state, setting up 2 magic arrays still consumed the owner's energy. This is also because Wonderland Manor lacks a tower spirit. Wonderland Manor is said to be a magic manor, but in fact, it is a mini version of the Magician Tower, especially with the magic element pool to supply magic power. Roy even had plans to use the Traceless Extension spell to expand the Oak Garden, Poplar Garden, Flower Garden, Cherry Garden, etc. in the Wonderland Manor to form a super large magical botanical garden. If there is an opportunity, it can even be expanded into a demi-plane ecological park to raise monsters. But we'll be here soon. The world-destroying Witch Monica sealed in Veronica's body is at least a top-level soul crystal. Maybe a legendary soul crystal will pop out. With this thing, Roy can create a complete tower spirit to manage the entire Wonderland Manor. 10 minutes. Wait for Veronica to adjust herself to peak condition. Roy quickly activated the transfer array. Immediately afterwards, a soul floated out from Veronica's body, and with great difficulty, a small ball of light was spit out from its mouth. Seeing the ball of light covered with various sealing runes, Emma quickly pulled Veronica out. Then, Roy activated the sealing array on the transfer array again. As expected, the moment the sealing magic circle was activated, the ball of light began to expand wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it had become the size of an ordinary person's file. Through the thin sealing light curtain, one could see the world-destroying witch inside suddenly open her eyes. What a rich, magical environment! Could it be that myths and the extraordinary are beginning to revive? The sealed Witch of Destruction has been in a dormant state for a long time and has a very vague sense of time. Moreover, this world-destroying, which is indeed quite capable. Even through the sealing light curtain, she can sense the surrounding magic power and can even draw the magic power to break her own seal. Definitely, all of this takes time, a lot of time. At the same time, the Witch of Destruction also saw Roy, Veronica, and Emma outside the magic circle. A moment later, the Witch of Destruction's expression changed slightly. She took a deep breath and said, "Veronica, there is no hatred between you and me. You can see that the magic power is returning now. There's no need to destroy." Veronica's soul returned to her body, and she said with anger on her face, "You killed Teacher Merlin." The Witch of Destruction froze in her expression as she argued, "No, it was Maxim Horvaths who backstabbed Merlin. Besides, if I kill Maxim, that would be considered revenge for Merlin, wouldn't it?" Veronica sneered, "Yeah, you even killed Senior Balthazar." 3 years ago, a New York elementary school monk was recognized by the Dragon Ring, but accidentally opened the seal and released Maxim, Morgana, Veronica, and others. The Witch of Destruction did kill Maxim, who had backstabbed Merlin. It was only after the Ancient One appeared that the Witch of Destruction had to do this in order to replenish her magic power. Before that, the Witch of Destruction also killed Veronica's senior, Balzisa. Speaking of which, Merlin's lineage, except for Veronica, was almost wiped out by the Witch of Destruction. The Witch of Destruction's expression grew increasingly rigid. Veronica kept saying, "Not only did you kill my teacher and senior, you also seriously injure my brother Arthur and destroy Britain, the Lord of the Four Quarters." "That's enough." The Witch of Destruction was completely defeated and said, "Yes, I tricked Maxim into backstabbing Merlin. So what? Merlin, that scumbag, took advantage of my youth and ignorance to deceive my feelings, stole the Holy Grail left by the Church, and helped Arthur conquer my country. He deserves it. As for Britain, haha, a bunch of barbarians on an island, they should pick up guano on the island. What's more, Merlin and Arthur have angered all the gods and demons, and are even trying to rule all of Europe. Only by destroying the world and eliminating all sinners who blaspheme the gods and demons can the extraordinary return. What have I done wrong? I have done nothing wrong." The closer it got to the end, the more ferocious and terrifying the Witch of Destruction's expression became, with even a hint of black aura lingering. Veronica wanted to argue. However, Roy reached out to stop Veronica and said, "She's gone crazy. There's no point in arguing with her. Let me deal with her." Veronica was simply held in Roy's arms, feeling the warmth of her man, and quickly calmed down. After seeing Veronica calm down, Roy just turned around and came to the side of the sealing magic circle. He ignored the roar, bewitching and wailing of the Witch of Destruction, stretched out his hand, and unfolded his own Roy magic circle. Crown of Wisdom, Proof of Elements, and Proof of Nothingness. The three major ability spells are fully activated. Under the infusion of endless magic power, the magic ring quickly enveloped the soul of the world-destroying woman. Then, a large amount of magical knowledge was stripped out and appeared in Roy's magic book. Wait until the consciousness and memory of the world-destroying, which are completely gone. A soul crystal stone shimmering with a purple halo appeared in midair. Top soul crystal, Morgana's heart of destruction. Wonderland Manor was comfortable, even luxurious. A fine base of operations, but not the right place to raise a magician tower. A tower wasn't just a vanity project. It was the future command hub of a floating city, and Roy intended his first city to rise over New York. That required space to expand, layer magic rings, and anchor vast element pools. If he built upward from Wonderland Manor, he'd never be able to lift Manhattan into the sky. But the Red Room's hidden fortress? That was another matter entirely. Its location was remote, its skies clear, its facilities already vast and concealed. With the right modifications, new energy sources, proper rune arrays, reinforced ley lines, the place could transform from a nest of assassins into the foundation of Roy's first true floating city. Dreykov, in his paranoia, had already done half the work. Thousands of widows, hundreds of trainees, apprentice seeds waiting to be cultivated. In Roy's eyes, the man was practically a philanthropist. Keeping him alive a little longer to produce more resources seemed almost merciful. As Roy was sketching mental blueprints, Veronica and Emma appeared on the balcony. Veronica, a noble-born ancient from 13 centuries past, was unshaken. In her era, men of power always kept lovers. It was expected, not scandalous. Emma, however, fumed like a jealous cat. "Still staring? Mr. Roy is really affectionate. Should I tie you to a chair to keep you honest?" Roy smirked. "Emma, you're adorable when you're jealous." Her glare sharpened. "Don't dodge. How many secrets are you keeping from me and Sister Winnie?" "TSK, sister? Winnie is over 1,300 years old. Call her grandma instead." "You bastard." Emma lunged. Even Veronica, usually composed, flushed red at the jab. Age was the one taboo no woman forgave. Together, they turned on Roy. But Roy excelled at breaking double teams. He laughed, slipped between them with dancer's footwork, and the playful clash stretched until Emma collapsed in exhaustion and Veronica, though stronger, surrendered with dignity. She stayed behind to guide Emma in meditation. Roy, still energetic, strolled off to his laboratory to sort through spoils taken from vampires. The Griffin raid on New York had rattled every faction. The natural group would be safe from challengers for some time. Roy had considered wiping out the entire Jinting vampire clan in one blow, but politics intervened. Hayden, the White House chief of staff, had visited. 2004 was an election year, and the administration wanted no open war with dark creatures until the vote was secured. Roy was asked to restrain himself. In return, once re-elected, the White House promised policy favors, military contracts, and even personal backing to make the natural group one of America's premier chaebol. Of course, they expected their cut of the profits. Roy didn't mind. The vampires were a nuisance, nothing more. Aligning with the White House and the military was far more profitable than spilling blood pointlessly. Order mattered, money mattered, and a stable, modern society was invaluable for his true pursuit, magic. Collecting knowledge, resources, apprentices, all of it was easier in a functioning world than in chaos. Roy never craved tyranny. Protecting Earth was a slogan, not a Homelander delusion. Ruling the planet sounded tedious. Better to build his tower, quietly sharpen his edge, and prepare for greater heights. The next step was clear: construct an elemental pool at Wonderland Manor, then travel to Kamar Taj. Merlin's inheritance had given Roy a foundation. But Merlin lived in the twilight of myth, when divine relics mattered more than raw spellcraft. His power came from artifacts: the dragon ring, the grail, the golden ship, the universe-cleaving sword. Every treasure had long since vanished. Even Veronica, his last apprentice, inherited none. Merlin's legacy was strong, but finite. The Ancient One's was not. The current Sorcerer Supreme had reigned for centuries, her astral body wandering the multiverse, even the chaos dimensions. She bled Dormammu of his own endless energy and turned it back against him. She wielded the power of the Vishani for so long, she treated them like overused investors. When she resigned, she secured support from the Eternals instead, leaving 3 gods cheated. That was the scale Roy needed. According to the Philosopher's Stone's classifications, the Ancient One was a 9th ring true spirit archmage, already brushing the threshold of godhood. Not a racial deity like Odin or Zeus, but something higher. A true god of magic, a being whose divine nature could pierce the multiverse and exist forever in the astral realm. And most importantly, she was seeking a successor. Roy smirked. Doctor Strange? Please. I'm far more qualified to be Sorcerer Super. Kamar Taj, in the small courtyard under the blue sky and white clouds. Mordo felt that this society was too dark. Mordo's original first impression of Roy was not very good. He is covered in high-end, custom-made clothes and expensive accessories, and has a handsome mixed-race face that could bring disaster to the country and the people. Yes, Mordo had indeed received a message from the Ancient One magician, specifically to open the portal and bring Roy into Kamar Taj. But I haven't even said the invitation yet. How can this person come in on his own? The first moment Mordo caught up with him, he did want to teach the other party a lesson. But I haven't done anything yet. No, I haven't even shown anything yet. What does it mean to just pull out a gun? It's impolite and has no martial ethics. In the small courtyard, Roy put one hand on Mordo's shoulder, and with the other hand, he hit Mordo's chest with a gun, with the muzzle pointing upwards just a dozen centimeters away from hitting his chin. This action could be considered a threat or a greeting. It is very casual. But for Mordo, even if Roy didn't show any murderous intent or malice, it was still annoying. Although Mordo has always claimed to be the best master under the Ancient One and a top combat magician, at such a close distance, Mordo said that his skills in magic are not that fast. What is the bullet's muzzle velocity? It's very tricky. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Mordo's originally dark face suddenly paled a little. He forced a very forced smile and turned to look at Roy and said, "Roy Magician, this is Kamar Taj after all. It's not good for you to do this. It will easily cause misunderstandings." Roy blinked innocently. Mordo's face turned even paler. He took a deep breath and pointed at the pistol on his chest. Roy thought about it carefully and explained, "Brother Mordo, I was an orphan since I was a child and grew up in the Mafia. It makes sense for me to carry a pistol with me when greeting people. And Mordo struggled slightly, as if he had made a decision, and said, "It makes sense, but I'm not used to it. Besides, this is Taj, Roy Magician. It's safe here. Why don't you put down your gun first?" Roy raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is it really safe?" Mordo nodded frantically and said, "Very safe." Roy's face instantly turned cold, and he said, "But I just felt the concentration of spiritual power on Brother Mordo. What should I do? My intuition is very sharp. Don't lie to me." In an instant, Mordo felt an indescribable sense of self-criticism in his heart. It turns out that the source of everything is actually oneself. From the very beginning, his arrogance, condescension, superiority, and even malice had already been noticed. It's not like magicians don't have spells that can sense malicious intent. Mordo was well aware that Roy's actions were a response to his arrogant attitude. Even the Ancient One teacher did not show up because of this. Just when Mordo was reflecting on himself, Roy suddenly laughed heartily, casually put the exquisite firearm in his hand into Mordo's hand, and said with a smile, "Brother Mordo, are you scared?" "I was just kidding. This is our first meeting. This is a small gift I prepared for Brother Mordo." Mordo, black question mark face. Roy smiled and patted the other person's shoulder, saying, "Say thank you." Mordo instinctively responded, "Thank you." After saying this, Mordo was stunned for a moment before realizing that he had been affected by a small spell-like charm. Just when Mordo's expression kept changing, Roy had already left with a smile, and following a magical signpost, he soon arrived at a quaint and natural room that looked like a tea house. In the center of the room, there is a low wooden table with quaint cushions on both sides. The familiar bald, ancient one, with a delicate appearance but a calm and natural demeanor, was sitting on the inner side of the low table and coffee table. Ancient One Venerable. "Roy Magician, please take a seat first." Kamartaj's Snow Mountain Tea. A very calm and indifferent first meeting and conversation. In this room, no, it should be said that it is in the body of the Ancient One Magician opposite, who seems to naturally have a mysterious power that makes people calm and relaxed. Based on Roy's knowledge, he didn't know what kind of power this was, and even felt that it was a kind of temperament. However, Roy could clearly feel that the other person had a gentle kindness. Moreover, on the low table near his side, there was a cup of tea with a light and elegant fragrance, with wisps of white mist rising from it. Just smelling it made him feel as if his spirit was baptized by the refreshing breath of the snow-capped mountains. Roy sat down neatly, picked up the teacup, and found that the temperature of the tea in the cup was just right. "Time, Gem. Just a moment." Roy thought of the treasure of Taj, and even looked at the eye of Agamotto on the chest of the Ancient One. The Ancient One Magician seemed to have anticipated Roy's thoughts. He smiled quietly and spoke gently. "One, it seems that Roy the Magician knows a lot about Taj. But please rest assured, Roy Magician, I did not use the time gem to peek into Magician's future. To be precise, ever since the 5 creation gods merged into the Chaos Star realm, the role of the infinite gems has diminished significantly. The future of our world is now shrouded in mystery. The 5 great creation gods are Planet Devourer, Death, Infinity, Eternity, and Annihilation. These 5 people together form the complete Marvel Multiverse. Roy had never expected that the conversation would start with such a grand topic. Honesty, extreme honesty. No, to be precise, it should be confidence. That's right, a 9th ring, peak-level, true spirit magician who is half a step away from becoming a god can almost ignore everything in the material world. This kind of existence has integrated self-confidence into its bones and has become honesty. Okay, that's right. The moment Roy saw the Ancient One Magician, he was already certain that he had reached the limit of the material world and could become a holy spirit in magic at any time. Roy was now certain that the mysterious power in the other person was the original spiritual aura. It is normal for a being who can become a saint almost at any time to have the aura of a saint. In this way, Roy felt more at ease. Pick up the teacup and take a sip. Soon you will feel like you're being baptized by a clear spring from a snowy mountain. It is pouring over your soul and making your thinking more clear and agile. Your Excellency, such a grand topic as the 5 creation gods is not suitable for me. How about we just start the drama? Okay, then let's talk about Roy Magician's purpose in coming here, and the creative magic gun you gave Mordo. Roy was speechless. There's no point in talking about this anymore. Let's settle the bill later, right? Ancient One is a person who can be regarded as the ceiling of the magician world since the decline of the extraordinary in this world. Many words can be applied to the Ancient One, such as wisdom, indifference, strength, and gentleness. The only shortcoming that can't be considered a shortcoming is that he is too lax with his disciples, from Mordo to Caecilius, and from Caecilius to Doctor Strange. These disciples that Ancient One had placed high hopes on all met with various accidents. High hopes bring disappointment. Ancient One's subsequent bizarre and funny death was perhaps a form of giving up. So Roy decided to go to Camartage from the beginning, preparing to become the next Sorcerer Supreme, taking over the entire Camartage and even the entire magician world on Earth. This is also the reason why Roy acted so strong from the moment he met Mordo. In Roy's opinion, Mordo has some minor flaws. As the founding disciple of the Ancient One magician, Mordo has some qualifications and strength, but not much. Because of his status, all previous magician apprentices were trained by Mordo. This also earned Mordo great fame in Camartage. Coupled with Mordo's original character flaw of being a bit too picky, he developed an arrogance that he had not even noticed originally. When there are newcomers who gradually surpass Mordo in terms of qualifications, strength, reputation, etc., Mordo's arrogance will become a hidden danger. In many parallel universes, Mordo developed a demonic barrier due to his arrogance and stubbornness, which led to his fall into the ranks of villains. The Ancient One magician doesn't care whether Mordo falls or not, and he respects the fate of others. But in Roy's opinion, this is simply a huge waste. Although Roy comes from the Mafia, he says he hates waste the most. A senior brother who has all the qualifications, strength, reputation, and sense of responsibility, and who has been diligently and tirelessly training magic apprentices for many years. What good cow and horse? Roy said that after his own magician tower is built, he is willing to make Mordo the chief dean of the Magic Academy. Definitely, the premise of all this is to be able to suppress Mordo. When facing such a stubborn person who likes to dwell on trivial matters, it is not enough to just reason with him. You have to make him calm down and listen to your reasoning honestly. Roy didn't know how much the Ancient One magician across from him had guessed about his thoughts. But since the Ancient One magician was able to use previous events to poke fun at himself in the form of a cold joke, I don't think he would object. Ancient One Venerable, you'd rather call him Mordo, senior brother, than call me teacher. Roy put down his teacup and pondered for a while, then was teased by the Ancient One magician again. Although this made Roy feel a little unhappy, he was completely relieved. At least the other party did not object. Think of this. Roy stopped testing her and spoke frankly. Teacher Ancient One, I was an orphan and grew up in a Mafia family. I've been walking on thin ice all the way. Do you think I can be Camartage's successor and become the next Sorcerer Supreme? The Ancient One said that he did not use the time gem to peek into his future. Roy believed this, but Roy also knew very well that at the level of the Ancient One, he could see every corner of the material world through time magic without the time gem. Maybe the time gem is not as accurate as the Ancient One magician's time magic. To use the time gem, one must choose the most likely future from infinite timelines. However, when one reaches the level of a ninth ring, true spirit great magician, a great prophecy can accurately capture everything one wants to know. As expected, after hearing Roy's words, the Ancient One magician paused for a moment while holding the teacup in his hand. But soon, the Ancient One magician acted very naturally and asked, "Adge, can you guarantee your original intention? Knowledge originally is the greatest temptation in the world. When you hit a bottleneck and can't break through, the temptation of Mephisto, the temptation of devouring, the temptation of destruction and restart, etc., knowledge will become your greatest accomplice. The Ancient One's worries were not without reason. Throughout history, there have been too many outstanding people and geniuses who have forgotten their original intentions and become a disaster. The most typical example is Morgana, the world-destroying witch. Just as the Ancient One said, original knowledge is the greatest temptation. In order to make progress, the more talented one is, the more likely one is to perform operations that are beyond people's imagination. There is no doubt that the Ancient One must have seen some of his own future, otherwise he would not have such worries. Likewise, Roy was certain that the Ancient One didn't know his trump card. In other words, Ancient One may be able to observe some fragments of its own future, but it cannot truly observe everything about itself. This also made Roy completely relax. At least, the Philosopher's Stone and the Philosopher's System are still somewhat useful. At the same time, this gave Roy some confidence, and he said confidently, "Teacher, I can swear that in terms of maintaining my original intention, no one here is more trustworthy than me." Even Ancient One was a little surprised by this move, as if he didn't understand where Roy's confidence came from. Roy smiled shyly and said, "Teacher, the foundation of my practice is called the Truthful Meditation Method. What is the will to truth? It is the balance between knowledge and original intention." To put it bluntly, Roy was born with a psychic immunity spell of more than 9 levels. Forget about the temptation of Mephisto or anything like that. Even if it were an eternity, it would not be able to erode Roy's will. After hearing Roy's meditation method, the Ancient One immediately laughed and said with relief and approval, "I will declare you my new disciple, and all the knowledge of Kamartaj will be open to you." Roy secretly praised in his heart, suppressed his ecstasy, and said, "Teacher, about me and Brother Mordo." The Ancient One smiled more relaxedly and said, "If you have the ability, I look forward to seeing you help Mordo and the others change their original fate." It is obvious that Ancient One is not without feelings for his disciples. This actually made Roy a little confused, and he asked, "Teacher, speaking of abilities, why don't you correct Brother Mordo's flaws yourself?" The Ancient One sighed softly and said, "The greed of Dimension Mephisto is the same. In Kamartaj, Mordo and his companions found it difficult to find the true meaning of magic. For them, retaining some of their own shortcomings is sometimes not a bad thing." Regarding the topics of Dimension Mephisto and Mordo, the Ancient One spoke very vaguely, but Roy heard the subtext. For ordinary magicians, whether it's white magic or black magic, there's actually no difference. If one cannot find the true meaning of magic like the Ancient One, then the final outcome will be that their souls will be taken away by the dimensional Mephisto and integrated into the dimensional origin of those Mephistos. However, gods of white magic like the 3 Vishani gods choose long-term investment. Mephistos like Dormammu and Mephisto, on the other hand, choose a more intense gambling investment method. In the absence of a source of magic, taking the path of white magic is nothing more than living a stable life. Taking the path of black magic, if one can win Mephisto's bet, there might be another way out. After all, people like Mordo, who studied under the Ancient One, even with the personal instruction of the great magician, always seem mediocre. On the contrary, after being judged to be a master, people like Mordo have made remarkable progress. The Ancient One can help Mordo and other disciples enter the door of magic, but it cannot make choices and learn on their behalf. This is also the ultimate reason why Ancient One chooses to let all his disciples go their own way. A 9th ring true spirit magician, nearly invincible in the material world. But similarly, even someone as powerful as the Ancient One could not do anything to the dimensional Mephistos who had already divided up the world's authority. This is the general trend of the entire extraordinary world. If not, Ancient One might not have recognized Roy so easily. The Ancient One's recognition of Roy might be due to the fact that he saw a change in Roy. After leaving Ancient One's tea house, Roy quickly understood Ancient One's helplessness. But Roy didn't take this kind of thing to heart. First of all, facing dimensional Mephisto or something like that is still a long way off for Roy. Secondly, Roy may have had the idea of capturing Mephisto, dissecting Mephisto, and studying Mephisto in his heart. Those dimensional Mephistos are not necessarily more powerful than the Ancient One magician. Even some weaker dimensional Mephistos might not be as powerful as ordinary high-level magicians. The real strength of Mephisto lies in his immortality. The root of a dimensional Mephisto has always been its own dimension. As long as its own dimension is hidden enough and a duplication is separated to walk in the world, death will only result in the loss of a little soul and energy. What's more, there are some powerful and special dimensional Mephisto. Even if the real body dies in the outside world, it can be reborn in the origin of the dimension by relying on the connection between itself and the dimension. Therefore, when Roy becomes stronger, he may not be able to counterattack those dimensional Mephistos. Definitely, it is not an easy thing to do. Perhaps, when I have the chance, I can discuss this with Teacher Ancient One. After Roy walked out of the Ancient One's tea room, his thoughts wandered a little. When he came to his senses, he saw the magic library of Kamartaj. It was pretty much the same as Roy's impression. The magical library of Kamartaj is not mysterious or extraordinary, but it has a profound solemnity. However, unlike Roy's impression, the librarian in at the moment is not the funny guy. After a brief exchange with a somewhat unfamiliar librarian, Roy soon entered the palace of knowledge he had long coveted. Kamartaj's collection of magical knowledge is much more than Roy imagined, ranging from the most basic magical worldview to the extremely taboo time magic. The various magical knowledge in the entire library is far richer than Merlin's inheritance. This is the precious wealth of knowledge that the Ancient One magician has gained over hundreds of years of traveling the infinite multi-universe. It's just that it's been wasted in this ordinary library. Pack it up hard. Sooner or later, I will pack all these magic books into my own magician tower. Just when Roy was feeling excited, a chubby, crew-hair magician walked in, donut in hand, and said, "Brother, it's your first time in the library, so it's normal to be excited, but reading books like you're looking at naked women with green eyes is a bit too much. Moderate yourself. Patrick has already found a wolf-proof device." Coincidentally, the person who just walked into the library was the magician Wong in Roy's impression. After hearing Wong's reminder, Roy calmed down a little. The Patrick that Wong mentioned was the current librarian. He stretched his neck and watched Roy's every move vigilantly. "Oh, please give me flowers." Roy turned his head, slightly embarrassedly, and nodded to Patrick before looking at the king beside him. "I'm Roy. I lost my composure a little bit just now. I understand. Just call me Lao Wong. I'm a new wild magician in Kamartaj. You're such a good magician. Do you want one?" Lao Wong had an understanding look on his face and gestured with the donut in his hand. Roy glanced at the donut, then at Lao Wong's bulging belly, and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. Let's not do that. I'd rather start studying." Lao Wong put away the donut nonchalantly and asked in surprise, "No need to be so anxious, right?" Roy explained casually, "I'm quite anxious. I have a lot of business outside. I want to finish my studies sooner and go back sooner." Zero. Snap. Lao Wong dropped the donut he was chewing and said, "Finish learning? Are you serious?" Roy nodded and said, "Definitely, this is why I came to Kamartaj, the king of purposes." Lao Wong was stunned for a long moment, then picked up the donut from the ground without disdain, took another big bite, and said incoherently, "No wonder the teacher made an exception and accepted you as his disciple. You are very special." Roy looked a little puzzled and asked, "Special? Is there any?" Lao Wong swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded vigorously, saying, "Definitely. My family has lived in Kamartaj for generations, and I've never seen anyone as confident as you. No wonder my father asked me to follow you." Roy frowned and said, "Who is your father?" Seeing Roy's increasingly confused expression, the old king then slapped his head and said, "I forgot to mention that my father is King Hamel, a servant of the Ancient One. Why don't I say you're special? My family has been servants of the Ancient One for generations." Just now, my father asked me to follow you and show you around Taj. You know what I mean, right? Roy understood and said, betting on investment? Old Wong said frankly, that's right. My father said that the Venerable has been looking for a suitable successor for many years, and I think it should be you. Roy immediately laughed and said, then, Old Wong, you should call me Master Roy. Lao Wong's face fell, and he said, no need. It's the 21st century. Taj and Roy's impression are somewhat different, more real and more lifelike. For example, Lao Wong is a very interesting person and very frank. From his communication with Lao Wong, Roy quickly gained a general understanding of the entire Taj. Taj was not the mountain gate chosen by the Ancient One after he became the Sorcerer Supreme, as Roy imagined, but the place where the Ancient One was originally born. It's just like people giving back to their hometown after making a fortune outside. When Ancient One was young, he also traveled abroad. He even won the title of Sorcerer Supreme at the Necromancer Conference held by the elderly Genghis Khan and was strongly retained by Genghis Khan. But Ancient One was indifferent and eventually returned to his hometown to settle down. For nearly 100 years, Taj has always been a peaceful little village, where the Ancient One and the monks of the Seven Ones village discuss the natural world and study magic together. Until 1666, when an unprecedented fire broke out in London. However, during the Great Fire of London, the Ancient One discovered the duplication of the dimension Mephisto Dormammu and retreated it. Because of this encounter, Dormammu completely hated the Ancient One, and even after being expelled after several battles, he spread the coordinates of the Earth to the Mephisto group in the dimension. As a last resort, Ancient One reached a cooperation with the three gods of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the 18th century, the Ancient One used the Eye of Agamotto to find the ruins of 3 holy places from the prehistoric magical age and built 3 holy places on them, erecting a magical barrier to protect the entire Earth. After the construction of the 3 major holy places in New York, London, and Hong Kong Island. In order to maintain the operation of the 3 holy places, the idea of building a magician force gradually emerged. However, at that time, the Ancient One had no intention of opening a mountain gate or accepting apprentices. It simply filled the 3 major holy places with the monks of Taj. Gradually, the monks would occasionally bring back some orphans and apprentices. In order to put these magic apprentices on the right track, Ancient One built a magic library, teaching center, etc. It has evolved to the present day and has become the Taj. In this case, the magician faction of Taj is very contaminated, such as Hamel, Lao Wong, and other Taj local factions, such as those wild magicians from the outside world who came here to seek refuge with the Sorcerer Supreme, such as the orthodox disciples of the Ancient One, such as Mordo and Caecilius. There are even some neutral groups composed of people who entered Taj accidentally or came to Taj for help for various reasons. In fact, most people in Taj are aware of the character of the Ancient One magician and are secretly fighting for the position of the next Sorcerer Supreme. However, due to the suppression of the Ancient One magician, this struggle was not obvious. At the same time, this struggle was also the reason why Lao Wong came to Roy in the first place. As a local faction of Taj, Lao Wong's family has been servants of the Sorcerer Supreme for generations and can be said to be the stewards of Taj. The Wong family has no choice but to participate in this kind of fight. Even if other factions cannot become Sorcerer Supreme, they will not suffer much loss. After all, the 3 holy places require a large number of magicians to maintain their operation. But the Wong family is too closely tied to the position of Sorcerer Supreme, and is also a local faction of Taj. Once the Ancient One magician steps down, and the Wong family fails to establish a relationship with the new Sorcerer Supreme, perhaps even Taj local interests will be eroded. This kind of loss is something that the Wong family, and even the entire Taj local faction, cannot afford. Fortunately, as one of the closest people to the Ancient One magician, King Hamel understands the Ancient One magician's thoughts very well. Therefore, when the Ancient One magician accepted Mordo, Caecilius, and other disciples, the Wong family remained silent and did not directly join him, until Roy appeared and the special treatment shown by the Ancient One magician. King Hamel immediately realized Roy's importance in the eyes of the Ancient One magician. However, King Hamel was also very cautious and did not dismiss Roy as the chief steward of Camartage. Instead, he asked his son, Fatty Lao Wong, to help Roy get familiar with Camartage. Be friends first, then make a decision. Deep in a magic library, in a relatively leisurely reading corridor, Lao Wong was muttering his complaints, but Roy seemed to be listening, his eyes focused on a book on the basic magic principles of Camartage. Wait until all the donuts, potato chips, biscuits in Lao Wong's arms are gone. Lao Wong patted his belly and looked at Roy helplessly, saying, "No, brother, since I'm so honest, you should give me some reaction when the time comes. Although fighting for the Sorcerer Supreme position is rather boring, what exactly are you thinking?" Roy glanced at the snack crumbs that floated onto the table and looked silently at Lao Wong. Lao Wong laughed awkwardly and said, "It was an accident. Absolutely an accident." Roy was speechless. He tapped his fingertips lightly on the tabletop. His cleaning technique was like a halo of flowing water, clearing away all the snack crumbs. At the same time, he said, "This kind of thing is really boring. From what I know, the position of Sorcerer Supreme doesn't seem to be inherited. It must be achieved through actual strength." The previous Sorcerer Supreme, Merlin, relied on the artifact and King Arthur's support to conquer all of Europe, earning him the title of Supreme Merlin. Ancient One also won the title of Sorcerer Supreme after demonstrating his absolute strength at the Necromancer Conference. Do you really need to use all these factions and fights? In the extraordinary world, strength is king. I have to say that Roy's words, although from an outsider's perspective, do make sense. Lao Wong nodded involuntarily and said, "What you said makes sense, but you can't say it's completely useless. After all, in the current magician world, except for us, Camartage." Wait, what did you do in 4.6 just now? Casting without a wand. Am I seeing things? Holy, thank you. I knew it. My dad never made a mistake. Even though it's just a small spell, it's been a long time since the supernatural receded, and no one has been able to cast spells without a wand. Lao Wong's face was filled with excitement. He reached out to touch Roy's waist and body, trying to find out if there was any hidden spell-casting medium. Roy directly slapped Lao Wong's dirty hands away and gave him a look of disgust. "No need to look for it. There's no other medium for casting spells. Can't I just use my hands to cast spells without a wand? You want to learn? You won't even call me Master Roy. Master Roy. When it comes to shamelessness and lack of moral integrity, Lao Wong is definitely one of the worst in the entire Camartage. Fortunately, as a local of Camartage and the son of the chief steward, Lao Wong has a good grasp of the ways of the world and is not offensive. And the most important thing is that Lao Wong originally has outstanding ability and is also an extraordinary know-it-all. So Roy accepted Lao Wong's offer of joining without hesitation. Like John Wick, Helen, and others, Lao Wong signed his name on the magic contract more decisively. In return, Roy also taught Lao Wong the lower level of truth meditation method of truth, meditation method. However, the environment of Camartage is not suitable for Lao Wong to focus on training right away. At least, he would have to wait until Roy's Magician Tower was built and the next magic tide came, before Lao Wong could truly specialize in the original magic. Roy originally didn't care about the spread of original magic, or even the spread of the truth meditation method. After all, after obtaining Merlin's inheritance, Roy immediately combined Merlin's heritage and summarized the Roy magic ring. Whether it is the truth meditation method or the various lower-level meditation methods derived from it, the core is based on the Roy Method 09 ring. This thing has been recorded in Roy's magic book and is closely related to Roy. Roy had even made up his mind long ago that after collecting the appropriate materials, he would refine the Book of Magic into a Book of Truth. From now on, all the knowledge derived from the practice of magicians from Roy onwards will be recorded in the Book of Truth. This is why Roy doesn't mind the spread of original magic. When Roy becomes strong enough and becomes a sorcerer supreme, he will even truly open the gates of the mountain and thoroughly promote the original magic. By then, everyone who practices primordial magic will be a good cow or horse on Roy's ladder of advancement. In other words, when you reach the level of Ancient One magician, it no longer makes sense to change your profession or not. Otherwise, Roy would have wanted to present the truthful meditation method to his most beloved teacher, Ancient One, when they first met. He had no other intention. He just wanted to experience the feeling of reaching the sky in one step. Definitely, besides the beloved Old One. For other people, you still have to follow the rules and use the lower-level meditation method to deal with them first. After these superior cattle and horses have made sufficient contributions, they will be rewarded with higher-level meditation methods. How can you feed cattle and horses all at once? I have to deduce it again and derive the truthful meditation method to more levels. A wave of joining forces and painting big pictures. Roy was happy, and Lao Wang said he was happy too. At the same time, with Lao Wang's assistance, Roy quickly gained a certain understanding of the entire Camartage, the 3 holy places, and even the entire dark supernatural world. It was pretty much as Roy and Veronica had guessed. Since the Renaissance, when mythology and the supernatural completely receded, the power of the entire world has been completely divided up. Most of the powerful and extraordinary people have hidden themselves in other planes and dimensions. For example, a large number of magicians entered the astral realm. For example, the gods of various races divided the territories and began to entertain themselves. For example, high-ranking vampires fell into hell, and even the ancestors of vampires became demon lords. Nowadays, the few extraordinary beings left on Earth are nothing more than the scraps of those once powerful forces, and are also the tentacles of various forces left in the material world. It is also because of the decline of myths and the extraordinary. The Ancient One magician had the time to grow and successfully became the Sorcerer Supreme and established Camartage. By now, Camartage and the 3 great holy places have become the top overlords in the extraordinary world. If this were not the case, the various factions within Camartage would not have been so arrogant as to believe that they could become Sorcerer Supreme simply by inheriting Camartage. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the Ancient One magician's force suppression, Camartage's enemy would be defined as Dimensional Mephisto. Otherwise, even if a group of magicians came out of the 3 holy places, they could sweep the entire Earth. At the same time, this is also the reason why Ancient One has been able to sit firmly on the throne of Sorcerer Supreme for hundreds of years and has been recognized by countless people. Even though myths and supernatural things have receded, the interests of the entire Earth cannot be underestimated. The Ancient One has been on the throne for hundreds of years, relying not only on his strength, but also on his noble character. In other words, the Ancient One himself was tired of this job. Otherwise, as long as Gushur has no intention of taking the throne immediately, the title of Sorcerer Supreme can be welded to the Ancient One forever. This also made Roy, after briefly getting familiar with Camartage and becoming familiar with most of the main magicians, devote himself to the magic library again without sleep or food. From the beginning to the end, Roy's goal has never changed: to become the next Sorcerer Supreme and inherit the legacy of the Ancient One. But Roy also knew it very well. All of this must be based on strength. Having the ready-made inheritance of the Ancient One, but not studying and learning it, and instead engaging in those messy factional struggles, is like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. I won't say anything else. Roy only absorbed 1/3 of the basic magic knowledge of Camartage in the library. Roy could already clearly feel that his own truthful meditation method had been upgraded to a higher level, and even Roy's Dharma ring had been further improved. Other spellcasting skills, alchemy systems, spell levels, etc. are also improved. The most direct manifestation of this achievement is that Roy's 2053 Ring Road has once again reached its peak. Roy Corleone, Sage System. Gender, male. Age, 26. Ability, Sage's testimony, will of truth, cosmic synchronicity. Divinity, 6. Attributes, strength 10, agility 10, constitution 10, intelligence 20, charm 10. Values increase in multiples. Magic power, energy 4,999 to 0. Rank, second ring peak. Magical specialties, wandless casting, spellless casting, fast casting, silent casting, super magic casting, multicasting. Physical specialties, guardian of truth, unyielding will, extraordinary body LV2. Skills, meditation on the will of truth LV5, Reniology LV7, potions LV6, magic crystals LV7, creation LV6, creation LV6, arrays LV6, combat LV5, firearms LV5, camouflage LV4, driving LV2. Ability spell, string world crown of wisdom, evidence of elements, evidence of nothingness. Spells, Roy's ring LV8, magician's hand LV7, oblivion spell LV4, ion cannon LV4, activation spell LV4, lightning chain LV4, quintuple fireball LV4, sealing spell LV4, tracking spell LV4, exorcism spell. Treasures, Philosopher's Stone, defective/bound, CPH4, small amount. Equipment, Roy's magic book, simple magic ring, rune gun. Items, blue potion, tulip potion, oak potion. Nearly 1/3 of Camartage basic magical knowledge pushed Roy's practice to a bottleneck. Roy has almost pushed the second ring magician road to its limit. The most typical example is Roy's own magic power. After it increased by 49.99 points, no matter how much meditation was used to improve it, it had no effect at all. This was Roy's original LV2 extraordinary body, which had already limited the improvement of his strength. If you want to continue to improve. Otherwise, Roy can only slowly grind and upgrade his extraordinary body to LV3 bit by bit through the immersion of magic. Once you overcome this small bottleneck, you will be able to have another period of rapid improvement. Otherwise, Roy can only work on the ability spell, looking for an ability spell that can enhance the physical body and use absolute knowledge to break this small bottleneck. In fact, Roy originally came to Camartage to find a suitable ability spell. However, during this period of time, even with Lao Wang as his assistant, he searched through all kinds of magic in the library, but could not find the ability spell that Roy liked. It's not that they're all useless, it's just that Roy doesn't like them very much. For example, the form of Akin and the ancient body of Hogs in the White Magic series can both enhance the physical body. But how to say it? The form of Akon focuses on duplication. Hog's ancient body focuses on energy absorption. In some respects, these two types of magic are very powerful, but if used as ability spells, they feel a little low-grade because of the ancient spell position. Roy wanted more of an evolutionary compound magic like Emma's Nirvana Diamond. The function is stronger, the upper limit is higher, and it does not take up a spell slot. Well, this kind of evolutionary compound magic is also available in the library. For example, Sidorak's the source of god power in the Crimson Magic series. Once this magic is condensed, can transform into a juggernaut in minutes, possessing super strength, super speed, super endurance, super self-healing, indestructibility, self-sustaining, immunity to aging, immortal force field, invincible charge, and many other magical effects. This kind of magic may not be as good as that of Superman, but it can still compete with the Hulk. However, this kind of magic has side effects. Once you learn this magic, you will be targeted by the Crimson Mephistus Sidorak. And the most crucial point, this kind of magic is too ugly and will come with a super bulky appearance. White magic won't work, and Crimson magic won't work. Not to mention the dark forbidden magic, the side effects are even worse, and it even requires a change in bloodline. It took me 3 days to read the book. Even Lao Wang, who claimed to know everything about Camartage, was completely defeated. In this situation, Roy could only find the ancient one magician again. Teacher, isn't that what's used at this time? standing on a high platform in a corner of Kamartaj. Looking inward, one could just see a large number of apprentices practicing introductory magic in a square. Looking outward, one can see the majestic snow-capped mountains, jade belts, grasslands, and villages. When Roy arrived, Ancient One was holding a small fan, looking at the situation in the square with satisfaction. Roy followed the Ancient One's gaze and soon saw the reborn and revamped Mordo. Well, Roy couldn't really tell. It's just that during this period of time, Roy heard Lao Wang say that his previous strong prank on Mordo seemed to have touched some of Mordo's thoughts. From the day Roy joined Kamartaj, Mordo went into seclusion. I just don't know if Mordo will come to cause trouble for me. If I don't come, how can I make a name for myself in Kamartaj? Roy thinks that the sting operation seems to be a good idea. Just when Roy was thinking about how to lure Mordo out to make an example of him and make a name for himself, the Ancient One magician looked at Roy speechlessly. Roy saw the look in Ancient One's eyes and said with a look of resentment, "Teacher, you are spying on my future again?" The Ancient One rolled his eyes and said, "Roy, you practically have all your thoughts written on your face. Don't think that Ancient One magician does nothing all day. But in fact, every move of everyone in Kamartaj cannot be hidden from the eyes of the Ancient One." Ancient One already knew that the Wong family had taken sides and bet on Roy. Add to that Roy's strong personality and the brutal style of the Mafia, and he stares straight at Mordo. It would be strange if he could come up with any good ideas. Roy also smiled awkwardly when he heard this. He was so arrogant and didn't try to hide it at all. It would be strange if no one noticed. Roy quickly adjusted his mentality, and his temperament gradually calmed down. The Ancient One's small fan suddenly sped up by 3 points. His calm eyes revealed a hint of admiration as he gave him advice. "You've actually done quite well during this period. The true essence of magic has always been placed in the library. You can disassemble knowledge from the most basic magic and integrate it into your own system. That's a good thing, but you still need to maintain your mindset." As the Ancient One magician said, the true meaning of magic is so clear and has always been displayed in the library. But unfortunately, more than 99% of the people in Kamartaj are pursuing stronger, more magnificent, and more gorgeous magic, and few people study the essence of magic. The power of magic is not originally important. What is important is its principle. The simpler and more basic something is, the more obvious its principles are. The correct approach is to constantly disassemble those basic runes and adjust them to the state that best suits you. Only by expanding the foundation can we rise higher and go further. This is the reason why Roy's strength grows. Roy nodded in agreement and immediately started to flatter her. Ancient One smiled helplessly and said unhappily, "Your compliments make me feel like I'm being sold out at any moment. Good, King. You're suited to this, so just state your purpose directly." Ancient One has a point. As a Mafia gangster and a famous killer, complimenting others has never been Roy's forte. Roy is better at using force and threats. Forget it. After all, Ancient One is my teacher. I have always respected teachers, respected the elderly, and loved the young, so I will just regard it as a necessary payment for inheriting the property. Roy grumbled inwardly, then quickly spoke out his problem, saying, "Teacher, I'm in urgent need of a suitable evolutionary composite magic that can be used to build a divine body in the future. It would be best if they could ensure that their own form, bloodline, and so on would not change." Ancient One paused with his fan in hand, his face stiff as he said, "You're treating me like a wishing machine." Roy was silent for a moment, then said, "Teacher, you don't want your best disciple to be unable to advance, do you? Do you still want to retire?" Ancient One magician felt helpless towards Roy, but at the same time, he also admired him. The helplessness is because Roy's personality, even though he was restrained in Kamartaj, was still a bit bad. I admire it because Roy's practice, in a sense, is a true fellow of the Ancient One. During the time Roy was in the library, he actually looked for Ancient One to discuss some aspects of the decomposition and integration of basic runes. During this process, Roy had used all his original magic, meditation methods, etc. Even the latest version of Roy's Roy ring is partly due to Gu's contribution. This kind of attitude of valuing and being open to knowledge is what a true magician should have. But Ancient One didn't expect that Roy would actually use himself as a wishing machine this time. A suitable evolutionary composite magic that can be used to construct a divine body in the future. Ancient One magician really couldn't think of it for a moment. But soon, Gu reacted. Roy wanted to lay the foundation for the evolution of his physical body. Then, Ancient One gently swept the small fan in his hand, and the portal instantly enveloped Roy, and like the movement of stars, brought the two of them to a quiet room, 877. At this time, Ancient One said with a serious expression, "Roy, are you sure you want to lay the foundation for your physical body now?" Ancient One's approach is different from Roy's. The Ancient One's evolution in mind, soul, and spirit has reached the pinnacle of the material world. He can become a saint at any time and step into a realm similar to that of an eternal god. But Roy follows the traditional magical path to godhood, which requires divinity, divine body, and divine nature. In the previous discussion of magic, Ancient One can confirm that Roy already has a good foundation in both divinity and godhead. The most reliable way is to follow the path of the string world crown of wisdom. First construct the godhead to perfection, thereby amplifying the divinity, and after reaching the seventh ring, through the method of overflowing when water is full, self-derive the divine body. Definitely, safe also means a certain degree of slowness. Obviously, in the eyes of Ancient One, Roy is moving too fast by laying the foundation of his physical body now. Face the Ancient One with solemnity. Roy also became serious and said, "Yes, teacher, when the divine body, after the divine nature and divine nature are perfected, develops on its own, it will be too uncontrollable. Compared to the almost mutant self-derivation, I believe more in my own control over magic. With a suitable base magic, I can gather strength from other aspects and slowly fill it in. It might be a bit thankless, but it will be more controllable. What is controllable is the most suitable. I don't want to become a big-eyed monster or some other monster when I become a god." The last thing Roy complained about was the Eye Demon. Eye Demon, Shuma Godzilla, originally is also an ancient god, also a magician, who first builds the godhood, then amplifies the divinity, and finally derives himself. It's just that its divine nature and divinity are too huge, causing its derived body to become a big eyeball. The instability of the divine body also caused Shuma Godzilla to become a Mephisto from the Crushelian dimension. The magical road to godhood is glorious and dangerous. Roy wants to become a god, but he doesn't want to become a monster Mephisto. Looking at Roy's determined face, the Ancient One was silent for a moment, then reached out and opened a small portal leading to the London Magic Props and Treasure showroom, and took out a crystal ball that was shining green. The crystal ball flashing with green light makes people feel all kinds of negative emotions rising at the first glance. Evil, darkness, anger, devouring, etc. It was like the aggregation of countless original sins. However, the two people in this quiet room simply ignored the influence of the crystal ball. The Ancient One's realm has reached an absurdly high level. However, Roy, protected by the ability of the will of truth, is directly immune. But strangely, when Roy saw the crystal ball emitting green light, he quickly developed a strange feeling that this thing was very important to him. Roy was stunned, thinking that his intuition was probably wrong. Although he has committed murder, gangsterism, and smuggling, he is actually a good person and has nothing to do with original sin. "Teacher, I don't think this thing suits my temperament." "Are you sure? You don't regret it?" How about you first tell me about the origin of this thing?" The Ancient One magician's rhetorical question made Roy feel that he should play it safe first. The Ancient One ignored Roy's cheekiness and introduced himself. "This is one of the gifts I received from the Eternal God when I stumbled upon him 400 years ago while traveling the multi-universe." Roy's eyes lit up and he said, "One? Teacher, Does the eternal God have many gifts? Can you introduce me to him? I don't have any other intentions. I just admire the eternal God. Being looked at by the Ancient One with a very calm gaze. Roy's voice gradually faded away, and he became obedient. The Ancient One then continued. At that time, the tide of myth and transcendence had already receded. Before the eternal God chose to merge into the Chaos Star Realm, he fought a great battle with the underworld. What is sealed in this crystal ball is the source of all things. In terms of the potential and strength of his physical body alone, he is among the best in the entire Chaos Star Realm. This little bit of origin cannot reveal the true strength of all things, but if you can research something from it, it may help you build the most suitable physical foundation. Listening to the Ancient One's words, Roy felt somewhat lost. The name Under All Things is very familiar, but also seems unfamiliar. Roy thought about it carefully. Perhaps there were only sporadic fragments in his huge memory palace, but it was obvious that these fragments were not enough to provide sufficient information. Then Roy asked directly, "Teacher, what is beneath all things?" The Ancient One frowned slightly and said, "Beneath all things, as the name suggests, is the gathering of all darkness and filth at the lowest level, the collection of all original sin. Hell, demons, devils, dark creatures, etc., all come from it. In contrast, it is the gathering of all light and beauty, such as eternity, infinity, and everything above it. However, since the decline of myth and transcendence, all things above have merged into the chaos astral realm. Under all things, they have completely fallen into the endless abyss. You don't need to pay attention to these. Whether it is above all things or below all things, they will not appear in the material world." In the quiet room of Kamartaj, Roy finally remembered where he had heard of Under All Things. Above all things is OA. Under everything is OBA. Roy remembered that he seemed to have seen in a post that said the source of the Hulk's power came from OBA, and that he could evolve into War Hulk, Green Hulk, Four-Armed Hulk, and so on. This is not unreasonable. Beneath all things lies the aggregation of all darkness and filth, and the aggregation of all original sin. Anger is one of the original sins and also the source of Hulk's power. Roy looked at the crystal ball flashing green light in front of him, and his whole body went numb on the spot. Above all things and below all things are equivalent to the two poles of heaven and earth in the entire Marvel Universe. According to Roy's understanding, when the world was first created, the pure air rose to form OAA, and the turbid air descended to form OBA. I just want to ask Ancient One to help me find a suitable ability spell. That's all. The Ancient One pulled out a copy of the origin of innate turbid energy and said that everything related to the physical body was in it, and asked Roy to study it himself. Arrogant, too arrogant. Roy felt that simply calling him teacher was no longer enough to express his feelings. If Roy wasn't afraid that Teacher Ancient One had read Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he would have just called him foster father. Foster mother would have been fine too. There is also the Eternal God, who said that he has merged with the Chaos Star Realm. It doesn't matter. I'll just burn incense and offer sacrifices. Roy didn't have any other intentions. He just thought that the tablet of the Eternal God matched well with his own altar. Before I came to Kamartaj, Roy also thought about using Colonel James's connections to find Bruce Banner at the military base to conduct experiments, and after he transformed into the Hulk, he could borrow some of his blood and do some research. But now, I don't care about that damn Hulk. If there's the origin of all things, why do we need bicycles? The Demon Lord, the Devil of Purgatory, the Hulk, etc., these guys with strong physical bodies are just the descendants of all things. Evolvable, high upper limit, and extreme physical enhancement, everything fits Roy's idea. The only drawback is that it will be affected by negative emotions, that is, by original sin. But in this regard, Roy is completely immune. Isn't this Chiao's mother opening the door for Chiao? Chiao has arrived home. For a moment, Roy was extremely moved and excited. Then, Roy looked at Ancient One with a strange look in his eyes and said, "Teacher, I really cannot repay your kindness." The Ancient One sneered. Camartage was already online 2 years ago. "What do you want to say?" Roy wanted to say, "I will pledge myself to you." Isn't there a saying that goes, "A woman 3 years older than your husband brings you gold bricks, and a woman 300 years older than you brings you elixirs"? Roy also wanted to taste what it felt like to be a gigolo. But looking at the Ancient One's sneering expression, Roy thought it would be better for him not to be too arrogant. Roy didn't find the Camartage tin tortures very funny. Sometimes, if you take humor too far, you're asking for trouble. Under the cold gaze of the Ancient One, Roy sincerely changed the subject and said, "Teacher, I want to ask you if I can kowtow to you, or I can take care of you in your old age." The Ancient One slowly released the small fan in his hand, which was ready to strike. He pointed outwards coldly and said, "Get out." Roy quickly picked up the crystal ball and said with an awkward smile, "Okay, it seems that I can no longer eat soft rice." Although Roy didn't like living off his wife, he still felt sorry that a large amount of invisible wealth had passed him by. After coming out of the quiet room, Roy did not go to the library again, but went straight to his own private bedroom. He told Lao Wang to help him protect the law. After returning to the bedroom, Roy immediately placed the crystal ball filled with green light in front of him. In that green light, Roy could even see endless original sins and debts, forming various forms such as skulls, demons, and devils. If you stare for too long, you will hear inexplicable whispers in your ears. This thing is too advanced, and maybe even more difficult to observe and analyze than CPH-4. If we use the magic microscope to break through the limit and enter the string world again to observe it, there's a high probability that we will succeed, but it is too dangerous. Roy couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be completely lost in the string world this time. But if we don't enter the string world, it's still unknown how long conventional observation and disassembly will take. In a quiet bedroom, Roy's fingers tapped unconsciously on the edge of the table. Suddenly, Roy looked at the various forms of original sin in the green light, and an idea flashed in his mind. Under all things, originally is the aggregate of original sin, which is incompatible. Oh, request flowers? Then its origin is most likely some kind of original sin spirit. If there is a spirit, there is a soul. Can I refine it by using the method of refining soul crystals? It's better to do it than to think about it. Anyway, we have Teacher Ancient One to back us up at Camartage. Roy immediately activated his infinite magic power and began to extract and refine the green light source in the crystal ball. A moment later, Roy sat down on the ground with a pale face, but a happy smile was on his face. Roy's actions failed and succeeded. The failure was because Roy's mental strength and knowledge level were not enough to extract the essence of green light. The success was due to Roy's operation, which triggered the instinctive resistance of the origin of green light. 0. If there is resistance, it means that your ideas are feasible. My own strength is not enough, but don't I still have the Philosopher's Stone and the Sage System? Roy quickly took out a bunch of life potions from his wallet, which was cast with a traceless stretching spell. After swallowing the potion and eliminating the backlash of his own magic, Roy almost did not pause at all, and used the power of the Philosopher's Stone to begin a new round of absorption and refining of the origin of the green light. If it was the complete origin of all things, Roy would definitely not even try. But it was just a little bit of the broken origin sealed under all things, and ultimately, it was no match for the power of the Philosopher's Stone. After more than 2 hours of confrontation, the green light in the crystal ball finally dissipated slowly, leaving only an emerald-like soul crystal appearing in front of Roy. The top soul crystal is more broken than all the broken things. After sensing the name of this soul crystal, Roy's mouth twitched. Using 2 words incomplete in a row and adding the adjective incomparable to it, how incomplete is it? If you think about it carefully, the eternal God is very powerful, but compared with the one under all things, he seems to be a little bit behind. Below all things is the eternal lowest level of hell, and it cannot appear in the material world at all. Where did the eternal God go to fight the underworld? Most likely, he fought a parasite under the underworld. He got some spiritual light related to the underworld. No wonder he gave this thing to Ancient One just by chance. Are there still people as honest as me these days? Under the extremely broken and incomplete world, this soul crystal can enter the legendary level if it is missing a word of broken. This also poured cold water on Roy's originally extremely excited mood. The soul crystal went from being a source of innate turbid energy to being a leftover scrap of innate turbid energy, but it was still tolerable. However, the ability spell that could be refined from it must not go wrong. He casually threw the top-level soul crystal on the table. Roy quickly focused all his attention on his own system. But what surprised Roy was, in the second-level ability spell display column of his system, the ability spell was actually constantly changing. This is the first time since Roy activated the Sage system. It took more than half an hour. When the ability spell rune 240 in the system display bar finally froze, before Roy could see the rune clearly, an extremely huge stream of information rushed towards Roy's consciousness. Evil, violence, cruelty, greed, laziness, lust, etc. At this moment, endless negative and sinful emotions were like a torrent that was about to break Roy's sea of consciousness. Faced with this terrifying torrent of impact, the Roy Dharma ring structure that Roy built in his sea of consciousness and was so proud of was like a small boat in the sea, which could be overturned and shattered at any time. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, the Philosopher's Stone was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea and stopped the torrent of original sin. The Philosopher's Stone shines brightly. After gradually coming to my senses, Roy could even feel that the Philosopher's Stone was like a powerful and greedy beast, suppressing the endless original sin while constantly licking the most fundamental energy within it. Every time the Philosopher's Stone absorbs a bit of original sin energy, it returns to Roy a very special original magic power. This original magic power will not be integrated into Roy's sea of consciousness to nourish his spirit and soul. On the contrary, this original magic power nourishes Roy's blood and body. Under all things, infinite rage, adaptive evolution, abyssal curse. That's right, this ability spell is extremely similar to the ability spell Roy condensed when he was at level 1. The most advanced evolutionary composite magic, unifying 3 into 1. Among them, infinite rage can stimulate the blood and flesh through any kind of original sin or negative emotion, causing it to strengthen comprehensively. One level of rage is enough to multiply Roy's physical strength. Double rage can double Roy's physical strength. Triple rage can quadruple Roy's physical strength. By analogy, when Roy reaches the 9th ring, the infinite rage alone can increase the power by up to 512 times. Definitely, this kind of multiple rage also has side effects. The greater the increase, the greater the impact from negative emotions. If it were anyone else, they would become crazy after experiencing double rage. It is even possible that, like Bruce Banner, a negative personality or even a negative soul may be born. But what a coincidence! Roy happens to be the nemesis of this kind of negative emotion. With the ability of truth, will, and the Philosopher's Stone, Roy can be directly immune to this erosion. Just this low-level infinite rage spell was enough to make Roy overjoyed. Then, Roy quickly began to check the other 2 lower-level spells. Adaptive Evolution is a supporting spell for infinite rage that can intercept the energy from the rage amplification and enhance Roy's physical magic resistance. With this ability spell, the effectiveness of the infinite rage spell can be maximized. At the same time, this ability spell can also promote the overall evolution of Roy's physical body. For example, when Roy enters the deep sea, he can use this ability spell to evolve skin breathing, pressure-resistant muscles, and even an internal circulation respiratory system like sea beasts. In other words, when Roy is infected with a certain venom, he can also use this spell to evolve his blood, immune system, etc. Another treasure ability spell. Roy's joy grew even stronger, and he quickly looked at the last lower-level spell. Curse of the Abyss, This seems to be a negative type of buff. To be precise, this thing is essentially a curse mark from the endless abyss. Under all things, after the myths and the supernatural receded, they have been integrated into the endless abyss and become one of the original laws of the endless abyss. The green light origin that Roy obtained, although only a little bit of the origin remnant, but it directly points to the root of all things. Roy took the ability spell from it, which was like plucking a handful of wool from the endless abyss. Even if the endless abyss has no consciousness, it will instinctively fight back and bring down a curse. With the ability spell, or the curse mark, Roy will be hated by all dark creatures such as the demons of hell, purgatory devils, and the kingdom of the dead. It can't be said to be hatred. It should be said to be a constant gold from the endless abyss. Any dark creature that kills Roy will receive a reward from the endless abyss. Definitely, this ability spell is not pure garbage. Through this ability spell, Roy can absorb all the negative emotions in the world. Even as long as Roy takes refuge in the endless abyss, he could become a god on the spot and transform into a top-level existence like Mephisto. This thing is a curse, but also a temptation. But for Roy, this is a pure physical nourishment. All those negative emotions that seem like great terrors to others are actually super supplements for the Philosopher's Stone. By drawing the original magic power from this negative energy, Roy can continuously activate infinite rage. In this way, the Curse of the Abyss can also be considered a complementary spell of infinite fury. Infinite Rage is a breakthrough device plus amplifier. Adaptive Evolution is a stabilizer plus transformer. Curse of the Abyss is a backup power supply plus cooler. After fully understanding the 0.8 effectiveness of the composite ability spell under everything, while Roy was extremely ecstatic, he also had to admire that a boss of this level was really not to be underestimated. He could eat a lot of leftovers. Well, I also have to thank Teacher Ancient One and the Great God Eternal. These two are simply my beloved mentors and adoptive parents. After Teacher Ancient One passes away, I will definitely burn more incense sticks for him. As for when the Ancient One teacher is still alive, just show respect to him. Anyway, with Teacher Ancient One's strength, he has no use for me at all. Nothing wrong. Roy couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. Is this an alternative version of the saying that I can never repay the teacher's kindness, even in my lifetime? Well, then I won't return it. I'm a member of the Mafia after all. As dusk approached, Roy walked out of the bedroom and prepared to find a place to try out the effect of the spell. But Roy was surprised. Outside Roy's bedroom door, there was not only Old Wong standing guard, but also Teacher Ancient One and Mordo. When he saw Roy again, Mordo's expression was still a little unnatural. Fortunately, no one noticed. When the Ancient One magician saw Roy coming out, a rare solemnity appeared on his face. After a moment of intuition, he relaxed and said, "It seems you have successfully made a breakthrough." With Ancient One's strength, it's normal for him to be able to sense the curse mark from the abyss. Roy said frankly, "I also want to thank the teacher for the treasure he gave me. I have entered the third ring. There are also some Mafia members who are grateful for favors." Roy is it. Although I'm not going to repay the teacher's kindness, I still need to show due respect and sincerity to him. The Ancient One magician could naturally see Roy's change of heart, so he just chuckled and prepared to leave. But before the Ancient One left, Roy said, "Teacher, please wait a moment." Ancient One turned around and looked at Roy with a hint of confusion. Roy smiled confidently, revealing his 8 white teeth, and said, "Teacher, I'm just trying to test the power of the magic I just developed. How about you give me some pointers?" Roy's words fell. Lao Wang's expression suddenly changed, and Mordo was ready to yell at him. This is not because Roy is getting carried away. Rather, Roy knew very well that his level 2 ability spells, especially Adaptive Evolution, required pressure to be effective. There is no doubt that the pressure in battle is definitely the easiest to achieve. If he could get help from the Ancient One, Roy was sure that he would be able to evolve quickly. There is nothing wrong with a disciple seeking guidance from his teacher. Roy is very serious about getting the best deal. And before Mordo could even speak, Ancient One showed a calm smile on his face and said, "Then give me some pointers." Mordo, "Teacher, I'm about to fight to the death. Why do you surrender first? Or what does it mean that being handsome will give you preferential treatment?" Biased, too biased. No one knew or cared about Modu's inner grief and anger. After Ancient One accepted Roy's instructions, he didn't say anything more and just slapped the entire space where everyone was, smashing it into pieces. In just a moment, the layers of shattered space were like cracked glass. In the blink of an eye, the world has changed. Mirror space and multiple mirror spaces. Under the manipulation of Ancient One, Mordo and Lao Wang were isolated in outer space like spectators. Only Roy, standing opposite the Ancient One, felt an immense pressure before he could even sense the spatial changes. Is this the beginning? Teacher, you have no moral principles. Under extremely strong mental pressure, Roy had no intention of using other elemental magic. Triple Fury, Windwalk, Giant Strength, Hawkeye, Dynamic Vision, Beast Intuition. A series of auxiliary magic, combined with triple violent amplification, made Roy's entire physical fitness erupt like a blazing volcano. Almost without thinking, Roy rolled over and jumped, dodging from his spot. Sure enough, the moment Roy dodged, more than 10 magic whips fell from the sky. In an instant, sparks flew and a trench several feet deep was dug out in the ground. These bluestones are carved from the hardest bluestone in the Himalayas and are no worse than steel. This is too cruel. This is for real. Before the magic whip dissipates. After Roy landed, he just tiptoed and pounced on the Ancient One magician like a tiger. As early as when Roy issued the challenge, you had already seen what Yao he was thinking. Facing Roy's tiger pounce, the Ancient One magician did not dodge. Just as Roy leaped into the air, the Ancient One magician stretched out his hand and pushed, and the Seraphim shield, used for comprehensive defense, crushed over like a solid wall. Bang! An orange-yellow magical halo dissipated in the air. Roy was like being hit by a truck. His whole body was knocked away. In outer space, both Modu and Lao Wang frowned, unable to bear to look directly. It's so miserable. The Seraphim shield, this thing can withstand the falling and impact of the spaceship in the final battle of Avengers 4. Not to mention, it was the Seraphim shield used by the Ancient One magician. Being hit by this thing, even if the Ancient One magician didn't use his full strength, would still be more powerful than a train running at full speed. As expected, on the Bluestone Square in the inner space, after being knocked away, Roy lay on the ground in a very miserable state, almost like a rag doll. It really hurts. It hurts so much. But in this unprecedented pain, Roy also felt a sense of excitement. Adaptive evolution and the curse of the abyss were activated instantly. Roy could clearly feel that under the pressure of being seriously injured and on the verge of death, the speed at which the Philosopher's Stone absorbed negative energy skyrocketed, transforming it into a special source of magic power that was integrated into every cell of his body. Powerful and vigorous vitality emanates from every inch of flesh, blood, and bone marrow. Roy's injuries began to heal almost visibly. Bones heal on their own, and internal organs heal. In just a few minutes, Roy evolved a super recovery ability. Another 2 minutes later, Roy climbed up from the ground with a grin on his face, looking at Ancient One with resentment. "Teacher, you are too cruel. Isn't that what you need?" Looking at Roy's grinning expression, Ancient One smiled and came over. The magic runes in his hand gathered together and formed a small fan, which he gently waved. He was obviously in a good mood. Roy was silent, but he was thinking that he couldn't jump into the air again. The teacher's casting speed is simply outrageous. After making up his mind, Roy did not give up. Like a hunting beast, he began to circle around Ancient One, hoping to use the speed brought by the Wind Book to find Ancient One's flaws. But before Roy could launch an attack, Ancient One had seen through Roy's thoughts and waved the small fan in his hand. In an instant, the Bluestone Square, which had been solid as a whole, seemed to come alive, instantly turning around and moving continuously, making Roy's speed useless. There were even large areas of bluestone ground that rolled back, and no matter how hard Roy ran, they soon fell down like a mountain. As a last resort, Roy could only raise his hands high to bear the pressure brought by the huge bluestones. The amount of bluestone increased rapidly, from 5 tons to 10 tons, and then to 20 tons. Every time Roy's power evolved, the weight of the bluestone hill increased by 1 point. 10 minutes later, super strength was born. A sparring battle that lasted for more than 3 hours. When the battle was completely over, the Ancient One magician was free of dust and waved his magic fan gently without leaving a single cloud. After the mirror space disappeared, the original bedroom door. Roy seemed to be exhausted, sitting on the ground with sweat pouring down like a stream. Wait until the Ancient One magician's figure completely disappears. Old Wong finally came to his senses and quickly stepped forward to support him, saying, "Roy, are you okay?" Roy felt extremely tired, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. He said, "I'm fine. I'm just mentally exhausted and drained. I'll recover soon." That's right, Roy's magic power and physical strength are still full after a big battle. But in terms of mental strength and mind, it is almost exhausted. Even the LV5 level of the Truth Will meditation method could not withstand this kind of crazy and all-out battle. Fortunately, after a battle, Roy gained an incredible amount. In Roy's physical ability column, a series of abilities were added, including super recovery, super strength, super toughness, super speed, super breathing, vacuum internal circulation, steel bones, indestructible, etc. If we say that Roy's physical strength before was not as good as Spider-Man's. Now, Roy has completely surpassed Spider-Man and is heading toward the level of the Hulk. Once this physical ability is formed, it will be another evolution of the origin of life. Not to mention, there is also a breakthrough device like Infinite Rage that can break the limit. To be frank, in terms of physical potential alone, Roy can already compete with Superman next door. Definitely, in terms of hard power, Roy still needs some time to grow. Moreover, with the Philosopher's Stone absorbing the negative energy source brought by the Curse of the Abyss, Roy is now in a state where he becomes stronger with every breath. The body feeds the spirit. In just a short moment, Roy's complexion had improved a lot. Just a few words. Roy was already able to stand on his own without Lao Wang's support. At this time, Mordo looked at Roy with a complicated expression, and after a long while, he finally said, "Roy, you are very strong, but you haven't even learned a single one of our Kamartaj signature spells. I will not give up on my fight for the Sorcerer Supreme position. At least, I won't give up until your magical power improves." After a period of seclusion, there are still great changes in Mordo now. The biggest point is that the inexplicable arrogance in Mordo has completely disappeared. Without the arrogance of Mordo, although he is still dark and stubborn, at least he is no longer annoying. Roy looked directly at Mordo, and even though he was not in good spirits, he still said confidently, "Brother Mordo, in 10 days, you will give up." Mordo frowned and said, "Roy, you have great potential, but you should learn to be humble." Roy smiled more confidently and said, "To be honest, I'm already very modest. In 10 days, I will defeat you with the authentic magic of Kamartaj." Even though Mordo had broken through the demon barrier and his state of mind had improved, at this moment he still felt angry at being looked down upon. He snorted coldly and said, "Then the winner will be decided on the ground in 10 days. After saying this, Mordo did not stay any longer and turned around and left. Watching Mordo disappear, Roy had a smile on his face. As long as he could deal with Mordo, he would basically be the heir of Kamartaj. As for letting Mordo sign the agreement now, specialize in meditation, and become my own tool, that's not realistic. The current Mordo at most recognizes Roy's magical aptitude, but does not recognize Roy's magical path. But it will be soon. There will be a chance soon. Some time ago, a series of incidents of black necromancers injuring people broke out in Europe. After investigation, it has been confirmed that Dormammu has bewitched another group of sacrificers on Earth. Another disciple of the Ancient One, Caecilius, has gone to the outside world to clean up the cultists who believe in Dormammu. According to the plot development, Caecilius should have discovered the secret of teacher Ancient One during this incident. After that, Caecilius endured for several years, and after confirming that the Ancient One teacher was indeed absorbing the power of the Dark Dimension, he launched a rebellion, which triggered the plot of Doctor Strange and caused Mordo to rebel. This is an opportunity to completely convince Mordo and Caecilius. Definitely, Roy will not let the plot develop to the point where it cannot be handled. Whether it's Mordo or Caecilius, they're both good horses that Roy has already reserved. Degree: Roy simply used the secret of Ancient One teacher to break through the shackles of their thinking. Dimensional magic has no future. Not everyone is an Ancient One. On the contrary, as long as Mordo and Caecilius can accept their own magical paths, together with Lao Wang, he can guide the entire Camartage to begin its transformation. With such a whole sect as a supplement, his own magician tower can be put into operation. Otherwise, if I rely solely on myself to train magic apprentices, my own magician tower and floating city plans will not be realized until a long time. That's right, I am the undisputed heir of Camartage and the future Sorcerer Supreme. It is reasonable to let your own sect work for you. However, we should not be too hasty in implementing this series of plans. Just when Roy was happily planning his beautiful future life, Lao Wang said seriously, Roy. Lao Wang took a deep breath, as if to adjust his mentality, and said, Roy, I think what Brother Mordo said actually makes some sense. You should be more humble. 10 days is too short time. You haven't even finished learning the basics of magic. Lao Wang is a little worried, which is normal. After all, the competition between Roy and Mordo, to a certain extent, determines the future position of the Supreme Being. The Wang family has invested a lot in Roy during this period. Many local factions of Camartage have secretly defected to Roy under the coordination of the Wang family. If Roy fails, the Wang family will inevitably suffer heavy losses. But Lao Wang missed one thing. That is, Roy's learning is different from Camartage learning. Roy is not so much learning as integrating, as long as he can master the transformation of all the basic rune numbers. For Roy, there are no secrets about the various spells of Camartage. 10 days is enough. Roy patted Lao Wang on the shoulder and said, Lao Wang, let's make a bet. Lao Wang. Roy smiled and said, If I win, you will continue to call me Master Roy, right? Lao Wang. Camartage magic is actually not bad. It's just that it lacks its own core power, which is why it is criticized. But this is also the general trend after the decline of myths and supernatural things. True gods, such as the one above all things, the one below all things, the 5 great gods of creation, and so on, have integrated their consciousness and authority into the Chaos Star realm. Without the suppression of these true gods, the dimensional Mephistas and racial gods will naturally start a carnival. Most of the law, authority, and supernatural energy in the universe have been divided up. If a magician wants to maintain his extraordinary path, he must submit to the various cosmic gods. The most typical one is Camartage. Find a relatively gentle dimension Mephista. When alive, borrow the power of the dimension Mephista to maintain transcendence. After death, use your soul to repay the debt. Mephista in any dimension cannot be a philanthropist, and the energy below must be extremely small. After controlling the core energy source, those dimensional Mephistas cannot let the magicians lose faith in magic. Therefore, the various spells under Mephista in these dimensions are often very practical and powerful. The magic whip is basic and practical. It can be real or fake, can attack or defend, can bind or injure. The portal can cut through space and dimensions, and the entire universe in an instant. 947 Ring of Rakador, single target defense, can be held in hand and suspended, can be enlarged and used as a shield blade. Seraphim Shield is a comprehensive defensive magic that can be used by one person or a group with extreme defensive power. Vishanti's Sacred Sword can be used for both close combat and range combat, and has added various damages such as sharpness and holiness, with a maximum attack history. Mirror space can even distort dimensions and create demiplanes. The form of a keen can be regarded as an enhanced version of the duplication technique. In addition, there are time magic, crimson magic, dark magic, etc. Those dimensional Mephistas control the core energy source and are not afraid of rebellion from the magicians and believers below. They even dare to use their most hidden, forbidden magic. It is conceivable to what extent these cosmic god-level bosses will streamline the spell structure. It is powerful and concise. It can also hide the profound truth within it. This is why Roy dared to guarantee that he could master the Camartage magic within 10 days. Others learn formulas and theorems, which require them to practice one spell after another. Roy learned the principles and was able to understand everything immediately. Just 3 days. After Roy's physical body's ability increased greatly, he quickly translated all the basic magical knowledge in Camartage and converted it into his own rune structure. And this improvement in knowledge is also extremely huge for Roy. Just a few days after entering the 3rd ring magician, Roy can already look forward to the 4th ring. The vast torrent of knowledge continued to enhance Roy's understanding of meditation, which made his mental strength soar. The huge basic rune library continues to expand, making Roy's core magic circle more and more mysterious. At the same time, this also made Roy more wary of the strength of Dimension Mephista. Just this basic magic knowledge that was almost everywhere allowed Roy to improve by nearly 2 levels. And what's even more terrifying is, the Dimensional Mephistas used these basic runes to weave spells that were comparable to traditional elemental magic and forbidden spells, without consuming any mana. This is like the boiling water theory in human technology. Traditional elemental magic is very clumsy and complicated. First, you burn steam, low-level magic, then burn electrical appliances, medium-level magic, and finally burn nuclear energy, high-level magic. The higher you go, the more conditions are required and the more difficult it is to master. But the magic passed down by Mephista in those dimensions. In the middle, there is the law authority of the Dimension Mephista as a bridge, and you can burn it however you want. 1 point of magic power can produce low-level magic, as well as high-level magic. 2 points of magic power, directly reaching the level of forbidden techniques and forbidden spells. It seems that these dimensional demons make the use of magic more convenient and easier. But in reality, once the magicians and believers in the Mephista dimension get used to this convenience and ease, they will no longer be able to see the true meaning of magic and will completely lose the ability to research and develop knowledge. Perhaps in a later period, the Ancient One discovered the conspiracies and intentions of the Mephistas in those dimensions. But once this convenient dimensional magic becomes popular, it will basically be impossible to stop it. If the Ancient One wants to turn the table, even allies like the 3 gods of S.H.I.E.L.D may stab the Ancient One in the back or even attack him directly. This may also be the real reason why Ancient One is unwilling to be Sorcerer Supreme, but cannot step down. Once the Ancient One steps down, the truth about the true meaning of magic and the development of knowledge structure will be completely buried. So Ancient One could only sit in Camartage, his mentality becoming increasingly indifferent. Well, it could also be a bad game. Only when someone like Mordo, S.H.I.E.L.D, Doctor Strange, etc. appears in Camartage and has the potential to see through the dimensional magic trap will he be accepted as a disciple. Unfortunately, in the original plot, Mordo and S.H.I.E.L.D were ultimately unable to break through the dimensional magic trap. Only Doctor Strange, with his persistent character and stubborn scientific thinking, discovered the truth and became the true successor of the Ancient One. Likewise, Doctor Strange cannot change the trend driven by Mephista in those dimensions. Therefore, after Doctor Strange succeeded Sorcerer Supreme, his personality became more and more similar to that of the Ancient One. Being mysterious, not interested in external things, speaking half-heartedly, etc. Many things are not what the Ancient One and Doctor Strange want. But once the truth is revealed and known by the Mephista in those dimensions, it will become a disaster for the world. Thinking of this, Roy started to complain. No wonder the Ancient One, knowing full well that he was following the traditional path of magic, and that he was involved in the Mafia and had secrets, was still willing to support him in his fight for the position of Sorcerer Supreme, and even let him fleece him. Sorcerer Supreme, what matters is strength, power, and glory? No, it is to protect the only remaining path to the true meaning of magic in the world and prevent it from being completely destroyed by the dimensional Mephisto. This is a responsibility, a huge responsibility. Once you accept this responsibility, or just like goo, guard the secret and heritage alone and wait for the opportunity. Otherwise, you can only become an enemy of Mephisto. After understanding the truth and secrets, she felt a moment of complaint and heaviness. Then, Roy quickly became firm again. Isn't it just the dimension Mephisto? Once my own magician tower and floating city are built, I will place Mephisto on my own experimental platform, just like the powerful magicians mentioned in the Philosopher's Stone. After understanding the basic runes of dimensional magic, it is not difficult at all to practice dimensional magic. What is truly rare is to unravel the principles of those dimensional magics that are extremely concise and practical, yet also carry enormous power. That is the true meaning of magic. It contains knowledge that directly points to the authority of law. Definitely, it is not an easy thing to achieve this step. Even for a natural magical holy body like the Ancient One, it took hundreds of years. Even so, the Ancient One could only barely maintain the stability of the material world and could not do more. The same goes for Roy. Even if Roy possesses a research-type ability spell like Crown of Wisdom, it is not easy to decipher the knowledge contained in those dimensional magics. Fortunately, Roy was not prepared to endure hundreds of years of hardship to dismantle the dimensional magic by himself. First, build up enough prestige in Camartage. Then, with the help of Camartage resources and power, he built his own magician tower, floating city, etc. Finally, dimensional magic was turned into a research topic and sent to various laboratories. As long as he has enough cattle and horses under his command, he will be able to completely uncover all the secrets of dimensional magic sooner or later. Teacher Ancient One is very strong, even a little bit great, but his style of hard training and fighting alone has long been outdated. The reason why Dimension Mephisto can become the top capitalist in the extraordinary world is because he has the source of magical energy in his hands. He also has it himself. Rather than letting the magicians of the world become slaves of the Dimension Mephisto in a daze, it is better to be one yourself. At least, he will not devour people's souls and will give people hope in pursuing the truth. 996, 007, and the like are blessings. 7 days later, Camartage Apprentice Square. It was a rare sight, with at least hundreds of official magicians and apprentices gathered together, each in groups of 3 or 5, discussing something. When Roy arrived with Lao Wang, Mordo was already waiting in the square fully armed. "You're here." "I am coming." "You shouldn't have come, but I'm already here." After entering the square, Lao Wang consciously stepped aside early. There were only Roy and Mordo, less than 20 meters apart, staring at each other, with a fighting spirit in the air. When the fight between Roy and Mordo spread, this is no longer a simple competition, but a prelude to the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Mordo, as the founding disciple of the Ancient One magician, is also extremely famous in Camartage. Originally, he was the favorite to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. Although Roy has not been in Camartage for long, he is highly valued by the Ancient One, especially after old Wang, the son of Camartage Chief Steward, completely surrendered to Roy. Roy quickly became a strong contender for the next Sorcerer Supreme. Whether it is Mordo or Roy, no matter who these two people are, if they lose in this competition, they are basically out. This is also the reason why Yadano defeated Yuendu with dimensional magic. Because Roy had anticipated the current situation 10 days ago. Both sides stood in the square. Mordo looked at Roy with an increasingly complicated expression, his heart actually churning. After breaking through the demonic barriers and achieving a breakthrough in the state of mind through seclusion, Mordo had actually already vaguely glimpsed some of the secrets about the dimensional magic trap, and he agreed with Roy's behavior of dismantling the basic runes in the library. Even in his heart, Mordo already believed that he was on par with Roy in terms of magical aptitude. But Mordo originally had supporters behind him, and he couldn't just quit. Roy, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. I can postpone this fight. Brother Mordo, that's not necessary. Well, since you insist on doing this, I won't let you off even a little bit. Brother Mordo, just come over here. At this point, there is no turning back for either side. Mordo had long known Roy's strength and did not underestimate him at all. He reached out and pulled out the short stick behind him, then attacked Roy like a wolf. The short staff magic weapon was swung in the air, and several magic whips took shape out of thin air, winding towards Roy like spirit snakes. The moment the magic whip appeared, Mordo stomped his feet hard, and his magic shoes lit up with layers of light. In a very clever way, he avoided Roy's field of vision and came from midair behind Roy. 0-0. The magic whip formed a winding light curtain. The short staff magical weapon blooms with layers of runes and attacks from behind like a spear. Mordo has already mastered this little combo to perfection. Even many well-known magicians will suffer if they are not careful. But just when everyone thought Roy was at a disadvantage and was about to lose, Roy spread out his 5 fingers and lifted them up from the bottom. Mirror Space Lotus platform mode. Layer upon layer of spatial folds, like broken glass mirrors, spread out from under Roy's feet, forming a lotus shape visible to the naked eye, protecting him. Be it a magic whip or a magic wand, they cannot break through the distorted dimensional space barrier. As a result, Mordo's offensive was thwarted. In the instant when Mordo had no time to change his offensive, Roy stood in the lotus space like a javelin, turned his palm over, and pushed outwards fiercely. Mirrored space, lotus pattern. The lotus platform space that originally wrapped and protected Roy was like a lotus that turned over and bloomed, spreading outwards smoothly and then closing in. At this moment, even if Mordo was wearing magic shoes, he could not escape the sweep of the mirror lotus. This scene also shocked all the magicians around. Kamar-Taj had been established for over 200 years, and apart from the Ancient One magician who rarely took action, almost no one could have imagined or achieved the ability to change the mirror space into a shape-shifting state with such ease. This is a direct way to play with the mirror space, just as people were exclaiming and talking secretly. However, a portal opened in the mirror space of the Lotus mode. Although Mordo fell down in a mess, he still jumped out of it with a nimble figure. After coming out, Mordo swung the magic wand without stopping. The magic short staff, which was originally only about 2 feet long, suddenly turned into a 9-section whip connected by magic. I have to say that Mordo, as the eldest brother of Kamar-Taj, is quite capable. His combat awareness is beyond the reach of ordinary people. In Kamar-Taj, above the apprentice square, the battle intensified. In the first round of the battle, Mordo took the initiative to launch an attack, but was counterattacked by Roy into the mirror space, which put him at a slight disadvantage. However, Mordo has a strong sense of combat, holding a ring in one hand and a magic 9-section whip in the other. Continuously, portals are opening in all directions. The 9-section whip, transformed from the magic short stick, was like a venomous snake that appeared out of nowhere and was ready to devour Roy at any time. Faced with this violent attack, Roy was not panicked at all. With a flick of his finger, layers of Ragador rings appeared, forming a magical armor on Roy in the form of scales. Protected by this magic armor, Roy simply ignored the attack from the magic wand, formed a seal with his hands, and made a precasting motion. Then, the Bossat thunder exploded. The huge area of thunder and lightning, like a spirit of destruction, bounced back and forth across the entire square, destroying all the portals while bombarding the model with the power of magma, thunder, and fire. When seeing Roy's spell precasting, Mordo's face changed drastically. He didn't care that the magic wand's attack was destroyed and immediately launched a full defense. S.H.I.E.L.D. It was a bit difficult for Mordo to cast this defensive magic alone. However, just as the magic defense shield raised by Mordo's hands was about to break, the thunder in the sky also dissipated. Ordinary apprentices could not see the mystery in it. They only felt that Mordo was quite powerful and had great luck. But many of the formal magicians who looked astonished were very clear about it. In this wave of attack, Mordo was defeated. Roy deliberately held back. For a moment, Roy and Mordo stopped selling and seemed to be recovering their magic power. Then, Mordo seemed to struggle internally for a moment, then quickly threw away his magic wand and said, "Roy, you win, but this shouldn't be your limit. What other tricks do you have? Use them all and make me admit defeat." After Mordo admitted defeat, the battle was actually over. However, as the eldest brother of Camartage, Mordo does have some magnanimity and broad-mindedness after all. Taking advantage of his own failure, he might as well build a raft for Roy to make Roy's reputation even greater. Roy said neatly, "Okay, Mordo has created a big stage for himself, and he will naturally not disappoint people. One thought and the flowers bloom, butterflies dance all over the world. Catch the wind and turn it into a knife. Thousands of sword energies." Roy stomped his foot and transformed Hoggs's ancient body, which was purely used for the defensive spell of energy absorbing, into an incomparably gorgeous flower. The exotic flowers are brilliant, and they also come with auxiliary magic such as mind-trapping and humanoid charm, attracting everyone's attention. When everyone is intoxicated, the strange flower shattered and turned into butterflies that filled the entire square. The butterflies fluttered and connected with the shape of a keen, like thousands of duplications, stirring up a heavy storm. This storm, the wind of Wadham, condensed all the defensive positions and formed streams of air as sharp as blades. In the overlapping air currents, the holy sword of S.H.I.E.L.D is also filled. The boundless and gorgeous magic is like a grand and magnificent fireworks. But within each of those fireworks, there is a terrifying and shocking destructive power. Watching these scenes, not only Mordo, but everyone present was stunned. The ancient body of Hoggs, the form of Acorn, the wind of Vadam, and the sacred sword of S.H.I.E.L.D. These spells are extremely powerful white magics from the Camartage book of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is difficult for ordinary people to master even one. Not to mention, Roy almost made these magics come to life. Every change in that form made the magicians present intoxicated. There are also the previous Lotus Mirror Space, Ragador Ring Armor, etc. It took a full half hour. Mordo was the first to wake up from the shock and intoxication. When he looked at Roy again, his eyes were no longer complicated and entangled as before, but were filled with calmness and admiration. "Brother Roy, you are a true magical genius. The teacher was right to choose you." Mordo's words were a bit obscure, but many people have already heard that Mordo has not only been eliminated from the Sorcerer Supreme competition, but has also been completely convinced and is ready to switch to supporting Roy. There is no doubt that this also means that all the magicians in Mordo's family will support Roy Zero. In addition, there is the support of the local faction represented by the Wong family. All of a sudden, many magicians present began to feel excited. You should know that in the entire Camartage, in addition to the Orthodox faction represented by Mordo and the local faction represented by the old Wong family, there is still a largest faction, which is the Holy Place Action faction represented by Caecilius. Apart from this, the other scattered neutral factions and wild magician factions have no ambitions. In other words, Roy already has nearly 2/3 of the people supporting him to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. This battle not only brought Roy's prestige, but also won the support of the people. In the next period of time, Roy did not immerse himself in the library all the time. Instead, under the guidance of Lao Wang and Mordo, he began to frequently contact the neutral faction, wild magician faction, etc. Even with the joint support of Lao Wang and Mordo, Roy even began to become familiar with the 3 holy places. At the same time, Roy also began to spread the magic structures, changes, techniques, etc. that he had summarized. This extremely generous and selfless behavior not only earned Roy the recognition of the vast majority of people. In the process of imparting this kind of spell, Roy also vaguely suggested that a wave of magical reforms might be triggered. At this time, it is unrealistic to ask everyone to start practicing meditation, but it is still possible to provide early guidance and lay the foundation for 2.5 and beyond. For a while, throughout Kamartaj, a trend of studying the changes in magical structures began to emerge. Wait until the situation gradually stabilizes. Roy is also planning to leave Kamartaj for some time. Kamartaj is a great help for Roy to establish a real magical power, but it is not something that can be fully mastered in a short period of time. Even if the Ancient One magician asked Roy to take over the position of Sorcerer Supreme now, Roy did not have the strength and prestige. In contrast, Roy continued to stay in Kamartaj to study magic, but his efficiency was not that outstanding. It would be better to return to your own nest and accumulate more resources. Furthermore, Roy was still thinking about the 3,000 holy souls that Ghost Rider could summon. Kamartaj is actually a very wonderful place, both closed and open. Although he's the most powerful supernatural overlord on the entire Earth, he is so low-key and quiet that everyone is surprised. At the same time, Kamartaj is almost becoming an independent demiplane and has access to the internet. In this case, Roy spent half a year in Kamartaj, and it was not that he had no contact with the outside world. Every now and then, Roy would video chat with Veronica, Emma, and even Natasha Romanoff. Let's not talk about Natasha Romanoff for now. The progress is very slow. Nick Fury has only been the S.H.I.E.L.D. director for a few years and has been very tight-lipped about all kinds of power. It is not an easy task for Natasha Romanoff to use the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. to find clues about the Red Room and Dreykov without anyone noticing. Even Natasha Romanoff wanted to take leave to investigate the Arctic Owl prison, but she didn't have the time. In this situation, Natasha Romanoff has deeply hated Nick Fury, the Black-Brined Egg, and is preparing to secretly collect evidence against Nick Fury and bring him down. Recently, Natasha Romanoff and a S.H.I.E.L.D. cyber intelligence agent named S.H.I.E.L.D. have become allies. That's right, it's the bald Hydra who was run over by a truck in Captain America 2. At the beginning, Natasha Romanoff told Roy that someone in S.H.I.E.L.D. was also dissatisfied with Nick Fury. Roy was also surprised. Later, when Roy learned the name S.H.I.E.L.D., he was even more shocked. Roy allowed Natasha Romanoff to stay in S.H.I.E.L.D. without giving her too many resources and intelligence, hoping to temper her temper. Unexpectedly, Natasha Romanoff is so wild that she actually has a connection with S.H.I.E.L.D. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., it's not impossible. Compared to S.H.I.E.L.D., Roy quite appreciates S.H.I.E.L.D. Putting aside some of Hydra's brutal individuals and slogans of world domination. Just based on Hydra's style of doing things, it is much stronger than S.H.I.E.L.D. At least, Hydra is a team that is united as one, shared what they have, not afraid of danger, and focused on their work. They're all working diligently, and their motivation is simply maxed out. And what did S.H.I.E.L.D. under the leadership of Black Egg do? They engage in PUA, corruption, disaster, and trouble, and are useless, and even hold things back. Even under the protection of the Black Salted Egg, the Skrulls expanded wildly on Earth. Looking at the entire Marvel movie universe, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s only role is probably to bring together the Avengers. Well, the Avengers quickly became independent, clearly showing that they didn't want to play with S.H.I.E.L.D. If we can get on the path of Hydra through Natasha Romanoff and then take control of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D., it will be much more useful than S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, Roy did not remind Natasha Romanoff and allowed Natasha Romanoff to stir up trouble in S.H.I.E.L.D. Without the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s threat level is not as high as that of vampires. Except for Natasha Romanoff's contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. Roy was about to leave Kamartaj for another reason. Emma had sent him a message that she had found traces of Johnny Blaze. But before leaving Kamartaj, Roy planned to meet the Ancient One teacher. He was the definite successor to Kamartaj, the future Sorcerer Supreme, and the heir to his teacher. Even Doctor Strange in the original story got a magic cloak. Then I can't be any worse. Well, I don't need a magic cloak myself. It's not good to look too retro when I go out. What's more, with adaptive evolution, when he asked Ancient One for guidance last time, Roy had already evolved the flight skill during the half-hour-long infinite fall of the portal of the Camartage 10 tortures. The magic cloak's function is somewhat redundant. Just when Roy was thinking about how to get the wool from teacher Ancient One, a portal flashed by. When Roy came to his senses, he was already on the balcony on the roof of the New York to Holy Place. 177A, Bleecker Street, Greenwich Village, New York City. Yes, it was the Holy Place address that Roy had once searched for in New York. But at that time, Roy knew nothing about dimensional magic, so he couldn't find the existence of New York to Holy Place. Not to mention, the Holy Place in New York was originally a prehistoric relic of Agamotto, carefully crafted by the two extremely powerful Sorcerer Supremes. It would be strange if Roy could find his way from New York to the Holy Place. But now, Roy is no longer surprised. Looking at the Ancient One on the balcony, he was very leisurely and comfortable, drinking tea among the flower pots and plants. He took another look at the bustling New York streets outside the mirror space. Roy quickly stepped forward and said politely, "Teacher." The Ancient One looked up at Roy and interrupted, "Roy, Camartage doesn't have any magic items suitable for you." Roy wasn't surprised at all that the Ancient One could guess the purpose of his visit. Roy had gone through Ancient One's collection many times before in Camartage. As the Ancient One said, whether it's Camartage, sling ring, or magic cloak, most of them are used to help Camartage magicians cast spells. Most of the Ancient One's collection over the past few hundred years was spent on the construction of the 3 holy places. Roy's expression suddenly fell. 080 said, "But Master, I'm going to help you deal with Mephisto. How about you lend me the Eye of Agamotto for a while?" Ancient One gave Roy a helpless look. In the original storyline, the Ancient One dared to give the Eye of Agamotto to Doctor Strange. That's because the Ancient One knew that even if he gave Doctor Strange the Eye of Agamotto, it wouldn't cause any major trouble in a short period of time. He also hoped that Doctor Strange could use the power of the Time Gem to learn all the knowledge of Camartage as quickly as possible in the time loop. But Roy is different. Firstly, Ancient One knew Roy very well and knew that Roy had no intention of practicing asceticism at all. He was only thinking about doing big things, such as building a magician tower and high-floating city. Secondly, Roy's ability to stir up trouble is much stronger than Doctor Strange's. Even a magician tower and the floating city have not been seen yet. But at this stage, there is already a pool of magic elements with infinite energy in Roy's Fairyland Manor. If Roy really makes some moves based on the magic element pool, Eye of Agamotto, and Time Gem, even Gusher might find it very difficult to deal with. But looking at Roy's expression of not leaving unless given benefits, the Ancient One grew increasingly frustrated. He waved through the portal, retrieved 3 items, and then, with another sweep of his hand, sent Roy out of New York and directly outside Holy Place. New York, Wonderland Garden, in a big villa. When Roy returned to his home, the first thing he did was to call Veronica and Emma back to study driving techniques. Experienced drivers are all the same. If they don't touch a car for half a year, they start to feel itchy. Wait until you've had enough of racing. While Veronica and Emma were maintaining their respective vehicles, Roy, freshly dressed, came to the magic laboratory on the underground floor. He took advantage of his free time to study the wool he had just plucked from Teacher Goo. A piece of world tree branch, a large piece of URU metal, and a piece of amber wrapped in a strange insect. These 3 items are all high-quality items that Roy cannot reach at this stage. I have to say that Teacher Ancient One is very wealthy. As long as you are willing to beg for it, you can always get some good things. Not to mention the branches and leaves of the world tree. This thing is a treasure even if it is placed in the Chaos Star realm. It just so happened that Roy had long wanted to refine his Book of Abolition. The branches and leaves of the world's trees are the best materials. With this thing, Roy could create the prototype of the Book of Truth early on. URU metal is a specialty of Asgard and the top-grade magical metal. On the surface, this thing looks like a stone, but in fact, it is a rare substance that was born at the place where the universe exploded. It has excellent magical affinity and can efficiently carry and operate magical energy. At the same time, it has extremely strong rigidity and is an excellent material for making magic weapons. Many Marvel artifacts, such as Mjolnir and Thanos' blade, are made of URU metal. With this thing, plus the top-level soul crystal extracted from the defective origin of all things, Roy planned to use this to create a top-level golem puppet to use as a trump card. As for weapons and such, Roy is not in a hurry for now, because he is a magician. If necessary, Roy remembered that the dwarfs sheltered by Asgard had a Stormbreaker blueprint, which was quite good. Stormbreaker is so powerful that Thor can't control it. It's better to let yourself take control of the future. As for the last piece of amber wrapped with strange insects, it is also a very good thing. This thing is from Teacher Ancient One's collection. It is an extremely rare and bizarre creature that has been passed down from the prehistoric magic age, called a jewel worm. Roy used his identification skills to examine the gems, and found that the gems in that class were still alive. If Roy could create a mineral vein with sufficient magical environment and extract the gem bugs, he could cultivate the population again and produce a constant supply of magic gems. That's right, this kind of gem worm reproduces by splitting, eating magic minerals, and producing magic gems. Magic gems are what Roy needs most right now. Magic circles, magic pillars, golem puppets, potion making, magic factories, etc. Whenever there is any aspect related to magic experiments, the application of magic gems is indispensable. When a stall was small, Roy can also use natural gemstones obtained from the market to magic, even if the efficiency is lower, and with some low-level soul crystals, it can be used foolishly. But as Roy's business grows, the shortage of magic gems will become a major constraint. If the gem swarm could be bred, a big problem will be solved. A teacher is a teacher. He has solved the problem that has been bothering me for 3 days. I have not shown my filial piety as a disciple. I should visit my teacher more often in the future. Just as Roy was playing with the prehistoric amber in his hand, Veronica and Emma also maintained the vehicle and came to the magic laboratory. Sister Winnie, what's going on? This stinky man has to go into the lab as soon as he comes back, and he won't even spend more time with us. Emma, that's not what you said when you were speeding just now. I don't know who was driving too fast and kept screaming to stop and get off. You be asterisk, 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 D. Roy. Stop talking. Honey, stop it. While you're away, Emma is the one running the group. Be careful not to cut off your financial resources. The three of them made a fuss in the laboratory for a while. After the laughter died down, Roy finally got down to business and said, Emma, how much information have you found about Johnny Blaze? There's also a leisure area in the magic laboratory. Emma lay in Roy's arms and said with a hint of resentment, Master Roy is really easygoing. He just left the name Johnny and walked away. Do you know how many Johnnies there are in the American South? At least several million. God, just screening the information of these millions of people must have cost at least tens of millions. It would have been fine if they didn't mention the serious matter, but when she brought up this matter, Emma hit Roy's thigh hard. In response, Roy just smiled awkwardly and tried to comfort her. In this matter, Roy was indeed somewhat at fault. When Roy first thought of the plot of Ghost Rider, he had completely forgotten the name of the protagonist. He only remembered the motorcycle stuntman, Johnny. Then Roy left the matter to Emma and went to Kamar Taj. Now that I think about it, it seems a bit unreasonable. Although the name Johnny is not as common as Tom, William, and others in America, it can be seen everywhere. It is not impossible that there are millions of people named Johnny. After a while of comfort, Emma casually pointed, pulling up a projection in the magic lab, and saying, based on the information you mentioned, I contacted people from the White House. Combined with some information your lover, Natasha Romanoff, got from S.H.I.E.L.D, I finally locked onto this person. As she spoke, Emma, good job, paused and reached out to pull. Under the magic projection, an image of a blonde white man with a long face and a pointed chin appeared. He looked unremarkable, but had a unique melancholic temperament. This man is quite similar to Nicholas Zhao Si, no cage. The moment he saw this man, Roy was almost certain that this was the Ghost Rider. And at this time, Emma continued. Johnny Blaze, a famous motorcycle stuntman from Texas. It's highly consistent with the clues you provided. He lost his father at a young age, has an ex-girlfriend who's a hostess, likes to eat rainbow jelly beans, and has some mysterious things on him. According to S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence, many of the mysterious deaths of gangsters in Texas are related to him. But Johnny has very clean connections, so no one can find any evidence. Based on the clues collected by Emma, Roy speculated that the plot has not yet begun, but it should be soon. Today, Johnny Hot is very famous in America. He will soon hold a Johnny Hot motorcycle stunt tour, and there is a high probability that he will meet his ex-girlfriend. Once Johnny Blaze runs into his ex, Mephisto should show up. 1 month is not too tight. Mephisto, this old B********************, D, is a well-known demon lord in the dimension of hell. Roy plans to get involved in the plot of Ghost Rider, and also wants to snatch the souls of the 3,000 fallen saints that Mephisto has been planning for 100 years. This is definitely not an easy task, and it can even be said to be very dangerous. If that's the case, Roy planned to use URU metal to create a golem puppet that could be used as a backup, and then go to Texas to stir up trouble. Well, before going, I have to notify teacher Ancient One to keep it as a safety precaution. Do what you think. In the following time, Roy quickly took action. In the alchemy inherited from the Philosopher's Stone, there are many techniques for making golem puppets. From the lowest level clay puppet, to the elementary level rock puppet, to the medium level steel puppet, high level golem puppet, as well as the top level holy statue puppet, forbidden magic puppet, neutron star puppet, etc. These golem puppet series are extremely strictly divided in terms of functionality and combat power, especially the top-level golem puppets, which can at least reach the combat power of a 7-ring magician. Just like the top-level neutron star golem puppet series, it even needs to be made of the neutron star core and a legendary soul crystal as the core. Once it is born, it can almost hunt down demigods. Roy currently does not have the materials or the ability to create this top-level golem puppet. But with the help of the magic element pool, Roy was still able to create a top-level 7-ring golem puppet. For example, Roy's goal this time is to create the Saint Angel golem puppet. This kind of sacred golem puppet not only possesses extremely powerful physical melee abilities, but can also imprint many top sacred spells in its spirituality. Even if this kind of holy statue puppet only has the strength of the 7th ring, its combat power will be increased by 1 ring after facing the dark creatures. The 8-ring level of suppression, S.H.I.E.L.D, is enough to deal with Mephisto. As Mephisto from the Hell Dimension, he had no ability to descend into the material world in person before the 3-dimensional barriers to the holy place were broken. Definitely, there are ancient markets on Earth. Even if a scoundrel like Mephisto had the chance to show up in person, he would never dare to do so. At most, Mephisto would split a part of the soul and create a more sophisticated duplication. Mephisto's duplication will never reach the 9th ring level. After all, the Ancient One magician was only at the 9th ring level and was already able to directly defeat Mephisto's true form. As long as Mephisto duplication strength does not reach the 9th ring, there will be no problem for him to be held back by the holy statue puppet. It took more than 20 days. Roy and Veronica are the main players, and Emma is often drafted as well. Relying on the endless supply of magic power from the elemental pool, after consuming a large amount of extremely precious materials, such as URU metal, vibranium, and refined gold. An angel puppet with a slender figure, about 1.8 meters tall, holding a rapier and wearing armor, was completely formed. This holy statue puppet was named Silver Angel by Roy. Its physical melee ability alone is enough to reach the level of world destruction and can even penetrate planets. In addition, the Silver Angel is also engraved with a series of powerful sacred spells, such as the Holy Light, Silver Holy Fire, Holy Strike, Angel Judgment, and the Holy Sword of S.H.I.E.L.D. Especially at the core, Roy unprecedentedly replicated the ability spell Curse of the Abyss on it. although this replica version of the ability spell can only be effective up to 80%. However, combined with the top-level soul crystal condensed from the origin of all things, this holy image puppet directly possesses certain growth attributes. As long as the Silver Angel continues to kill dark creatures, it can absorb the source of negative energy and continue to grow. To put it bluntly, this is definitely a super killing weapon against dark creatures. If Roy has the opportunity in the future, he will open the door to the Hell dimension. At that time, this Silver Angel will be thrown into Hell to kill and devour enough dark creatures. Roy had no idea how far this Silver Angel would eventually grow. In a magic laboratory, under the watchful eyes of Veronica and Emma, Roy very seriously placed the magic crystals accumulated in the magic element pool into the body of the Silver Angel. Accompanied by the dazzling magic halo, it flows along countless magic patterns. A moment later, 10 golden eyes suddenly appeared under the Silver Angel's helmet. It's done! The Silver Angel activated, and although there was no movement at all, the incomparably powerful sacred force field emanating from it alone made Roy and the other two terrified. This is when Roy originally had the core control over Silver Angel. Even Veronica and Emma have secondary control over Silver Angel. Otherwise, Roy highly suspected that the terrifying sacred force field emanating from the Silver Angel alone would be enough to cause him serious injuries. Then Roy laughed out loud and said, "With this thing, I'm invincible. Don't eat beef. If you want to stop eating beef in the future, just don't eat beef." As Roy laughed, Veronica and Emma also showed happy expressions on their faces. But soon, Veronica calmed Roy down, saying, "Dear, don't get too carried away. Although the Silver Angel is extremely powerful, the magic crystal output of the elemental pool can't keep up." Hearing Veronica's words, Roy quickly subsided his wild expression. There is nothing wrong with this. The power of Silver Angel is all based on sufficient energy supply. Even if all the magic crystals accumulated in the element pool of Wonderland Manor for more than half a year were added to the body of Silver Angel, it would only be enough for it to fight at full strength for a few hours at most. This kind of top-level golem puppet is usually driven by a small elemental furnace. The elemental furnace is an upgraded version of the magic elemental pool. Unless Roy has an endless supply of precious magic materials. Even if he built a magician tower, he would not dare to create a few top-level golem puppets. Forget it, I actually like beef. El Paso, Texas. This is a city located on the border between America and Mexico and is separated from the Mexican border city of Ciudad Juarez by only a river. After finding out information about Johnny Blaze, Roy did not go directly to the capital of Texas to find Johnny Blaze, but brought Veronica to this border city. City Center, Holiday Inn Hilton, Penthouse Suite. Roy looked at John Wick, whom he hadn't seen for half a year, and nodded with satisfaction. John Wick is basically hopeless in terms of magic, but he is still very capable on the path of knighthood. Half a year ago, when he opened up the pool of magic elements, John Wick had just condensed the seed of life. In just half a year, John Wick's strength has reached the mid-level of the first ring. To put it bluntly, in terms of physical strength alone, John Wick has far surpassed super soldiers like Captain America. If he were supplemented by fighting spirit and magic firearms, even the nascent Spider-Man would hardly be John Wick's opponent. When Roy first created Silver Angel, he gave John Wick an order. Let John Wick lead his men to the city of El Paso, first to make a foray and familiarize themselves with the environment. But now, looking at the three familiar yet ambiguous celebrity faces behind John Wick, Roy was completely confused. An uncle version of the black actor Denzel. A vicissitudes of life version of Uncle Ba with white hair. A homeless version of the young Professor X. Are they going to the sky? Or are they preparing to form a star killer camp? After taking a quick look at the three of them, Roy looked at John Wick again and said, "John, would you like me to introduce you?" John Wick still looked dead and said simply, "Yep, boss, this is Robert, Duncan, and Willis." Roy narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is it over?" John Wick, "Yep." Looking at John Wick's expressionless face, Roy almost laughed out of anger. In fact, Veronica, who was next to Roy, was laughing out loud without any hesitation, looking very happy. Roy took a deep breath and said, "John, I'll give you a chance. Tell me more details." Roy swore that if he didn't know John Wick's loyalty remained unchanged, he would definitely kill him. There was a faint magical aura floating in the living room of the suite. John Wick's scalp tingled, and he said stiffly, "Boss, this is what I mean. Robert Michael is a retired CIA black commando and a cousin of Frank Lucas. Because of Frank Lucas's death, Robert investigated the boss and tried to sneak into Wonderland Manor. Then he got lost, was captured by me, and turned from darkness to light. At this point, Robert, who already had a black face, began to turn purple. As a top agent, it would be embarrassing if people told others that you got lost, were captured, or defected to the light." Then Robert added, "Mr. Roy, I can swear that I don't mean to hurt you. Actually, during my investigation, after I learned that Frank Lucas was a drug lord, I had the intention of keeping the peace. It was just out of curiosity, so the magic circle of Wonderland Manor is still very powerful, especially after refining the magic element pool. With sufficient magic power supply, the magic circle of Wonderland Manor cannot be deciphered even by a magician with slightly weaker strength. All I can say is that it's quite impressive that Robert is not affected by the exorcism spell. At the very least, it proves that Robert has a very strong will." At this time, Roy also remembered Robert's origin, the knight in The Equalizer. This guy is okay. In his previous life, Ling Fo quite liked the movie The Equalizer. Roy nodded and said, "From now on, just like John, call me boss." Robert didn't dare to refute, nodded gently, and then stepped aside. Then, Roy's eyes fell on the gray-haired Uncle Ba, who was wearing an eye patch. This time, John Wick introduced him tactfully. "Boss, this is Duncan Vigelaw, a friend of mine and a member of the assassin world, nicknamed Black Caesar. Some time ago, after Duncan retired, his company signed a pension agreement and wanted a default on it, so they set him up. After Duncan escaped from his predicament, he resorted to some tactics to demand his salary, and the situation became quite intense." Roy interrupted John and said, "Wait, you said the scene was a bit intense. How intense was it?" John Wick opened his mouth, not wanting to continue, and turned to look at Duncan. Duncan took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Roy, when I was demanding my wages, the enemy resisted fiercely, causing a fire that burned down an entire town and half of Yellowstone Park. The Montana state government is currently suing, but the company has gone bankrupt." Well, Roy also remembered this person. Zero, the retired killer from The Impossible. Compared to the intense scene where Duncan burned half of Yellowstone Park, the original movie was a low-budget one. Roy's mouth twitched, and he asked, "How much compensation?" Duncan, originally a rather aloof and experienced man, blushed upon hearing this and said, 80 million. The entity being sued is the assassination company, and I was actually implicated. Roy was speechless and waved his hand, saying, "All right, the group is paying for this, so you stay on the side." Duncan was obviously relieved and stood with Robert. Finally, Roy looked at Professor X, a young man who looked like a homeless man. John Wick forced a smile and said, "Boss, Willis is the son of a killer friend of mine. His father died in—" Roy interrupted directly and said, "Don't worry, I know, the Fate Assassin Mutual Aid Society, right? Different from Robert and Duncan." Roy remembered Willis quite clearly. He was from the movie Wanted. The gun-shaking technique, arc ballistics, bullet time, and other techniques in it were quite trendy. In the original plot, after his father died, Willis suddenly exploded and killed everyone in the Mutual Aid Society. In reality, Willis is probably not that awesome, but Roy didn't expect that Willis's father was related to John Wick. Unexpectedly, John Wick looks like a wooden man, but he has a wide range of friends. To Roy, the trouble with Willis was nothing. The Assassin's Mutual Aid Society may seem to have fancy gun skills, but in reality, they only pose a greater threat to ordinary people. When facing extraordinary forces, they are just average. But after we finish dealing with things in Texas, instead, John Wick could return to New York and help Willis destroy the Mutual Aid Society. At least, Roy was quite interested in the fraternity's art ballistics. After accepting Robert, Duncan, and Willis, Roy didn't waste any more time on these trivial matters. He looked at John Wick and said, "John, have you found the village of St. Venganza that I asked you to investigate?" When it came to business, John Wick's demeanor changed. He became serious and said, "Boss, I found it. In the village of San Venganza, only the ruins of 030 remain, but there is a church and cemetery on the outskirts. The gravekeeper in the cemetery gave me a very dangerous feeling. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, I did not go near the ruins of San Venganza village and only took photos from the periphery." After he finished speaking, John Wick quickly came over with a stack of photos. After hearing John Wick's findings, Roy just glanced at the photos and quickly recalled some fragmented memories of Ghost Rider. In the original plot, was there a gravekeeper watching, or was it the previous generation of Ghost Rider? And Roy remembered that the St. Van Gogh contract seemed to be in the hands of the gravekeeper. Is it inside the leg of a church table, or inside the handle of a shovel? It's all Cage's fault. He's acted in so many movies that I can't even remember them all. The mind is clear. Mind Palace. Roy felt his memory was a little confused, so he quickly cast 2 psychic auxiliary spells developed by Emma on himself. Then, his originally confused memory suddenly became extremely clear. The movie scenes of Ghost Rider flow through my memory like light and shadow. Although the plot and memory cannot be fully trusted in the world of American variety shows, it can at least serve as a reference. It's that shovel. This St. Venganza contract is hidden in the handle of the gravekeeper's shovel. By the way, there are also several demons, such as Wishima. Forget it. Let's give up on those demons for now. I was planning to ambush Fister at the ruins of St. Venganza village. Don't let a few demons from hell ruin your important plans. After obtaining the specific location of the ruins of St. Venganza village, John Wick and his 3 companions were no longer needed here. Whether it is Mephisto, the devil from hell, or Ghost Rider, and so on. This level of existence is not something that John Wick and others can deal with. Then, Roy told John Wick directly Natasha Romanoff's secret contact information. After returning to New York, during these 20 days, Roy also had the idea of eating Natasha Romanoff. But after contacting them, I found out that Natasha Romanoff had found some clues about the Black Widows, and they had been working in Mohage recently. John Wick and his 3 companions took advantage of the time they were dealing with the Ghost Rider incident to help Natasha Romanoff. John Wick and the other 3 did not object and quickly took the order and left. Until this time, Roy just glanced at the photo, opened a portal, and came to the cemetery outside the ruins of St. Venganza village with Veronica. With the strength of Roy and Veronica, the previous generation Ghost Rider, who was already at the end of his life, naturally didn't notice it. After some investigation, Roy and his companions found the St. Venganza contract in a worn-out iron shovel in the cemetery. Without alerting the previous generation Ghost Rider, Roy took the contract away without anyone noticing, and also left a mirror space in the cemetery. After blinding the previous generation Ghost Rider, not long after, Roy and his companions arrived at the ruins of St. Venganza village. More than 100 years later, a large number of religious buildings can still be seen in this site. There used to be more than 3,000 people in this village, almost all of whom were God's most devout believers. However, Mephisto schemed to cause the saints to fall, and overnight, the entire village died. Even though more than 100 years have passed, standing in this relic, one can faintly hear the echoes of history and the lamentations of the saints. Roy sighed and said, "Winnie, baby, can you sense the breath of those undead?" Veronica, because she once sealed Morgana, a top-level undead magician, within her body, her soul is extremely sensitive to the undead. Because of the contract and Mephisto, even Roy couldn't sense the souls of those saints, even with the St. Venganza contract in hand. If they want to find those holy souls in advance without alerting Mephisto, Veronica is the only one. For quite a while, Veronica held the St. Venganza contract in her hand, suddenly opened her eyes and revealed a hint of Yuan Shang's expression. Found it. My dear, those souls are still here. Mephisto cultivated a demiplane here. And this St. Venganza contract is the key to that demiplane. Damn Mephisto, it wants to use this demiplane to open a passage to hell. The truth behind the St. Van Gogh's contract was even more shocking than Roy had imagined. Roy originally thought that the people of San Venganza Village were just a group of victims of Mephisto's soul abduction on Earth. Unexpectedly, the souls of these people are an anchor coordinate. Roy didn't know how Mephisto deceived the people of St. Venganza Village, or why he lost the contract more than 100 years ago. But Roy knew very well that once this place was really transformed into a passage to hell by Mephisto, that would undoubtedly be a catastrophe for humanity on Earth. Fortunately, I discovered the conspiracy against the 4.7 party in advance. When Roy came to look for the St. Venganza contract, he had a little intention of robbing his fellow thieves. Now it seems that I am the messenger of justice and the savior of the Earth. Trash Mephisto, you want to invade your own Earth? What a joke. It just so happened that after he collected the souls of the 3,000 saints, he could hide the newly created holy statue puppet, Silver Angel, in that dimension to give Mephisto, the evildoer, a surprise. But if that's the case, we can't just wait here. According to the original plot, Johnny Blaze had a duel with the witch heart demon here. But Mephisto didn't leave, which showed how insincere he was. I don't have any drafts saved. I write and upload them on the same day. There's still one chapter left. It's already 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening. I'm looking for subscriptions. The demiplane that Mephisto hid in the village of St. Venganza was extremely concealed. It used the interweaving principle of light and darkness to lock everything in the shadows. This kind of demiplane is like an ant hole hidden in a gap in a football field. Above the ant hole, there are 3,000 fallen saints' souls, like footprints covering the existence of the ant hole. Ordinary people, even those with a St. Venganza contract. Once the contract is activated, it will be hit by the souls of the 3,000 fallen saints. The dead souls transform from the souls of 3,000 fallen saints. If you're not careful, even the Ancient One might suffer small loss. But unfortunately, he met Veronica, a fifth-ring magician who had fought a 1,300-year soul battle with a world-destroying undead witch. When it comes to sensing the undead, dealing with the undead, and understanding the undead, Ancient One is no match for Veronica. Even though Roy once extracted a large amount of undead magic knowledge from Morgana's soul. But Roy's understanding of this knowledge is limited to understanding. Veronica, however, had spent 1,300 years dismantling these undead magics countless times, even mastering them more than the Merlin tradition she had learned. 09, in other words, Veronica disliked the undead because they were dirty and smelly. Otherwise, Veronica herself would be an upgraded version of the world-destroying witch. After a little induction, Veronica quickly reported the coordinates of the demiplane hidden in the shadows of the St. Venganza ruins. With the coordinates, this half-plane is like a safe with a password known to Roy, which is even more exciting than opening a blind box. The Spark Circle of Kamar Taj. No, it is a portal. The full name is the Any Dimension Portal. With Veronica's intelligent support, Roy quickly locked onto the demiplane barrier and stretched out his hand. Portals flashing with orange and yellow sparks appeared in the shadows of the St. Venganza ruins. At the moment when those portals just opened, the undead howl. The souls of 3,000 fallen saints suddenly let out a shockwave of howls. The wails of the dead souls not only have the feeling of shattering vacuum due to sound waves, but also the impact on the soul that goes straight to the heart. Unfortunately, Veronica, who was extremely familiar with the undead, had already made preparations. Before the undead even had time to wail and rush out of the portal, Veronica touched a bracelet on her wrist, and with a flash of ice blue light, a ghost that looked like a cartoon ice girl appeared beside her. Howling banshees are the top-level race among the ghost races. According to legend, Screaming Jenny, the wailing queen of the kingdom of the dead, is the biological sister of Lilith, the ancestor of vampires. See the appearance of the wailing banshee. Roy paused the series of silencing, protection, and stunning spells he had prepared and looked at Veronica. Veronica gave Roy a reassuring look. Immediately, the wailing banshee rushed into the air, opened her mouth, and sucked in the sound waves in the sky into her body. As a result, a large amount of pure death energy in the bodies of those saint undead souls was also sucked away. The undead, transformed from the souls of fallen saints, simply have astonishing potential. In essence, these undead are just low-level ghosts formed by self-destructive resentment and have never even established any connection with the kingdom of the dead. When facing a superior ghost race like the Howling Banshee, these so-called saintly undead souls don't even have the ability to resist. What is professionalism? This is called professionalism. In one breath, he swallowed the original death breath and self-destructive resentment of 3,000 saint undead souls. The wailing banshee suddenly seemed to be drunk, dizzy in mid-air. She forced herself to cheer up, and then turned into an ice-blue light and disappeared into Veronica's bracelet. As a result, Veronica's face turned red and her eyes sparkled. Obviously, the wailing banshee gained a lot, and also gave back to Veronica. Roy looked at Veronica in surprise. Veronica explained, "My dear, since the magical element pool in Wonderland Manor was built, you have gone to Camartage, and I don't like the outside environment very much. So I can only play the female ghost, the vampire bride, and the death rose. But don't worry, my little cuties only absorb the purest dark magic of death. It's very clean. My dear, you won't blame me, right?" Roy didn't know where Veronica learned this tea-filled tea routine. But soon, Roy controlled the twitching of his mouth and said, "Winnie, honey, it's all my fault. As long as you're happy, when we return to Wonderland Manor, I will give you the authority to control the dark side of the magic element pool." Veronica showed a hint of surprise on her face, blew a kiss, and said, I love you." After saying this, Veronica no longer paid any attention to Roy. It was obvious that her entire spiritual consciousness had sunk into the undead space inside her bracelet. Fortunately, the 3,000 souls of the fallen saints were sucked away by the wailing banshee. At the moment, a large number of saints suddenly got rid of that unconscious self-destruction and chaos. Without the energy of death and boundless resentment, these saints' souls, 900, are no longer undead, but pure living souls. However, the consciousness of these saints' souls had long been erased after more than 100 years of self-destruction. Roy sighed with emotion at this. Then, Roy began to happily extract the soul crystals, just like picking up fish in a dry river. High level, high level, high level, top-notch, absolutely amazing. If we talk about brainwashing, it has to be the Heaven School. In Roy's opinion, the souls of these saints were all pure to the extreme, especially after being schemed and corrupted by Mephisto, and after walking in darkness. All the resentment was sucked away by the wailing banshee. The quality of each soul has reached an extreme level. These souls are just believers formed by ordinary people, but none of them have low-level soul crystals. Even a medium-level soul crystal cannot be found. A large number of high-level soul crystals and a considerable number of top-level soul crystals. Although among these 3,000 holy souls, not a single legendary soul crystal appeared. But there is no doubt that this harvest is the largest and most abundant one that Roy has ever received since he started his extraordinary journey. Before, Roy had a lot of headaches because he was extremely short of high-quality soul crystals. Now, Japanese wave fertilizer. Thank God, thank the church, and thank the pastor for helping me cultivate 3,000 saint souls. I almost forgot to thank Mephisto. If it weren't for Mephisto's calculations and the seal for more than 100 years, these saint souls might not have produced a large number of top-level soul crystals. Even if it is just entering the top ranks, it is still a top soul crystal. This quality of top-level soul crystal requires 3 tower spirits to manage a magician tower. But among the 3,000 saint souls, a small half of them were of golden quality. 1942 high-level soul crystals. 1,200 top-level soul crystals. No wonder, in Ghost Rider, Mephisto would rather use his own son as bait to lure out the Saint Venganza contract. Even if Mephisto and the Ancient One teacher were on the same level, they couldn't stand this kind of temptation. Roy has already started to think about changing the Magician Tower project into a floating city project. Wait, there are only soul crystals but no magic materials. Forget it. Let's put the floating city plan on hold for now. Let's transform the Wonderland Manor first and arrange the plain plantations, dimensional mines, and so on. There are also golem puppet legions, magic rune factories, flower fairy summoning plans, etc., all arranged. He no longer lacks tower spirits and chips for trading plain souls. I have to go back to Teacher Ancient One and learn the technology of the 3 fixed portals to the holy place. Arrangements, all arrangements. Just as Roy was happily counting the soul crystals, Veronica had also completely digested and calmed down the backlash from the wailing banshee and looked towards Roy. Roy couldn't help but embrace the other person, smacked his lips, and said excitedly, "I swallowed the death essence of 3,000 saints' undead souls. Do you need help?" Veronica rolled her eyes at Roy and said, "No, I just got a part of the reward. The one who truly benefits the most is the howling banshee. If I'm lucky, I, a wailing banshee, will soon be promoted to the wailing queen. If I have the chance, I might even be able to cultivate a dimensional Mephisto of the undead type." Not only Roy benefits, but Veronica also benefits a lot. The high-level wailing banshee, summoned by Veronica, before was already at the level of 6 rings. The Howling Queen is rings 7 to 9. This made Roy even happier. No matter what, Veronica is also his woman. The stronger her subordinates are, the stronger he is. Especially the promotion of the Howling Banshee. What's the difference between this and picking up a holy statue puppet for free? Roy was so happy that he kissed Veronica on the face twice. Seeing Roy's provocation, Veronica immediately launched a high-speed counterattack. More than 10 minutes. Roy suppressed his restlessness and, under Veronica's advice, began to continuously repair the half-plane hole in the shadow, leaving only one entrance and exit. Then, Roy stuffed the Silver Angel directly into that half-plane, completely sealing the exit. This was a big surprise Roy left for Mephisto. But this alone may not be enough to ensure safety. Mephisto is, after all, a dimensional Mephisto-level being. Even if it's just a duplication, if you're not fully prepared, it might escape even if you don't overturn it. Roy gritted his teeth and quickly took out 300 high-level soul crystals and handed them to Veronica. The two had already designed a magic formation to seal, besiege, and strangle Mephisto duplication. But right now, Roy needs to arrange some things to ensure that the Mephisto duplication is drawn. Therefore, the magic formation here can only be set up by Veronica. 300 more high-level soul crystals were added to ensure the perfect effect. A duplication of a dimensional Mephisto is extremely valuable, and one must be absolutely sure of getting it. After hearing Roy's arrangements, Veronica didn't object at all. She didn't need to do anything herself anyway. With the book Spirit Timo to arrange things and a large number of undead minions, she just had to stay here and avoid being discovered. It's just right to take advantage of this time to digest the consequences of the Howling Banshee. Arrangements have been made regarding the ruins of St. Venganza. Roy quickly picked up the St. Venganza contract, which was still in its original state, opened a portal, and came to the outer cemetery. In Ghost Rider, Mephisto has always been 8B****ch. Mephisto deliberately leaked the information about the St. Venganza contract to his son, Inner Demon. Wu Xinma believed it without a doubt, so he left Hell directly, sneaked onto Earth, and began to look for the contract with St. Venganza. As expected, in order to force out the previous generation Ghost Rider hiding in the dark, Wu Xinma brought a few of his men to cause trouble for Johnny Blaze, hoping to use the connection between Ghost Rider to achieve his goal. Unfortunately, Ghost Rider is not someone to be trifled with, and Wu Xinma's men are constantly being killed. After Wu Xinma realized something was wrong, he immediately changed his tactics and tied up Johnny Blaze's ex-girlfriend. Yes, it's my ex-girlfriend. Johnny Blaze is also a true romantic. In order to save the beauty, he persuaded the previous generation Ghost Rider with a few words, letting him consume the last source of fire and charge with him. The ending is definitely that after Wu Xinma releases the souls of 3,000 saints, he fails. Johnny Blaze reconciled with Mephisto and got back together with his ex-girlfriend, and everything seemed beautiful and perfect. As for the previous generation of Ghost Rider and the 3,000 saint souls, they all disappeared mysteriously. When I watched the movie, I felt that this was a plot hole. But now Roy, the Qinzhao, can sense that outside the plot of the movie, there's a big black hand belonging to Mephisto, which is pushing and manipulating the development of the entire plot. You know, Ghost Rider and the 3,000 Saint Souls are all Mephisto's most precious achievements. It would be a miracle if Mephisto could tolerate the disappearance of the souls of the previous generation of Ghost Rider and the 3,000 Saints. There is no doubt that everyone in the plot is Stowe's pawn. This is not what Roy wants. Roy has already left a big surprise for Mephisto in the village of St. Venganza and the Demiplane, and can let Mephisto play chess leisurely outside the chessboard. The best chess piece that can pull Mephisto onto the chessboard is undoubtedly the previous generation Ghost Rider, S.H.I.E.L.D, who is transformed into a gravekeeper in this cemetery. This previous generation Ghost Rider is the key to success and the best bait. More than 20 kilometers away from the ruins of San Venganza village, there is a new town that has been built in the past century. The cemetery where the previous generation Ghost Rider Carter Sori hid was located between the village of St. Van Gogh and the emerging town. Otherwise, it would be very suspicious to have a cemetery in such a deserted place. But now, this cemetery and the silent room are isolated in a mirror space. A sparking portal appeared out of nowhere in S.H.I.E.L.D's lounge. S.H.I.E.L.D almost instinctively took a shotgun from the wall and looked toward the other side of the portal. Whoa. Mr. Carter, pointing a shotgun at a guest, is abhorrent and disrespectful. Accompanied by a clear and domineering voice, Roy, tall and slender with exquisite clothes, strode out of the portal into S.H.I.E.L.D's room. Seeing this extraordinary scene, a hidden flame rose in S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes. Unfortunately, at this point in time, S.H.I.E.L.D was already at the end of his rope and had only one chance to fight for his life. The person who came was not the Mephisto that S.H.I.E.L.D had imagined. Instead of Mephisto, S.H.I.E.L.D didn't want to waste his last desperate chance. But this does not mean that S.H.I.E.L.D is a wimp. There are a lot of stubborn people in Texas. S.H.I.E.L.D swiftly loaded the bullet in his hand, looked at Roy calmly, and said, "For not shooting this be D, who came uninvited and didn't know how to knock. You should be crying and saying thank you. Damn be D. Tell me your purpose, LNE." The old but powerful double-barreled shotgun was slightly raised and aimed at Roy's chest. This old-fashioned hunting rifle is basically no different from a high-powered shotgun like the Remington at close range. It doesn't emphasize accuracy and just kills everyone with one shot. S.H.I.E.L.D's cloudy eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Roy smiled and said, S.H.I.E.L.D was born in 1860 in the village of San Van Gonzaga in Southern America. At the age of 20, Mr. Carter signed a contract with a demon named Mephisto in order to escape the boring life in the village and become the best mounted police officer in Southern America. Correct? But it's a pity. How can a demon be kind and compassionate? After Mr. Carter became a mounted police officer, he made many achievements and won huge amounts of honors, sweeping across the village of St. Van Gogh. Mephisto took advantage of this trend and easily became the most trusted merchant in St. Venganza village. 3,000 villagers of San Venganza, the most devout saints, were bewitched and corrupted by the devil. Overnight, St. Venganza village became a dead zone. After Mr. Carter learned of this, he cleverly stole the St. Venganza contract and went into hiding evading Mephisto's search. It wasn't until 1920 that the Texas government built a new town 20 kilometers outside of San Venganza village. Mr. Carter successfully applied for the job of gravekeeper. He is guarding here in the hope that one day he can take revenge on Mephisto, right? Roy spent half a year studying at Camartage. Emma searches for information about Johnny Blaze, the ruins of St. Van Gogh, and more, but there's more than one location. In a huge database, there are some records about Carter S.H.I.E.L.D, the last remnants of St. Venganza, Texas' greatest 19th century mounted policeman, and more. Based on just a portion of the records and the data, Roy almost easily guessed what happened to Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. It's nothing. It's mainly because Mephisto's routine is too old-fashioned. In Camartage, there is also an introduction and record of the dimension Mephisto. In those records, more than 80% of Mephisto's evil deeds on Earth were very similar. Find a reckless and stubborn young man and trick him into signing a contract. By secretly pushing various things, pulling and stimulating the emotions of the signatory, while collecting their souls, the quality of their souls is also improved. Finally, swallow it orally. This routine does not involve the use of supernatural powers, but relies on manipulating people's hearts. In this way, Mephisto doesn't have to invest too much and can still argue that it is a fair trade. It made the Ancient One magician not want to bother with this guy anymore. After all, Mephisto has invested very little in these duplications, wandering around the world without doing anything big. If I really had to focus all my attention on Mephisto, it would be so annoying. This allowed Mephisto to have the opportunity to launch a major plan in St. Venganza. It took 2 generations of Ghost Rider, plus a biological son, and more than 100 years to secretly lay the groundwork. Then, Roy picked the fruit. Speaking of which, for Roy, Mephisto is also a great sponsor. Roy's thoughts flashed by and quickly subsided. At this time, as Roy spoke, the double-barreled shotgun in Carter S.H.I.E.L.D's hand began to glow red, and wisps of hellfire continued to spread. Who are you, Mephisto's lackey? Today? No, Mr. Carter. Have you heard of the Sorcerer Supreme, Camartage, and the 3 great holy places? Well, I am Roy Corleone, an Asgardian from Earth, a disciple of Zune. Ha. Do you think you can fool me like this? Damn demon, you will never find St. Venganza. Just as Carter S.H.I.E.L.D's hatred was surging and he was saying something, Roy casually pulled out the ancient and mysterious St. Venganza contract from his pocket. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. almost collapsed on the spot, shouting, "You lied to me," then threw away the double-barreled shotgun and quickly found his precious shovel. It turned out that Roy did not lie to Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. broke all 13 shovels in his storage room, he still couldn't find a St. Venganza contract that he had hidden very secretly. Wait until Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. is completely quiet and silent. Roy just said, "Mr. Carter, now you believe it. I didn't lie to you. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D., you're just a damn thief. A ****. Roy raised his eyebrows and said, "If I were really in a ****, why would I come to you with a contract?" Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. finally calmed down and said, "What do you want?" Roy smiled, revealing his white teeth, and said with a bright smile, "Mr. Carter, I'm here to help you. You don't want your friends and family to suffer, do you? How about you help me do something, and I'll help you get revenge on Mephisto. Definitely, you'll need to pay a small price for this, like making some bait. Mephisto, this old scoundrel, is not particularly good at deceiving people and plotting, but he is good at stirring people's hearts and emotions. In this situation, it is naturally difficult for those who have been bewitched by Mephisto to see through the situation. But if Roy got involved, the situation would be very different. For example, after hearing about the fate of the 3,000 saint souls in St. Venganza and Mephisto's construction of the passage to hell, Carest quickly agreed to all of Roy's conditions. At this moment, Kara's hatred for Mephisto has reached a new peak. Originally, after becoming Ghost Rider, Inler could live for a very long time. But out of hatred, after Karras took away the St. Venganza contract, he unhesitatingly destroyed most of his hellfire essence. There is no other reason if the source of hellfire is maintained in its prime. Mephisto could easily sense his own location through the spirit of vengeance in his body. In order to ensure that he would not be discovered by Mephisto, S.H.I.E.L.D would rather give up his long life. Now my former friends and relatives have been liberated. Another chance to give Mephisto a hard time. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't care at all about his remaining days. Fortunately, Roy still had some magic crystals on his back. Although these magic crystals cannot completely restore K.L.'s Hellfire essence, they can replenish his energy to a certain extent, allowing him to transform into Ghost Rider several more times. After perfecting the plan to trap Mephisto, S.H.I.E.L.D quickly took action. A few days later, NRG Stadium in Houston, Texas. This is Houston's top-notch stadium, which was built and opened in 2002. It has a state-of-the-art foldable fiberglass roof and can accommodate more than 70,000 spectators. Johnny Blaze's motorcycle stunt show is held here. As the recently famous Hot Johnny, he attracted almost a full audience. Especially on the large screen in the center, a host was explaining the performance very passionately. Now, let's welcome Johnny Fire. Today, Johnny Hot will face the biggest challenge of his career. That is flying over 6 Black Hawk helicopters. Along with the passionate voice of the host, the roof of the entire stadium began to slowly retract. Then, the violent sound of helicopters roared throughout the stadium. One Black Hawk helicopter after another, under the control of professional pilots, quickly dropped from mid-air and lined up in a row, forming a huge amount of challenge. On both sides of the row of Black Hawk helicopters are 2 straight and curved runways. When a helicopter landed, every time Johnny Blaze waved to the audience, it would cause a strong wave of enthusiasm. And at this time, in the audience seats near the backstage of the stadium performance, Roy hugged Veronica and anchored the mirror space on Carter's sleigh, enjoying himself, eating snacks, smoking a cigar, and waiting for the show to begin. Veronica rarely went out to play with Roy, and she was very happy to see the lively scene around her. Although this kind of motorcycle stunt performance is nothing new to either of them, they just enjoy the atmosphere. After a while, the performance began, and the atmosphere inside became increasingly heated. Veronica, after glancing at Johnny Blaze in the sky, focused all her attention on Roy and said, "Honey, do you think there's still hope for transcendental beings in the material world? I've heard rumors about Ghost Rider from my teacher before. Every Ghost Rider is a combination of the vengeful angel and Hellfire. They were once the most powerful Hell Knights, and even heaven was powerless. But now, even such a powerful Ghost Rider has to become an actor behind the scenes." Veronica didn't finish her words, but her meaning was clear. Tion Fun was pessimistic. Roy also glanced at Johnny Blaze in midair and thought of the upcoming superhero era. Then, Roy kissed Veronica on the forehead. "Winnie, honey, no matter how this material world changes, we will continue to make progress. Furthermore, the impact of the Chaos Star Realm's arrival is only temporary." 0. Requesting flowers. 014909409. Felu 131542530. It has been hundreds of years since the gods retired. I believe that a stronger and more turbulent era of extraordinary evolution will soon return. What Roy didn't say was, the era of extraordinary evolution is not due to the return of the magical environment, but when the first superhero Iron Man who dared to reveal his real name appeared. With the development of science and technology, people's pursuit of extraordinary evolution and powerful strength will reach a crazy level. The extraordinary era will come back again. But it is no longer the rise of traditional supernatural powers, but the evolution of technological supernatural powers. Now, it is 2005, and there are only 3 years left until that time. In these 3 years, if my strength cannot reach the expected goal, I might be completely left behind in this extraordinary era. The conquest and transformation of Kamar Taj cannot be accomplished overnight. Next, I should speed up my Magician Tower plan. After dealing with Mephisto, he had to get Natasha Romanoff to join his core forces. By then, even if it means using some extraordinary means, we must hurry to deal with the Red House Adrikov. Just when Roy and Veronica were being affectionate with each other. The center of the stadium. Johnny Blaze has already successfully completed his performance. In an instant, the 70,000 spectators in the entire stadium burst into enthusiastic cheers and roars like a mountain torrent and tsunami. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D also stood up from the audience and went backstage. No matter what, S.H.I.E.L.D was a super police officer from more than 100 years ago. It didn't take long for S.H.I.E.L.D to avoid the numerous blockades and arrive at the actor's lounge. At this time, Johnny Blaze had just changed his clothes and was holding a wine glass in his hand, which was filled with rainbow candies. When he saw S.H.I.E.L.D, he was stunned at first, but he was not annoyed. "Old man, did you walk into the wrong room? Would you like some rainbow candy? It's my favorite." "Johnny Blaze, the devil has returned. Are you ready to fight?" "What?" S.H.I.E.L.D's actions were much more violent and effective than Roy had imagined. It is not an easy task to make Johnny Blaze, a man whose edges have been worn down by life, stand up again. But kidnapping Johnny Blaze's girlfriend is a very quick way. On that day, the Houston Evening Report reported that a 70-year-old man was competing with the popular Johnny Road for a woman. After a fight in the wilderness, Johnny Blaze finally believed the news brought by Carter Slater. More than a decade ago, the demon that killed Johnny Blaze's father, Mephisto, has returned. According to S.H.I.E.L.D, this time Mephisto wants to take away the soul of Johnny's ex-girlfriend. Then that night, Johnny Blaze ignited. "It's not just that my emotions are on fire, but my whole person is truly on fire." After Johnny's transformation, the new generation of Ghost Rider, who is at the peak of integrity, immediately sensed the demonic aura hidden in Houston. Then, a very gorgeous evil spirit chariot appeared. Johnny Blaze rode the ghost chariot across most of the city at an inhuman speed. Then, in the sight of countless people in downtown Houston, I saw a line of fire starting from the ground and rushing straight to the roof of a skyscraper over 200 meters high. Johnny came with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, S.H.I.E.L.D obviously has a stronger will and a clearer consciousness than Johnny. A battle that is just a test of one's own abilities. S.H.I.E.L.D continued to educate Johnny Blaze and completely destroyed the wind demon that was guarding Houston and monitoring Johnny Blaze with the wind element. It's just for blasting. It has no other effect. Wind demon originally had the ability to transform into wind element for a short period of time. If it explodes, just gather it in another place. But unfortunately, Fong Mo, who was hiding in the dark and preparing to slip away, had no idea that there was a mirror space hanging on S.H.I.E.L.D and two magicians who were eyeing him covetously. Just a small normal aftermath. Before Fong Mo could escape, he was trapped in the mirror space and became a servant. Without waiting for Fong Ma to come to his senses, Roy had already used a mental shock to make it fall from the elemental state, and then a series of magic whips swept out, tying up the wind demon. Just when Roy was about to crush the wind demon and extract the soul crystal, Veronica Kayla pulled Roy and said, "My dear, elemental demons are rare even in hell. Why don't you keep them here?" Veronica hadn't even finished her words. The wind demon had already understood his situation and nodded frantically. Yes, I am very rare. My two great magicians, if you can spare my life, I am willing to sign an agreement and be a dog. I will do anything for you." Veronica looked at the wind demon in surprise. Fuma's face was full of flattery and gratitude. Veronica had a strange expression on her face and said, "My dear, you see, it's willing on its own. Seal him up first. Let me study him for a while. Dissecting the demon will be of great help to my undead magic." Feng Mo's eyes bulged out. "Isn't this human female so cruel? Did I just make a wrong decision? I was careless. Can I regret it now?" Falling into the hands of Roy and Veronica, Fema naturally has no bargaining power and no room for regret. A single word of truth can instantly deprive the demon of its true name. Another sealing technique turned the wind demon into a specimen on the spot. If this wind demon can survive Veronica's dissection and experiments, then he will have the opportunity to serve as a dog for Roy and others for the rest of his life. just as Roy and Veronica were discussing how to study this extremely elemental demon. In the outside world, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D has used very skillful tactics to trick Johnny Blaze, while stirring up Johnny's hatred towards Mephisto, while narrating the cruelty and insidiousness of the devil and the plan to capture Johnny's ex-girlfriend. Finally, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D also used super scary things such as the passage to hell and saving humanity to morally blackmail Johnny. Even Johnny's ex-girlfriend was scared and cried, looking at Johnny with anticipation. At this point, Johnny Blaze had no way out. After returning to his own little nest in Houston with Carter S.H.I.E.L.D and his ex-girlfriend, Johnny devoured a bowl of rainbow candies, then looked at Carter S.H.I.E.L.D solemnly and said, "Carter, you're saying that the root of everything lies in the so-called St. Van Gonzaga contract, right?" Carter S.H.I.E.L.D nodded bitterly. Johnny's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he said, "If that's the case, why don't we destroy the contract?" Carter S.H.I.E.L.D looked at the other person as if he were an idiot. Johnny's ex-girlfriend whispered, "Johnny, Mr. Carter has already said that the contract is the key. If the key is destroyed, the souls of the villagers of St. Vanganza Village will be sealed forever. Besides, the contract is no longer in Mr. Carter's hands." Johnny immediately realized what was happening and said, "Yes, he was taken away by a powerful magician." "Wait, did you get it to him?" Carter S.H.I.E.L.D, he insisted. "Johnny, just give it to him if he asks for it." Carter S.H.I.E.L.D, "I refused. What can I do if he disagrees?" And he brought. "Johnny, what are you wearing?" Carter S.H.I.E.L.D, he brought the method to get rid of Mephisto. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D and Johnny Blaze, two generations of Ghost Rider, were talking to each other. Only Johnny's ex-girlfriend felt that something was a little strange the more she listened, and even her eyes became weird. Fortunately, this conversation ended quickly. Johnny Blaze was finally persuaded by Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D was no longer in peak condition at 0.8 and could not sense the devil's breath at all. But Johnny Blaze was different. Johnny, who was in his prime, quickly transformed after settling his ex-girlfriend. It didn't take long for him to capture the breath of the witch heart demon and his men. Two ghost riders, one old and one new, traveled at high speed throughout the night and began to hunt down the demon. First, there was the earth demon hiding in an abandoned station. Then there is the water demon hiding in the underground sewers. Finally, in a motorcycle tavern near the wilderness, they found the witch demon who was killing and slaughtering mortals. Roy and Carter S.H.I.E.L.D's plan was simple. Capture the witch heart demon, take him to the ruins of St. Vanganza, and use the St. Vanganza contract to force Mephisto to show up. So after meeting Wu Shima, without saying a word, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D and Johnny started fighting. The power of the witch heart demon is stronger than the wind demon, water demon, and earth demon, but its strength is also limited. On the one hand, Wu Shima is a pawn of Mephisto. Even though he has the title of Prince of Hell and Hell, he has never been properly trained. On the other hand, Wu Shima sneaked into the earth from hell and was originally still in a weak state. So he faces two very powerful ghost riders, one old and one new. Wu Shima could only hold out for a dozen minutes. Wait until it's light. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D and Johnny have brought the witch heart demon to the ruins of St. Vanganza Village in the border wilderness, under the shadow of a ruined wall. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D held a flame-filled demonic gauntlet in his hand and shot the witch heart demon in the head. Bang! Huge amounts of roaring sound opened a big hole in the demon's head. But the witch demon's vitality was extremely tenacious, and he did not die completely. He was even recovering. At this time, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D directly took out the St. Vanganza contract. Without waiting for Carter S.H.I.E.L.D 09 to speak, Johnny couldn't hold it in any longer and interrupted. "Wait, Carter, what is this?" "Carter S.H.I.E.L.D, the St. Vanganza contract." A flame leaped from Johnny's skull, and he said, "Didn't you say the contract was taken away?" Carter S.H.I.E.L.D, "Yes, it's just as you thought. I lied to you." Johnny wanted to say something, but was quickly pushed away by Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. "He's just a tool. Why is there so much drama?" In Roy and Carter S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plan, Johnny Blaze was simply a tool to attract Mephisto's attention and then use him to find the witch's heart demon. Now, Johnny Blaze's scenes have basically been completed. Revenge is imminent. The flames on Carter Slay's body burned fiercely. He pointed the short gun in his hand at the slowly gathering head of the witch demon and said with almost no emotion, "Mephisto, I know you can hear me. Listen to me, you Danby ****D. Come out and fight me to the death. Otherwise, you'll soon see the Prince of Hell's power surge, and he'll rebel against the Demon Lord." As soon as he finished speaking, a handful of flames burned the St. Venganza contract. Immediately afterwards, gusts of cold wind began to flow through the ruins of the entire St. Venganza village. As the dark winds continued to gather, they soon formed a vortex similar to a black hole in the air. This is the demiplane that Roy has transformed. Originally, the demiplane that Mephisto cultivated overlapped with the shadow of the entire St. Venganza village. But after the transformation was completed, the entire demiplane had been separated from the shadow dimension by Roy, forming a separate enclosed space. The entire demiplane space has only this one entrance and exit, which is controlled by the contract. Because more than 100 years ago, when Mephisto had just created the St. Venganza contract, the contract was cleverly taken away by Carter Slay, so Mephisto did not know what the demiplane he cultivated looked like. In fact, this so-called demiplane was not created by Mephisto himself. Mephisto simply anchored the resentment in the hearts of those saints' souls into a dimensional seed. The entire demiplane is nourished by those holy souls. Dimension seeds and the like are not uncommon. As the demon lord who solely controls a layer of Hell dimension, Mephisto can refine a dimensional seed by simply taking a tiny bit of dimensional origin. Many Mephistas in the universe will condense such dimensional seeds and spread them in the material world. Wait until those dimensional seeds grow up. Those dimensional Mephistas will use that trace of original induction to harvest. It's the same principle as planting wheat. However, Mephisto's ambition is even greater. He doesn't care whether the dimension seed is mature or not. After it grows into a demiplane, he will turn it into a passage to hell. There is such a passage to hell. The earth, and even the entire material world, will become Mephisto's back garden. If it weren't for Carter Slay ruining Mephisto's plans more than 100 years ago, Mephisto would not plan for Wu Xinma to sneak across the border and let Wu Xinma and the new generation of Ghost Rider find a contract for him on Earth. Just as Roy and Carter Slay had speculated, the new generation of Ghost Rider has not yet completely escaped Mephisto's control. Wu Xinma also has the means left by Mephisto, which can observe everything through his blood. It's just that Mephisto is such a sinister old man and is very suspicious. Carter Slay is nearing the end of his life and wants to use the contract as a threat to seek revenge on him. Although there seems to be no logical loophole in his plan, Mephisto still feels that things are going on too simply. Just when Mephisto was about to hold back and continue observing, Carter Slay had no patience any longer, so he grabbed the witch heart demon and threw it into the plane vortex. "You dare!" The moment the witch heart demon was thrown into the plane vortex, a sound like the roar of a beast suddenly exploded. Then, in the wilderness, a middle-aged man wearing a gentleman's suit and with a serious face appeared. Like a phantom, he crossed several miles in an instant and arrived at the village of St. Venganza. Roy and Carter Slay had not considered Mephisto's suspicion, but the two of them had already made a solid start when they were perfecting their plan. According to Kamartaj's records, 510 Sorcerer's Heart Demon is indeed Mephisto's biological son. If there is a dimensional seed, the souls of 3,000 fallen saints, and the essence of hell in the body of the witch demon, once it resonates with the demiplane, it is possible to break through the bloodline restrictions of Mephisto and become a brand new dimensional Mephisto. This is the trump card that Roy and Carter Slay plan to use to force Mephisto to show up. Mephisto's selfishness and Wu Xinma's hatred for Mephisto. Mephisto would never allow Wu Xinma to escape from his control, let alone give the ripe fruit to Wu Xinma and let Wu Xinma become the new dimension Mephisto. As expected, when Carter Slay threw the witch heart demon directly into the plane vortex, Mephisto couldn't wait to appear. My knight, my dear knight, Mephisto, I will give the fire of hell to the witch-heart demon. The new hell Mephisto will be stronger and more fierce. You wait for death, without waiting for Mephisto to take action. After seeing Mephisto appear, S.H.I.E.L.D leaped up and also jumped into the plane vortex. Mephisto, how come human beings nowadays are even crazier than demons? Are you really willing to sacrifice your life for revenge? In the ruins of St. Vanganza village, the plane vortex formed by the cold wind is still spinning. Mephisto's face looked very ugly. Johnny Blaze was completely confused. Wait, I haven't gotten in the car yet. Watching S.H.I.E.L.D jump directly into the plane vortex, Johnny Blaze didn't know whether he should follow in. What if he shouldn't? Mephisto, roll! The scene was extremely embarrassing. It would be impossible for Johnny Blaze to say he didn't hate Mephisto. After all, Johnny's father died in Mephisto's conspiracy contract. But to say that Johnny Blaze's hatred for Mephisto is as deep as the sea is pure nonsense. First of all, Johnny's father has been dead for more than 10 years. Secondly, Johnny himself knew very well that it was just him back then, and his father would have died anyway. Thirdly, Johnny originally wasn't a particularly responsible person. Now that he was able to escape from this complicated demonic incident, Johnny Blaze actually agreed in his heart. It would be too embarrassing if he just left when someone told him to. No one cares what Johnny Blaze thinks now. Looking at the plane vortex that is still spinning, Mephisto hesitated for less than a minute before he suddenly walked towards the vortex. You have to go. Mephisto knew very well how filial his son was. Traitor is a very humble term. Dimension seed plus hellfire seed plus one's own bloodline. If left unchecked, Wu-Shinma, the filial son, could really stage a drama of patricide and treason for himself. And just when Mephisto disappeared into the vortex of that plane, in the ruins of the original St. Vanganza village, sparkling portals began to appear in large numbers. Roy, Veronica, Mordo, Lao Wang, and dozens of other magicians began to unsteadily take out large amounts of magic materials and set up magic circles on the ruins of the entire St. Vanganza village. This set of magic circles was discussed by Roy with Dew and others long ago. The earth, water, wind, and fire elemental sealing array is also called the Four Symbols Demon Sealing Array. The entire formation, through the magic array, can pull the entire area into a super strong mirror space, and then manipulate the four elements of earth, water, wind, and fire in this space to evolve the original environment of the universe. Once the magic sealing ring is set up, within the range covered by the magic sealing ring, a prison similar to a cosmic chicken will be formed. The core principle of this formation is the four chaos symbols at the birth of the universe. Roy, Veronica, Mordo, and Lao Wang are each responsible for the core of the Tau element array. If necessary, Roy can always turn on unlimited mana to raise the bet. In this kind of formation, unless Mephisto's true body descends and breaks the formation from the outside, the duplication will never be able to escape and may even be in danger of being refined. Just as Roy and others were carrying out their work in an orderly manner, Johnny Blaze looked even more confused. You are the magician Carter mentioned. Okay, there's nothing for you to do here. Johnny Blaze was completely interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Roy just glanced at the other person, then stretched out his hand and pushed, and a moving portal appeared, covering Johnny, and in the blink of an eye, sent him to Houston. He is just a tool, and his mind is not strong. In Roy's opinion, Johnny Blaze is not even qualified to be his subordinate. Let it continue to be entangled in the struggle between hot Johnny and ex-girlfriend and continue to play badly. At the ruins of St. Vanganza village, Roy and others quickly completed the construction of the formation. And at this time, in that plane vortex, a great battle has already begun. The hidden demi-plane in St. Vanganza village was originally a trap for Mephisto, used to delay Mephisto and buy time for Roy and others outside to set up and activate it. Not to mention, in that vortex, there is a huge surprise, the holy image puppet, Silver Angel. Whether it is Wu-Shinma or S.H.I.E.L.D, These two people seemed to have entered a vortex of the plane. In fact, the moment these two people entered the plane vortex, they were directly sent to the New York Wonderland Manor by the Silver Angel through a portal. The witch heart demon was directly suppressed, and Carter Slay could also watch the revenge scene through the projection in the laboratory. Whether it's Wu Xinma or Carter Slay who is about to enter the end of his life. These two people, one is the Prince of Hell and the other is Ghost Rider, are both of great value. So in that plane vortex, the moment Mephisto entered, he knew he had been tricked. Unfortunately, Silver Angel had been hiding in this demi-plane for several days, waiting for Mephisto to take the bait, without giving him even a moment to react. Mind-shattering, holy light enveloped, star glory impact, Vishani's holy sword. Silver Angel's fighting instincts are basically inherited from Roy's fighting style, and were taught, instilled, and cultivated by the book Spirit Teemo. After receiving the psychic magic provided by Emma, Roy's favorite is to start with the very hidden and easy-to-use Mind Shock. The magic of Mind Shock is not very lethal, but it has an extremely powerful advantage, which is the concealment and stiffness effects that cannot be exempted. Even Roy's inherent psychic immunity, a constant 9th-level spell effect, could not be detected. Although the stiffness effect is short-lived, it is enough for close combat experts. In an instant, overwhelming holy light enveloped the entire demiplane. Then came the super collision of the URU metal body, carrying layers of star flames. Qian Nuos, star impact, is unique to Silver Angel. It simulates a meteor impact and combines it with the burning of the holy fire to form a unique skill with super strong displacement and locking effects. As for the damage, it must be quite terrifying. The main body of the Silver Angel is made of URU metal, and its own weight is quite huge. Not to mention the accompanying speed, collision, star flame, holy fire, etc. Mephisto entered the demi-plane and froze for a moment. Then he felt as if he was hit by a planet, and the holy light flames that he hated the most were drowning him like a river. Before Mephisto could break free from his grip, the rapier in the hand of Silver Angel has the spell effect of the holy sword of Wei Shan. 8 consecutive hits in 1 second. Each combo comes with the effect of thousands of arrows piercing the heart. Trap. No ethics. Who is so shameless as to frame me? The elderly Mephisto of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mephisto was angry. In the gray and vast demiplane, it looked like a dead village of St. Venganza. This is the place where the 3,000 villagers of St. Venganza Village have the deepest memories after their deaths, and it will always be shrouded in a dark shadow of death. But the dark shadow and resentful fog that had lasted for 100 years were dispersed by the myriad holy lights. Rays of holy light shot up into the sky, like sharp swords, piercing through the darkness and resentment. At the very core of the holy light, a slender and ferocious figure, holding a rapier, moved at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, the constant blows almost smashed Shinasto into pieces. On the ground, Mephisto's human form could no longer be maintained. The surging hellish magma, the dark red, scaly skin, the devil's horns like goat's horns, etc., madly broke out from Mephisto's broken human form. Damn holy light, damn angel, damn be asterisk 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 d aw. Mephisto's demonic form appears, roaring madly. However, before Sophisto could roar, then the Silver Angel, who was still madly attacking Mephisto, stopped his action, stuck his sword into the ground, knelt on his knees, and made a prayer gesture. Immediately afterwards, above the Silver Angel, an extremely majestic 6-winged angel shadow appeared. Big move, Divine Punishment. This is a top-level forbidden spell of light specifically designed for dark creatures. Even if Mephisto's true body came, he would have to be careful when facing this forbidden spell of light. But Mephisto duplication is still recovering from his injuries and is unable to resist. The overwhelming holy light completely submerged Mephisto's demonic form. Mephisto looked like he had fallen into a pool of sulfuric acid, and his voice turned into a long series of howls. The prelude to the Forbidden Light spell has not yet ended. The Silver Angel had already stood up completely, drew out the silver rapier in front of him, and stabbed towards Mephisto. Following the Silver Angel's movements, the six-winged angel's phantom in the sky also condensed a huge holy sword in its hand, burning with blazing holy fire, and fell towards Mephisto. Double attack, with continuous holy fire burning status. Mephisto's end was so tragic that it makes people shudder at the sight of it. It's so miserable, but even under such a powerful blow, Mephisto still did not die. The vitality of Dimension Mephisto is incredibly amazing. Even if it is just a duplication of Dimensional Mephisto before Mephisto in Hell completely cuts off the energy supply, it is almost immortal and has endless combat endurance ability. The terrifying holy fire burned Mephisto's claws, tendons, tail, etc. to ashes. But in the blink of an eye, his demonic flesh and blood will be resurrected again. In the end, Mephisto was covered in a layer of continuously burning holy fire, and he stood up under the unprecedented suppression with incomparable strength. And this battle was too brutal and too frustrating. At this time, Mephisto's true form in Hell noticed Duplication's miserable state. And the most important thing is that even after being ambushed so badly, Mephisto didn't even know who the enemy was. No, it still has linear elements. The Holy Sword of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is Kamartaj's unique spell. Ancient One, it must be that be the Ancient One. Mephisto said that the Ancient One had not cared about his own deceptions on Earth for the past 200 or 300 years, and had even ignored the tragedy in St. Venganza village. It turned out that I had been holding back a big one. Too outrageous. So rude. Ancient One, that be D woman, attacked me, the old Mephisto of S.H.I.E.L.D, without even saying hello. What's even more hateful is that the opponent used a puppet to beat up his duplication. This is definitely looking down on yourself. Mephisto was extremely furious and could no longer suppress his inner anger. He directly separated a large mass of origin and soul from his true body and descended into the body of the duplication on Earth. The terrifying aura of hell and the flowing magma instantly extinguished the holy fire on the duplication. Mephisto's duplication also skyrocketed to hundreds of meters high at this moment. He clasped his fists into hammers and smashed down directly towards the Silver Angel. This blow was devastating and terrifying. But unfortunately, the Silver Angel not only has a large number of sacred spells, but also has super strong displacement and speed. Several holy lights flickered and jumped like stars. The Silver Angel puppet body was not afraid of the cutting from the distorted turbulence of space and dodged Mephisto's violent attack. As a surprise gift lurking in the demiplane, Silver Angel's goal from the beginning to the end was to restrain Mephisto. Otherwise, Silver Angel could have forcibly activated the core spell program in the first wave of small combos and completely devoured the Mephisto duplication with the Curse of the Abyss. Restraining Mephisto duplication gives Roy and others outside time to set up the magic ceiling formation. What Roy has to do is to capture Mephisto duplication alive. Boom! Along with the arrival of part of Mephisto's true soul, a devastating blow shattered the entire earth of the demiplane, and with the breath of hell, it drew out endless hellfire. Mephisto launched a violent attack like a madman. Even if he couldn't hurt the Silver Angel, he would still destroy this demiplane. Ancient One underestimated himself. Although his century-long plan has been discovered, even if the plan fails, he will definitely make a fortune on Earth after paying such a huge cost. While the Ancient One was still unaware of the arrival of his will, he broke through the demiplane and devoured millions of human souls. You won't lose money either. It only took less than 10 minutes. Under Mephisto's full force, the entire demiplane was shattered. However, just as Mephisto was about to take back the dimensional seed transformed from the origin of the Hell dimension during the plane shattering process, the Silver Angel appeared in Mephisto's sight again. Mind-shattering. Star glory impact. It doesn't matter if the moves are old, as long as they are useful. Two small combos once again made Mephisto stiffen. And at this moment, a portal flashed in the air and teleported the dimensional seed away. Dimension seeds are also good things, which can be used to build plane plantations and plane ecological chains. Just a moment. Mephisto became even angrier, and he froze for just a moment. My own dimension seed disappeared. Although there is not much hell origin in the dimensional seed, it is definitely a provocation. Ancient One, come out and see. Four symbols demon sealing formation. As a Hell Lord and Dimension Mephisto who roamed hell and the abyss, and even had a certain reputation in the entire Chaos Star realm, Mephisto swore that he had never suffered such injustice as today in his life. The first moment after falling out of the demiplane, Mephisto already knew who had designed, framed, and ambushed him this time. Not the Ancient One, but a group of magicians under the Ancient One. Moreover, this group of magicians are completely different from the Ancient One. They have no moral principles. Twice in a row, he attacked me while I was speaking. The first time was the sneak attack from Silver Angel, which hurt me to the bone. The second time was the current four symbols demon sealing formation, which used the power of Chaos four symbols to launch a sneak attack on him. Anyway, I do have some friendship with Ancient One. Even the Ancient One had never bullied him like this. Young magicians nowadays are becoming more and more rude, cruel, and ruthless. It's really bad. Mephisto wanted to teach these young magicians a lesson, but unfortunately, the four symbols sealing magic formation was so powerful that Mephisto could only defend himself and had no power to fight back. The village of San Venganza is a mess of ruins. However, outside this desolate and lonely mirror space, there are magical pillars shining with brilliant light, connecting the stars in the sky and the four constellations. Inside the mirror space of the magic circle, the terrifying four elements of earth, water, wind, and fire condensed into the elemental king, sealing off space and destroying everything. Layer upon layer of magic runes formed a light chain that entangled Mephisto. The four colored light pillars of earth, water, wind, and fire, driven by the elemental king, melted all the matter in the space. Every time Mephisto roared and struggled, trying to fight back, Roy would immediately and decisively activate the evidence of elements, drawing endless magic power from the endless elemental plane and pouring it into the magic formation. In this situation, the four elemental kings began to continuously condense into entities. The shadows of four ancient and ferocious gods fell from the starry sky and the 28 constellations, and even made the four elemental kings faintly develop spiritual intelligence. Since the advent of the Chaos Star realm, the stars in the sky are no longer a purely material world. The solar system, the Milky Way, the Orion Arm, the Virgo Galaxy, etc., the planets in the universe are still there. But beyond the starry sky, beyond the galaxy, there are more infinite planes and dimensional worlds in the Chaos Star realm. The four elemental planes naturally also exist. The four ancient elemental gods of earth, water, wind, and fire, like the gods of creation, have long been integrated into the primordial laws of the Chaos Star realm. Under the suppression of this level of ancient power, the more Mephisto struggled, the more fierce the despair in his heart surged. It's okay that he was beaten by Ancient One before. After all, the Ancient One is powerful, and the entire multi-universe is medical. Moreover, the material world is Ancient One's home turf, so it is not shameful to be defeated in its home turf. But now being beaten by the disciples of Ancient One made Mephisto feel unacceptable and angry. This kind of thing cannot be concealed. If I were to be so cowardly and be blocked back to hell by a few juniors, I would be so miserable. In hell, when you meet old enemies like Satan, Lucifer, and Beelzebub, won't you be laughed at by them? Should I just lose a duplication and stop the loss? Or will his true self descend to the outer reaches of the earth dimension to fight the Ancient One fiercely and regain his face? At this moment, even Mephisto's true body in hell had a headache. It's not that I don't want to fight, it's just that I really can't win. Just as Mephisto was hesitating, suddenly, a sharp pain penetrated the essence of his soul, like a needle piercing his head, causing Mephisto to roar in shock and anger. Is this to refine his own duplication? He can't even get his investment back? I can't stand it all. Let's fight, Ancient One. Mephisto realized that the soul fragments and original will that he had descended into the duplication were being refined. Almost without thinking, Mephisto left hell in his true form and rushed to the real dimension. Yes, Mephisto's premonition was correct. At the moment, the village of San Venganza, in the four symbols demon sealing formation, Roy looked at Mephisto duplication, who was being suppressed by the four symbols elemental kings, and his desire, which had been drooling for a long time, was about to take action. Refine, transform, integrate. With the upper hand, Roy's instinct was to use an extraction technique on Mephisto duplication. Oh, please give me flowers 0. It's just a pity that Mephisto's original will is too strong and fierce. When Mephisto realized that Roy was about to seize his soul power and even his original memory, he cleanly and directly cut off his control over the duplication. Although Mephisto's will escaped, part of his soul and original energy remained in place. The memories, knowledge, etc. about the demon lord of hell cannot be retrieved. This made Roy a little disappointed, and he even felt that Mephisto was too cowardly to fight him head-on. However, part of the hell origin and soul power on the Mephisto duplication remained after all. The origin of hell is useless, and I don't plan to change my own bloodline. However, the origin of hell contains a large amount of dimensional origin power. After cleansing the breath of hell, it can condense dimensional origin crystals, which are just used to cultivate Wacong seeds. With this wave of harvest of the origin of hell, my own plain plantation will soon take shape. 1, 2, 3. With the help of the four symbols demon sealing formation and the power of the four symbols elemental kings. Almost every 10 minutes or so, a dimensional origin crystal was extracted from the Mephisto duplication. In addition, Veronica, Mordo, Lao Wang, and others were also performing their own small actions. Demon horns, demon scales, demon claws, demon blood, etc. Veronica, Mordo, Lao Wang, and others are not as sharp as Roy and cannot directly extract the origin. However, the large amount of magical materials that can be dismembered from Mephisto are also very precious. Hundreds of meters of demon lord duplication material. This is a top-level magic material that has rarely been seen on Earth in hundreds of years. What's the difference between this and mountains of gold and silver? Just when Roy, Veronica, Mordo, Lao Wang, and all the other magicians were making a fortune. Outside the dimensional barrier formed by the three holy places, Mephisto, who was as tall as a mountain, directly activated his strongest demon form. Behind him, the gate to the hell dimension opened, and an endless army of demons continued to gather, as if an all-out war was about to begin. Opposite Mephisto, the Ancient One magician stood alone, calmly responding to the king. The dimensional world is a strange existence between the material world and the world of nothingness. Whether it is the dark dimension, crimson dimension, hell dimension, heaven dimension, etc., they're actually in the gap between the material world and the world of nothingness. And not everyone can set foot in this strange place. In this area where material elements and the void of vacuum intertwine, everything strange exists. Even if you are a dimensional Mephisto or a 9-ring magician, if you don't have anchor points and coordinates, you will be completely lost once you walk too far in the dimensional world. Similarly, once the coordinates of a certain world are leaked to the dimensional world, it will be very serious. Just like the Earth, it is one of the coordinates left behind by the material world in the dimensional world. In addition, the Earth has always been rich in life, which has led to Mephisto from many dimensions keeping a close eye on the Earth. But since 200 years ago, when the Ancient One magician 630 used the 3 major relics left by prehistoric Agamotto to build a magical dimensional barrier, the Earth has become much safer. At least, Earth is no longer a place where Mephistos can come and go as they please. At the moment, the Ancient One magician stands on the barrier of the Earth's magic dimension. Different from the gentleness and calmness in Camartage, the Ancient One magician stood on the barrier of the magic dimension, like a giant that reached from heaven to earth. Even in his calm temperament, he exuded a majestic and domineering aura. Compared to the Ancient One, even Mephisto's true form, which is thousands of meters tall, is just that. But when two armies fight, it's better to lose the battle than the people. Looking at the magnificent magic projection of Ancient One, although Mephisto felt a slight toothache, he still spoke forcefully. Ancient One, we have lived in perfect harmony for nearly 100 years. I don't want to ruin this rare peace over such a small matter. Hand over the corrupted souls of St. Venganza village and the troublesome magicians. Otherwise, my army of hell will wage an all-out war against your Earth today. Mephisto's actions on Earth are clear. Moreover, the relationship between the two sides has never been one of keeping out of each other's way. It's just that Mephisto is too slippery and has not committed any major offense. So the Ancient One has been too lazy to pay attention to him for nearly 100 years. Seeing Mephisto and bragging about it in this dimension, Ancient One was also a little annoyed. Mind shock, the form of Archaon, the wind of Vadum, Bozat's thunder. After observing Roy for a long time, Ancient One magician unconsciously picked up a bit of Roy's style, starting with a series of small tricks. However, it was not as effective as what Roy had done before at Camartage Square. Ancient One attacked with all his strength, and the scene suddenly became magnificent. On the outskirts of the Earth, lines of magic patterns and magic nodes began to shine, forming an enormous torrent of magic power. Under the blessing of this magical torrent, the Ancient One's astral projection body restrained Mephisto. At the same time, thousands of Ancient One duplications cast magic and blasted towards the gate of hell. Hurry! Another sneak attack. Ancient One, you have no moral principles. Psionic magic is not very powerful, but sometimes the various effects that come with it are very practical. Mephisto was caught off guard and was once again suppressed and at a disadvantage. And inside the gate of hell, the army under Mephisto's command fell down in large numbers like wheat being cut. At this moment, Mephisto felt a little regretful. If I had known that Ancient One would become so unethical, I should have cut my losses early. Over the past 100 years, the style of Camartage has become increasingly wild. The Ancient One has turned evil. Could it be related to the technological development on Earth? Yes, it must be the atmosphere in the human society on Earth that has influenced the Ancient One and Camartage. No wonder some people say that all capitalists should be hanged from the street lamp. The customs of human society on Earth have been corrupted by those capitalists. The Ancient One and his magicians were simple and honest. Forget it. Let's just fight around, show our faces, and then leave. When I return to hell, I will settle accounts with the souls of those capitalists. Forget about hanging street lamps. Hell cannot tolerate such mild torture, so let's light sky lanterns. In the dimensional world, Ancient One and Mephisto are in a stalemate. And at this time, in the village of St. Venganza, in the Four Symbols Demon Sealing Formation, after a large amount of essence and magical materials were extracted from Mephisto's duplication, its body, originally several hundred meters long, became thin. In addition, after Mephisto's real body was disconnected, his internal strength was insufficient and his recovery ability became increasingly weak. In the end, it was accompanied by the complete penetration of the four-color light beams. Mephisto's duplication also completely dissipated, leaving only a glittering soul crystal suspended in the air. Legendary level, Mephisto's Heart of Resentment. After seeing this legendary soul crystal, Roy's eyes suddenly lit up. Your own Magician Tower plan can begin now. With Roy's strength, he actually had the ability to build the Magician Tower after he got Merlin's inheritance. But before that, Roy had not yet started the Magician Tower plan. Firstly, Roy's knowledge at that time was not solid enough. Secondly, In Roy's plan, he intends to use the Sky City of the Red House as his first magician tower, which will also be the core of the future floating city. Since it is the core, it must be the best. It needs a legendary soul crystal to serve as the tower spirit. There is a huge difference between legendary tower spirits and top-level tower spirits. How should I put it? It's almost like the difference between Big Ivan and Little Boy. The Little Boy only destroyed 2 island cities. Big Ivan caused the entire Eurasian plate to move southward by 9 millimeters. Now that I have a legendary level 2.7 soul crystal, I naturally don't need to wait at all for my plan. After collecting the soul crystal left by Mephisto, Roy cast several spells in succession to detect the entire mirror space. Seeing that Mephisto had not left any trace of his presence, he called out to Veronica, Mordo, Lao Wang, and the others to completely remove the magic sealing circle. This time, everyone present ate as much as they could and were full, especially people like Mordo, Lao Wang, and others. Their belief in Roy's sword to the point of worship. This is a Mephisto from hell. Even the duplication of Mephisto is shocking enough. In the 200 years of history of Camartage, there has never been such a brilliant record. From now on, if anyone in Camartage disobeys Roy, no, if anyone disobeys the young venerable, I will just knock their head off. Roy didn't know that the campaign against Mephisto duplication had actually elevated him to the level of a junior venerable in the eyes of Camartage supporters. After seeing off Mordo, Lao Wang, and others, Roy couldn't wait to check his harvest. There's a total of 1 legendary soul crystal, 1,200 top-level soul crystals, 1,500 high-level soul crystals. In addition, there's a Mephisto heart, 12 Mephisto horns, more than 40 Demon Lord blood essences, more than 800 dimensional essence crystals, and countless Mephisto scales, fur, claws, etc. This harvest alone is enough for Roy to create equipment for a group of constructed knights. Not to mention, the bloodline of the Demon Lord can create a necromancer with the potential to be a demigod. The Horn of Mephisto can be used to create semi-artifacts or even artifacts. The Mephisto heart can be used to constantly produce demon blood, breed war beasts, and build ecological parks. Rich, the harvest is indeed so rich that it makes people jealous. That's right, Roy himself is jealous of himself because he is too outstanding and too rich. And that's not all. In Wonderland Manor 09, there is also a Prince of Hell suppressed, as well as the Hellfire seed promised by Carter Slay. After the joy, Roy did not forget his next goal. After that, he gave most of his gains to Veronica and asked her to take them back to Wonderland Manor. Roy quickly packed up again and headed towards Mohage. 2 days ago, Roy received a message that Natasha Romanoff, John Wick, and others had encountered some trouble in Mohago near the southern rainforest. To be precise, we encountered some extraordinary obstacles. Now that Roy is ready to fully launch the Magician Tower project, he naturally has to focus on solving Natasha Romanoff's troubles. In the Caribbean, Puerto Rico, a little-known island city, Roy followed the location of the ear studs given to Natasha Romanoff and directly came to this small town through the portal. It wasn't the trouble Roy had imagined. There were no bloody battles or any special confrontations. In a beach tavern in this small town, John Wick, Robert, Duncan, and Willis were sitting in a booth, drinking wine and looking at beautiful women. At the bar counter, Natasha Romanoff and a slender blonde woman were chatting and laughing. Seeing this scene, Roy felt a little relieved, but also speechless. Natasha Romanoff and John Wick, are they just kidding themselves? If this kind of leisure vacation can be called troublesome, Roy hopes that the rest of his life will be free of troubles. But since he was already there, Roy didn't say much. He walked straight to Natasha Romanoff in the tavern and put his arms around her slender waist without any hesitation. The moment someone grabbed her waist, Natasha Romanoff instinctively drew her gun and fought back. "Nana, baby, what are you talking about with your junior? You look so happy." Roy's voice made Natasha Romanoff relax immediately. As a result, the blonde beauty opposite Natasha Romanoff also relaxed her brows a little and quietly put away the pistol under her skirt. Roy smiled and nodded to the blonde beauty, and found that he seemed to have met the familiar protagonist again. The Queen of Saren? No, it's a character in the plot who looks very similar to Charlize Theron. This blonde beauty should be one of the Black Widows who graduated from the Red House. She has a temperament that is very similar to Natasha Romanoff, but completely different. To some extent, Roy is not wrong. Black Widow, who also graduated from the Red House. This blonde beauty should be considered Natasha Romanoff Jr. That's right, this blonde beauty looks younger than Natasha Romanoff. While Roy was beating the blonde beauty, Natasha Romanoff's originally stiff body softened and relaxed. She leaned naturally into Roy's arms and said, "Dear, if you hadn't come, I would have thought I would have died alone on this island." Roy smiled gently and said, "Nana baby, you don't think you can escape from my grasp in this life, do you? It's impossible to die alone. Let's talk about the troubles you've encountered first." Roy's desire for a harem is simply blatant. Natasha Romanoff had already accepted her fate. She gave Roy a coquettish look and said, "Before we talk about our troubles, let me first introduce you, dear. Charlize Cipher, my junior." Sepher raised his eyebrows heroically and said, "I hate the name Charlize. Call me Sepher." Natasha Romanoff shrugged and said, "Okay, it's Cipher. Some time ago, I found out through S.H.I.E.L.D. that the Red House was taking action in Mohage. It just so happened that S.H.I.E.L.D. also had a mission that needed a Mohage to carry out. So I took it. In Mohage, I fought with junior sister Sepher several times, and there was no clear winner. However, after John, Robert, and the others arrived, Sister Sepher quickly fell into a disadvantage. Then, in the desperate situation, Sister Sepher became a little agitated, causing an extraordinary item brought out from the Mayan ruins to explode. Speaking of this, Shah's face looked a little strange. Cipher's expression was a little unnatural, and he explained, "At that time, I didn't know that you had no ill intentions. I mean, okay, I was a little excited. It was obvious that there was something behind Cipher's desperate struggle. After failing to find an excuse to hide his embarrassment, Sepher simply took a sip of wine and started to mess up." Natasha Romanoff then laughed happily and continued, "My dear, junior sister Sepher went to Mohage to investigate an antique smuggling case that Drikov had assigned her. But none of us imagined that among those antiques from the Mayan ruins there would be extraordinary items. After the extraordinary item exploded, we were teleported to this island city in Puerto Rico. It's just that it seems like none of us can leave here." Roy frowned slightly when he heard this and said, "What do you mean by unable to leave here?" Natasha Romanoff hasn't responded yet. Saifu already smiled bitterly and said, "Handsome guy, literally. It's just simple and can't leave." Natasha Romanoff also showed a helpless expression and added, "The sudden transmission allowed us to reconcile. After the reconciliation, we tried various means such as boat, plane, and even swimming. As long as we leave this island and move away from it, we will be teleported back to this city." The chase between Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Cipher, both graduates of the Red House, is sure to be exciting. But to Roy, the two women's agent tricks were just a little trick. What really interests Roy is the inexplicable, strange, and extraordinary power exerted on Natasha Romanoff, Cipher, John Wick, and others. Although Roy is only a third-ring magician now, his magical knowledge is not bad at all. Merlin's heritage, Ancient One's heritage, Kamartaj dimensional magic heritage, and so on. To be frank, there are very few supernatural powers on Earth that can hide from Roy's sight and perception. And the abnormalities in Natasha Romanoff, Cipher, John Wick, and others. Roy couldn't see a thing. This is just like the cognitive barrier Roy once encountered when he was searching for the holy place on the streets of New York. There is no doubt that this is definitely another extremely rare extraordinary system. After learning about the troubles of Natasha Romanoff, Sepher, and others, Roy did not panic. He allowed Cipher, John Wick, and others to move freely, and then took Natasha Romanoff to travel around the city like a pure tourist. It's not entirely correct to say that it's a trip, but rather a way to look for clues through trip. But unfortunately, the whole day passed. Whether it was the reconnaissance spells Roy had set up or the legends he had heard from the locals, there seemed to be no clues. As night fell, everyone gathered at the temporarily rented single-family vacation villa. Since there are no clues found in the city, the only ones left are Natasha Romanoff, Cypher, and the others, in a magic circle temporarily set up by one party. Under the astonished gazes of Natasha Romanoff and Cypher, Roy casually opened a portal and said, "On the other side of this portal is my bedroom in Kamartaj. Kamartaj is the largest magician organization on Earth today. Don't worry about your safety. Now, come here one by one. I need to see what this so-called teleportation is all about." The temporary magic circle has little effect. It is purely used to capture all subtle, extraordinary fluctuations and fix anchor points. As long as the mysterious power acting on Natasha Romanoff, Cypher, and others does not exceed the carrying limit of the magic circle, then wait until that mysterious power starts to work. The power of teleportation acting on Natasha Romanoff and others will be fixed on this magic circle. As Roy's voice fell, John Wick came to the portal without saying a word, turned his head to look at everyone, and stepped through it with an expressionless face. And the strange thing is, on the other side of the portal, when John Wick took a step forward, his entire body seemed to vanish. In just less than 2 seconds, John Wick's figure quickly turned into a handful of black light spots. Then, the temporary magic circle in the room glowed slightly. John Wick's figure, still walking, appeared on the magic circle. Seeing the presence of everyone, John Wick was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that he had encountered a mysterious teleportation incident again and returned to his original place. "Boss, don't say anything yet. Just stand there and don't move." "Yeah." After hearing Roy's words, John Wick, who was about to say something, quickly fell silent. After John Wick stood still, Roy quickly summoned the book spirit Timo and asked Timo to display and calculate the data variables recorded in the magic book. After a short while, with Timo's assistance, Roy quickly made further adjustments to the temporary magic circle. After the adjustment was completed, Roy opened the portal again and looked at John Wick. This time, Roy didn't need to give any instructions. John Wick drooped his eyelids, and as usual, he walked through the portal again like a wooden man. After just a few seconds, the temporary magic circle lit up again, and runes formed a hysteresis field. In that scene, everyone could clearly see that first a dark spot of light fell to the ground and took root, and then grew rapidly to form a black four-leaf clover. The moment the black four-leaf clover took shape, a hidden vitality bloomed. Then a large number of light spots appeared on the magic circle, giving rise to flesh, blood, bones, etc., gathering into a human form. The moment John Wick appeared again, the black clover quickly disappeared. Looking at these bizarre scenes, John Wick himself didn't feel anything was wrong, but just looked confused. But Natasha Romanoff, Sefer, Robert, Duncan, Willis, and others were all shocked to the extreme, and their eyes almost popped out of their heads. No one expected that they and others would be teleported back in this way. It would be more accurate to say that it grew out of a black four-leaf clover rather than being teleported. In such a bloody scene, if there is a slight mistake, who knows if the nose will fall on the buttocks, or even worse, the heart or brain will go wrong and die directly. Then I think back to the crazy and suicidal behavior of everyone in the past few days. Airplanes, cruise ships, motorboats, swimming, it's just like jumping back and forth at the gate of hell. I'm coming in. I jumped out again. I jump in again. It's really God's blessing that hell doesn't take people like me. After being stunned for a while, in the end, it was Natasha Romanoff who became closer to Roy and said, "Honey, what about that four-leaf clover just now?" Roy studied the various runic data displayed on the magic book and said without turning back, "That's a curse. Your soul is locked by some kind of existence. The black four-leaf clover is the mark. That extraordinary object you broke was most likely a sacrificial vessel for a god from the Mayan civilization. In ancient sacrificial ceremonies, breaking sacrificial vessels was considered blasphemy. The god is angry and has marked your soul. Perhaps because the mythology has receded for too long, The god is no longer able to manifest a projection and wants to take you somewhere, but cannot. The power that acts on Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D, and others is extremely mysterious. On Roy's magic book, not only are there a large number of death runes flashing, but there are also extremely strong life runes covering the bottom layer, as if to form a mark or perhaps a coordinate. This is a power similar to the wood release technique, which can also be considered magic. If the unknown god really wanted to kill Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D, and others, it would not be difficult at all. To Roy, it seemed more like a cry for help. For an unknown god who can teleport people with the wood release at will, even if he is extremely weak, it is very easy for him to kill Cypher, Robert, Duncan, and Willis. As for Natasha Romanoff and John Wick, they both have life-saving cards. At the same time, it may be that the magical aura of Natasha Romanoff and John Wick attracted the attention and curse of unknown gods. Curse, retain, but do not hurt. This is clearly a help signal. Roy didn't voice his speculation for the time being, but his inner interest grew stronger. At this time, Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D, and others all looked a little ugly. Natasha Romanoff, John Wick, Roy, Duncan, and Willis are better off because they have Roy as their backer and have a certain degree of security. And S.H.I.E.L.D's already cold and pale face looked even paler. For quite a while, S.H.I.E.L.D felt he had no room to resist, so he simply gave in and said, "I knew that damn Dreykov wasn't that kind." He even said that song was just a small investment. The current cipher has certain similarities with Natasha Romanoff when she was just starting out. Roy looked at Natasha Romanoff. 540. Natasha Romanoff lip-synced silently. Well, 19 years old, really young. Wait until Sever gradually calms down. Roy just spoke up and said, "Sever, come to think of it, I still don't know what your mission is." Cypher slumped down on a sofa, his eyes blank as he said, "It's an investment." Over the years, the Red House has frequently clashed internationally with an organization called Anonymous. Around the end of last year, Dreykov and the anonymous individual reached a ceasefire and cooperation agreement. This year, the two organizations have joined forces to create an unknown electronic information team to gather wealth, information, intelligence, and more in preparation for future insight plans. However, since this is a team that no one knows about, we naturally cannot use the funds of the two major organizations. In order to insert someone into this team, Dreykov had me leave the Red House and deliberately appear in the sight of the anonymous organization as a broker. Anonymous is a master at using criminal organizations around the world to achieve their goals. According to Dreykov's intelligence, the recently rising drug lord, smuggler, and broker gang in Mohaj was promoted by the anonymous organization. I just need to show enough Eastern European connections to this gang, and then I can slowly infiltrate its ranks. I didn't expect that I would encounter something like this during just an ordinary cultural relic smuggling operation. A Dreykov spy, a double agent sent by the Red Room. I have to say that after Seve gave up, a lot of the information he revealed was very surprising and interesting. At least, that's the information Xiang Fu revealed. Roy was very perceptive and was able to identify many threads in the film's plot. The anonymous organization should be from Fast and Furious. The Insight Project is likely related to Captain America 2, Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D, etc. No wonder it was Cypher. Roy sorted out the information briefly and found that the relationship network of the Red House was quite rich. But obviously, now is not the time to focus on these. After resolving the curse on Natasha Romanoff, Cypher and others, find a Red Room, kill Dreykov, and everything will be clear. These are all minor problems. The key is how to resolve the curse on everyone. The curse that fell upon everyone was clearly not malicious. In this case, as long as we find the unknown god, we will most likely be able to solve the problem. If Roy had not gone to Kamar Taj for further training, even if he understood the cause and effect, he might not be able to rely on that trace of curse to reach the unknown god. But after studying at Kamar Taj, Roy has a very good grasp of knowledge about space and dimensions. Accompanied by John Wick, Robert, Duncan, and Willis, they traveled back and forth through the portal. During the transmission process again and again, Roy kept adjusting the layout of the temporary magic circle and soon deduced a complete spatial coordinate from the magic book. Through this spatial coordinate, Roy quickly established a connection with a unique plane in the starry sky. Not in the material world, nor in the dimensional world. This plane is more like some kind of world fragment left behind in the channel between the material world and the chaos astral realm. This fragment of the world has a slight connection with the chaos astral world and the material world. Neither will it ascend into the chaos astral plane. It will not fall back into the material world. This is even more difficult than surviving in the cracks, being connected but not being recognized, just like a kite being pulled by two strings in midair. I won't say anything more if I don't add anything, but if you're not careful, the two connections will tear it apart. Roy guessed right. The curse on Natasha Romanoff, Cypher, and others is indeed a cry for help. The unknown god in the broken plane was most likely an accident when he followed a certain force to the Chaos Star realm during the decline of Earth's mythology. If this was really the Chaos Star realm, Roy would definitely turn around and leave. Apart from other things, the Chaos Star realm is famous for being a place where even the most extraordinary people are worse than dogs, and legends abound. Only a demigod might be able to shake things up a bit in the Chaos Star realm. But unfortunately, this unknown god was unlucky and fell halfway to ascend to the Chaos Star realm. In this case, as long as you set up an anchor point on the Earth and take a walk in the broken plane, it won't be a problem. And Roy has too many anchor points on Earth. From the group's headquarters, Wonderland Manor, Taj, to the three major hotels and Holy Place, Roy has an anchor point everywhere. After finding the coordinates, Roy greeted Natasha Romanoff, Cypher, and the others, and soon opened a new portal. It was still John Wick, striding in fearlessly. But this time, John Wick did not turn into a point of light, but quickly disappeared into the thick fog. A full 5 minutes passed. John Wick had just emerged from the fog and said with a blank expression, "Boss, the situation here is very safe. There's no problem." After reaching this conclusion, Natasha Romanoff, Sefer, and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, under Roy's leadership, everyone passed through the portal and entered the broken plane. In the broken plane, the magic environment is extremely poor, not much better than a magic-free environment on Earth. When you step into the portal, the first thing you see is a vast expanse of white fog. But soon, the fog seemed to have its own intelligence, revealing an invisible passage and even a signpost formed by the fog. Seeing this scene, Tasha, Tang Fu, and others all looked at Roy. Roy looked at John Wick. John Wick said expressionlessly, "Boss, there's a forest inside. No danger, very beautiful." Roy nodded and said, "Let's go." The owner of this place seems a little impatient. What Roy said is correct. While Roy and the others remained motionless, the mist beacon quickly transformed into a group of cute mist elves, pulling at Roy and the others' trouser legs. Led by a group of mist elves, Roy and the others quickly followed the foggy passage and entered a forest that looked like a fairy tale world. There are lush green trees, blooming flowers, and clear springs and streams flowing freely. However, in the forests on both sides of the passage, there was strangely no sign of life. No matter how beautifully the plants are maintained, they still exude a sense of withering and death. The fog channel is not straight. In fact, the entire head is more like a line coiled in a maze. After walking around in twists and turns for half an hour, a huge ancient tree that reached from the sky to the ground and looked like an emerald canopy appeared in the sight of Roy and others. "Groot, you're here. Groot, I'm sorry to meet you this way." Groot. A series of gentle, yet thunder-like sounds were heard soon. Under the slightly surprised gazes of Roy and the others, the enormous ancient tree revealed an expression that was full of wrinkles, but exuded a hint of holiness, gentleness, and kindness. Treeman can also be said to be tree shepherd, tree spirit, etc. No wonder its curse magic and even its teleportation method all have an escape style. If it were an ancient tree shepherd, it would be understandable. According to the records of Taj, there is a race called tree herders. However, most of the tree herders lived in prehistoric times. After the human population gradually increased and the surface forest shrank drastically, tree herders became rare. Most of the tree herders are taken in by many forces because of their unique life magic. This tree shepherd at this moment exudes a strong aura of holiness and light. It is obvious that this tree herder should belong to the heavenly camp. I just don't know why. When heaven entered the Chaos Star realm, this tree man was stripped out of heaven. Moreover, the species of this tree shepherd belongs to the Jibe tree. According to the records left by Mayan civilization, the Jibe tree is a sacred tree whose crown carries the heaven. Even the souls of people after death enter heaven through the vines of the Jibe tree. In the material world, the kiwi tree is a special tree species unique to Central America, distributed in Caribbean regions such as Mexico and Puerto Rico. In this way, it is understandable that Natasha Romanoff, Xiang Fu, and others were often teleported to the small town in Puerto Rico. In all likelihood, that small town is where the Jibe tree once grew. Only the place where it grows can enable it to generate induction and connection after it is separated from the material world. At the same time, it was just as Roy expected. The current situation of this tree shepherd is not very good. During the long wandering time, the magic power of the entire plane has been completely exhausted by him, and even the vitality of the surrounding forest is constantly being transferred to the tree shepherd. That's why those forests look beautiful but lifeless. After understanding all this, Roy was completely relieved and cast a mind link spell, allowing everyone to communicate with the tree shepherd mentally. Your Excellency the Magician, the tree shepherd Mackay, greets you. Roy, just call me Roy. You're quite polite. Dear Roy Magician, your easygoing and humble attitude makes me sincerely admire you. Mackay, stop the pretense and tell me what you want. A tree spirit who understands the ways of the world. While interrupting the other party's flattery, Roy also gave John Wick beside him a look that urged him to learn more. Please give me flowers. John Wick is still as wooden as ever. On the contrary, Robert, Duncan, and Willis had an inexplicable gleam in their eyes. Roy didn't notice the expressions of his three new subordinates, but instead focused all his attention on the Tesha man in front of him. Although this tree shepherd is almost at the end of his life, his essence is at least a demigod. To this fallen demigod, Roy had some ideas, but he didn't want to lose the opportunity due to carelessness. As long as this demigod has any bad thoughts, Roy guarantees that he will throw the silver angel in his face immediately. As expected, facing Roy's vigilance and precautions, the tree shepherd Mackay fell silent. 0-0. Old people become wise, and old trees are no worse. The fact that he was able to earn the title of Sacred Tree among the heavenly gods of the mythological era meant that he was definitely not as gentle and serene as he appeared. It's a pity that trees, like people, have to bow their heads under the eaves. The aspect where the tree shepherd Mackay is located is just a fragment of heaven. Over countless years, the entire plane has been pulled back and forth between the material world and the chaos astral plane, and it has almost reached the brink of collapse. When Roy and others came, why did they use the same air exhaust passage as the maze route? The entire plane and forest are filled with space cracks. The tree shepherd Mackay couldn't even teleport a few people, so he could only use the little connection created by the broken extraordinary sacrificial vessel to cast a curse. This already shows how weak the tree shepherd is. You can't fool people at all. After a moment's silence, the tree herder Mackay said solemnly, Roy Magician, I can submit to you, but you should know the resources required to nurture a demigod ancient tree. Before I surrender to you, I need to get enough protection. At least, I still have a choice. The essence of a demigod is the final basis for his ability to choose. In facing the negotiations with the tree shepherd Mackay, Roy laughed and said, Mackay, you have to figure out who needs who. For Roy, one thing is clear. Magician has always been my profession, and Mafia is my true nature. After 2 lives, Roy has always recognized his identity as a Mafia member since he was reincarnated into this world and understood that the essence of the world is troubled times. Mackay the Tree Shepherd wants to negotiate with Roy. Roy didn't directly say, "This is how we do things," because he was considering the other party's demigod nature. Just look at what happened to Roy's past opponents and colleagues, and you'll understand Roy's style. Hertz, Frank Lucas, Long Island Tycoons, etc. have long since turned to ashes. Nick Fury is still under investigation by multiple agencies, including the White House and the IRS. Natasha Romanoff has already deployed a lot of hidden agents in the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency. Even Mordo, if he was not a disciple of the Ancient One's Old Master 197, would not even have a place as a supporter. Want to negotiate with Roy? It's not that it's impossible. Even a teacher from Ancient One has to pay extra. Under the ancient trees in a fairy tale forest, Roy's words were not vicious, but there was a faint and powerful aura in his pocket, surrounding the entire plane that was about to shatter. That was the pocket that Roy had expanded with a traceless extension charm, and inside, it was a silver angel ready to go. A seventh ring level holy statue puppet, which also swallowed a large amount of Mephisto's essence, has become nearly as powerful as an eighth ring. If Silver Angel goes all out, in 10 minutes at most, this demiplane can be destroyed. And sense the presence of Silver Angel. At the moment, the tree shepherd Mackay was just like Mordo when Roy put a gun to his chin. The whole tree was much more energetic and awake. "Sir Roy, I have no other intentions. I can talk about it. Everything is negotiable. I can stabilize the plane and promote its growth. I'm good at planting trees, flowers, and grass. A long time ago, I was the best gardener in heaven. I also know many secrets of heaven. After the chaos astral realm descended, God died. I can help you gather the scattered angel servants of heaven. As long as I can recover, I will not help you fight. During the war between heaven and hell, I took root in hell and earned the name Taino. In Mayan civilization, Taino means many things, such as impatient, brave, and pioneer, which is probably similar to the title of a pioneer general. In the war between the two major divine systems, he was able to make a name for himself and survive. His strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, Taino means the ancestors of the tree herders. In other words, the tree herder Mackay is one of the ancestors of the tree people. If he could completely subdue Mackay, the tree shepherd, it would undoubtedly be a huge benefit for Roy. Roy's current strength is good enough to travel smoothly on the earth. But the premise of all this is that those powerful, extraordinary people do not appear. If it were an era when Iron Man was flying around, Hulk was smashing things around, and Thor was hammering things around, Roy's current strength would be a little insufficient, and he would have to rely on the reputation of Teacher Gusher. But if he could have a demigod tree shepherd under his command, it would be different. A fully powered demigod tree shepherd would have no problem taking on Avengers alone, apart from anything else. In terms of potential and hard power, the demigod tree shepherd may not be as good as Teacher Gu, but in essence, both sides are at the same level. This is a great opportunity and should not be wasted. Looking at the tree shepherd Mackay, whose attitude changed drastically. Roy didn't rush into anything, but slowly raised his bet, saying, "Mackay, what you said is a bit outdated. My secret manor has cultivated a plantation of all ecological planes. My magician tower is already under construction. It will start with flight in the sky, capable of astral navigation. My teacher is the Holy Spirit of Magic, a guest of the Eternal God. My holy icon puppet, also in angel form, is far more powerful than an angel servant. Not long ago, it even crushed Mephisto's Mephisto-duplication on Earth. As for war, myths and the supernatural have receded for hundreds of years. There is no war on Earth. What Roy said is all true, but it is all still in its infancy. But the fact is the fact. Even Mackay, the old tree shepherd, could not detect the slightest aberration and could only believe it. This made the tree shepherd Mackay very conflicted. Mackay, the tree shepherd, could tell that Roy was asking for his complete surrender. But no matter how you look at it, I am also a demigod. Even during the heyday of heaven, even though I was just an affiliate, I was still someone who was relied upon and demoted to the position of logistics leader. Could it be that I've been away from Earth for too long and that being a demigod is no longer valuable? It's not impossible. Hundreds of years ago, before the Chaos Star Realm arrived, I had heard that there were countless people separated by the Star Realm. Damn it, it was all that old guy Jesus' fault. In order to find his adoptive father in the Star Realm, he said he wanted to give gifts and consumed a lot of his own essence to cultivate the tree of good and evil, the tree of life, and the fig tree. However, this caused his own strength to drop significantly, and he couldn't even enter the Garden of Eden. In the end, he was abandoned on the way to the Star Realm. Jesus is useless and cannot protect himself. It would be reasonable for me to switch to someone else now. Roy didn't even know that the words he used to increase the stakes had caused the tree, Shepherd Mackay, to imagine a lot of things. But Roy understands the rhythm of negotiation very well. Looking at the tree, Shepherd Mackay, in silence, Roy slowly probed. Mackay, you should reconsider whether to fully surrender. Why don't we talk about the curse on my subordinates first? Definitely, I don't mean to blame you, but I'm a little curious about this kind of curse magic. Mackay, the tree herder, didn't doubt Roy's words. He perked up a bit, saying, Sir, when you talk about this kind of magic, we have to mention the ability of our tree people. This curse is also a type of life magic, called the black clover. When the life energy within life magic is stimulated to its extreme, it reaches the boundary between life and death. We use this extreme stimulation of life as a curse. Combined with the Clover clan's innate destiny spell, we have the magic of black clover. The implication of this curse is the fate of all life, which is death, also known as returning to one's roots. Plant ability, life magic. Roy soon learned from the tree, Shepherd Mackay, that this was indeed a new magic system. At the same time, this also made Roy more eager to conquer the tree, Shepherd Mackay. Tree Shepherd, life magic, I want them all. Black clover is a curse magic, but it is also a very practical magic. The tree shepherds use this curse magic to punish those who blaspheme. They prompt their lives to sublime and wither, and at the same time, use fate as a guide to lock and take away their souls. It's not bad for fallen leaves to return to their roots. But in Roy's opinion, this curse magic can be a top-level return to city spell with a slight modification. This magical transmission consumes the life of the cursed and follows the path of fate. It cannot be stopped or interrupted, and it also comes with a temporary protection of destiny. What is destiny? In scientific terms, it is ideological quantum entanglement. This is very mysterious and totally unreasonable. If there is such a return to city technique, it will definitely be of great benefit to Roy's future development of power. It's just like in the game world. There is a return point and a safe zone. Once developed, the effects of this return to city technique are extremely wide and diverse. Moreover, this black four-leaf clover spell has the foundation to be modified naturally. Just like what Mackay, the tree shepherd, did before, with just a slight adjustment to the spells cast by Natasha Romanoff, Cypher, John Wick, and others, the consumption of life would become very small. What's more, this consumption of life energy can be replenished. John Wick and the others just took a few bottles of Oak Life Essence Potion. Nothing happened to them. It only took a few hours. Roy and the tree Shepherd Mackay had already improved the original version of the city return technique. It's not that Roy has nothing to do. Rather, in this subtle discussion of magical knowledge, Roy was able to inadvertently demonstrate the vast breadth of his knowledge, as well as his extraordinary understanding and potential. Subconsciously, the tree Shepherd Mackay's recognition of Roy will become higher and higher. Definitely, Yishurin Mao Kai was not unaware of Roy's thoughts. But what if I noticed it? Roy's scheme is blatant and his advantages, potential, background, and conditions are all right there. The more Mackay, the tree shepherd, sees and recognizes, the more his heart is moved. Finally, when the 1.0 version of the city return technique was finalized, Mackay, the tree herder, finally made up his mind and said, "Sir Roy, I will submit completely to you, but I still require basic treatment." He who knows the times is a handsome man. Mackay, the tree shepherd, couldn't stay in this shattered plane for even a minute. Tree people will never be slaves unless they are provided with food and shelter. The basic environment and the level of mana supply are the final bottom line for the tree shepherd Mackay. Seeing the tree shepherd Mackay, he was completely moved. Roy laughed immediately and pulled out a standard template of a magic agreement. He quickly added some basic information about the tree shepherd Mackay's treatment. He is in charge of the plain plantation, a super magic-rich environment, such as unlimited magic supply. This was Roy's original plan. His own plain plantation is still in the early stages of planning and construction. After the tree shepherd Mackay signs the agreement, he will be able to take care of it and accelerate the growth of the plain plantation. Anyway, I have already prepared the dimensional seeds, dimensional origin crystals, etc. You invest the money yourself, and the tree shepherd does the work. After the plain plantation is successfully built, you only need 99% of the output. Although Mackay, the tree shepherd, has become a beast of burden, he has gained hope of achieving the dimension of Mephisto. In view of this, it would not be too much to ask the tree shepherd Mackay to pass on the inheritance of the life magic system to himself. There is no master in the world who is kinder and more generous than yourself. Looking at the super high basic treatment on a magic agreement. For a moment, Mackay, the tree shepherd, even felt that he had judged others by his own standards. Legend has it that the Garden of Eden in the Chaos Star realm was just a super rich demon environment, and it was not allowed to absorb anything easily. And now, the tree shepherd Mackay suddenly felt that the Garden of Eden, where he had spent countless essences but still failed to reach, was nothing but bullshit. Jesus could not get himself a place as a gardener in the Garden of Eden. Now he alone holds the power of the plane. Mackay, the tree shepherd, finally understood why ye worship Jehovah of Chaos as his adoptive father. For a moment, looking at the magical agreement in front of him, the tree shepherd Mackay's eyes were filled with tears. After leaving the mark of his origin without hesitation, the tree herder Mackay looked at Roy with great emotion and said, "Master, I will kowtow to you." Roy was ecstatic inside, but appeared calm as he put away the magic contract. He waved his hand and said, "Xiao Mao, let's not bother with this empty talk. There's no need to call me master. Just keep the master in your heart from now on and call me Roy." Mackay, the tree herder, suddenly became agitated and said, "No, absolutely not. Master, I'm so touched. From now on, Xiao Mao will be your most loyal gardener. I will definitely help you maintain your plain plantation so that it is neat, beautiful, and produces abundant crops." Mackay, the tree shepherd, is a tree that knows how to adapt to changing circumstances, handles things well, and understands the ways of the world. A wave of loyalty. Roy couldn't suppress the smile on his face any longer. He reached out and took out a dimensional seed and said, "Xiao Mao, you are so loyal. The master has decided to reward you. This is a dimensional seed that has been refined by earth, water, wind, and fire. From now on, the master's plain plantation will be handed over to you. Work hard, and I will find you a sister-in-law tomorrow." Tree shepherd Mackay. 353. Is this a plain plantation with a super rich magic environment and unlimited mana supply? Wait, did I make a mistake somewhere? The tree shepherd Mackay opened his eyes wide and looked at Roy with tears in his eyes. Roy stepped forward and patted the tree trunk, saying, "Xiao Mao, even though the seed in this dimension is small, it has high growth potential. Think about it. This is a perfect level dimensional seed capable of evolving from a plane into a world of chicken dimensions. Demigods are great, but they have an end to their lives. Can they compare to Dimension Mephisto?" The tree shepherd Mackay was so moved that he cried on the spot. "I've gotten on a pirate ship. So, can a magic contract be revoked?" Even Natasha Romanoff, Severus, John Wick, and others found this scene a little unbearable. It's so tragic. The tree's IQ was not high to begin with, and now it has been fooled. Looking at the tree, Shepherd Mackay, tears welled up in his eyes. Roy probably felt that he was being too unkind, so he reached out and took out three-dimensional origin crystals and persuaded him. Mao, look at what this is. Be good, integrate the dimension seed. Master will help you repair this broken plane and allow you to grow. Mackay, the tree shepherd, cried even harder. This means that he can't even protect his own nest. Located in a fragmented plane on the edge of the material world and chaos astral travel. Mackay the tree shepherd cried so hard, it was really touching. However, people cannot empathize with each other, just like Roy now, who just wants to laugh. To be honest, when I first came to this plane to serve as a minister, Roy had absolutely no intention of recruiting a demigod as his gardener. He just wanted to use the Ancient One's skin to lift the curse on Natasha Romanoff, Cypher, and others. But Roy really didn't expect that the tree shepherd actually believed what he said casually. As a member of a Mafia family who started out by stealing, robbing, kidnapping, and defrauding, Mackay, the tree shepherd, believed in his own words. Then Roy said that he really dared to fool people. Anyway, once the magic contract is signed, Mackay, the tree shepherd, can only serve as his own horse until he recovers to his peak state. What's there to be afraid of? Roy has already begun to refine the Book of Magic, turning his Book of Roy into the Book of Truth. A book of truth crafted from the branches and leaves of the world tree. Once it is mastered and all magic contracts are included in it, not to mention demigods, even true gods and eternal level gods may not be able to break free. What level of existence is the world tree? It is an existence that can overwhelm a small pantheon like the Nordic pantheon to the point of suppressing the Greek and heavenly pantheons. One tree can support 3 generations. Even when the god is gone, the tree remains. The Book of Truth, made from the world tree, is comparable to a divine artifact based on its materials alone. Therefore, he didn't care about the opinion of the demigod tree shepherd Mackay. And as Roy said, the talk of training the tree shepherd Mackay into a dimensional Mephisto is not pure nonsense. There is some truth to it. At least, Roy still has a lot of dimensional origin crystals in his hands. This kind of dimensional origin crystallization is of great help to the evolution of demiplanes, plane worlds, and dimensional worlds. If Roy can obtain enough dimensional origin crystals in the future, it is possible to cultivate the tree shepherd Mackay into a dimensional Mephisto. As for tree people, they are born with bad brains. Just look at Groot in Guardians of Galaxy, and you will know how intelligent the tree people are. Come back and brainwash them a few more times, and then give them some sweet treats in batches. Roy was aware that he still had control over the tree shepherd Mackay Ponzuin, a demigod. As expected, under Roy's various PUA methods, which were both soft and hard, and full of promises and threats. It didn't take long. The tree shepherd Mackay completely recovered from his previous extremely sad and somewhat choked mood, especially after Roy promised to give him 3-dimensional origin crystals after returning to Wonderland Manor. Mackay, the tree shepherd, completely believed in Roy's promise and began to become enthusiastic. Demigod is already the peak of the tree shepherd Mackay. Why was Mackay, the tree shepherd, willing to spend a lot of his essence to help Jesus cultivate the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the tree of life, the fig tree, etc., so that Jesus could go to the Chaos Star realm to give gifts and worship his adoptive father? Isn't it just to enter the higher level paradise of Chaos Star realm? Demigods have a lifespan limit. Even if the tree people have an extremely long lifespan, they will eventually die. But if one can become the head gardener of the Garden of Eden, there's hope of becoming a Mephisto in the dimension and gaining almost eternal life. The bread that Jesus drew was the bread of his adoptive father, Jehovah. The pie that Roy painted was a pie that could be seen in person, especially with the dimensional origin crystal hanging there. Under Roy's PUA, the tree shepherd Mackay quickly injected all of his enormous life source into the dimensional seed. There are many ways for demiplanes, planes, dimensions, and other worlds to appear. Mephisto's cultivation method is to use the resentment and negative energy of the souls of 3,000 saints in visible nourishment. The training method of Makai, the tree shepherd, is more intuitive. Endless infusion of the source of life. A large number of life patterns soon began to appear on that dimensional seed. Circle after circle. The dimensional seed looked only the size of a fist, but the life patterns, magic runes, various magic rings, etc. on it were densely packed like stars. This is a kind of cultivation, but also a kind of rebirth. In this cultivation process that is almost like nirvana and rebirth, Makai the tree shepherd's original body might gradually fade away and die. But within the seeds of that dimension, new tree shepherds will also grow out, and from birth, they will be the sacred trees of this demiplane. When the demiplane grows into a plane world, Makai, the tree shepherd, will be able to return to his peak demigod state. When the plane world is promoted to the dimension world, the tree man Makai will be able to become the dimension Mephisto. And under Roy's orders, the life energy that Makai, the tree shepherd, infuses into the dimensional seed is not only the source of his own life, but also the source of the entire forest and the broken plane. Accompanied by this destructive extraction and transfer of the origin. In the entire plane world that was on the verge of breaking, large tracts of forest began to wither. Eventually, even the waterfalls and streams in the forest began to dry up. The world is wailing and may collapse at any time. Even the elves that permeated the entire world began to tremble, like a sea of clouds, constantly rolling, as if they were about to rush out of this world. Fortunately, at this time, the dimensional seed swallowed a large amount of life origin, plus 3-dimensional origin crystals, accompanied by a burst of extremely bright light, like the Big Bang. Inside that dimensional seed, a universe and starry sky gradually appeared. 1.5 plane. Mephisto spent countless efforts, combined with the origin of hell and the souls of 3,000 saints, and it took him more than 100 years to successfully accomplish the Chuji religion. Under the crazy infusion of the tree shepherd Makai, it took less than 10 minutes. At the same time, a miniature treeman appeared in the demi-plane inside the dimensional seed. It has come to this. Makai, the tree shepherd, only needs to take the last step and transfer his own soul into it to complete success. However, the tree shepherd Makai still misses his old nest. Before transferring the soul, the tree man Makai waved his hand. In an instant, the fog in the entire plane rolled back and turned into a group of elves, which almost fled and drilled directly into the dimensional seed. And in the entire forest that had been completely withered, a little green spiritual halo rose up and turned into a torrent, pouring into the inner part of the dimensional seed. These are the spiritual essences of demonic plants that emerge from the lair of the tree herder Makai. After injecting the dimensional seeds, it could take root and sprout again. 10 minutes. The forest plain that was originally beautiful and looked like a fairy tale world has become a desolate place. In the entire plain, even the land was dry and cracked, without a trace of life. Watching the tree shepherd Makai's conscious packing behavior, Roy felt extremely relieved. He came to the giant tree that housed the tree shepherd Makai, patted the trunk, and said emotionally, "Mal, my master is not a heartless person. Here, this is the 3-dimensional origin crystal. Just transfer your soul and absorb it. As for your true form, just leave it here. We cannot let you die without a burial place. Go and meet your new life. After returning to Earth, the Master will anchor the dimension seed. Then you'll be able to grow happily, moving towards the dimension Mephisto little by little." Listening to Roy's words, the tree shepherd Makai was moved again. This time I was truly moved, not fake. The Master was not lying to me. He just didn't make it clear before, so I misunderstood. This is another 3-dimensional origin crystal. He said he would give it to me after returning to Earth, but I didn't expect that it has been given to me now. Moreover, the owner showed the greatest respect to his own corpse. The Master's kindness will never be fulfilled, even in this lifetime. Makai, the tree shepherd, was extremely moved. After he said a lot of words of gratitude and loyalty to Roy, a green soul that penetrated the sky and the earth soon floated out and sank into the dimensional seed. The demigod has returned, and the matter is over. Roy nodded with satisfaction and took the dimension seed floating in the air in his hand. After thinking for a while, Roy cast 2 spells on the dimensional seed to obscure the outside world's vision and perception. After ensuring that Makai the tree shepherd cannot see the outside world, Roy just came over with an extremely excited and joyful smile. Mal, go ahead and grow up happily. Your body will be well preserved by your master. This is a complete corpse of a demigod. Whether it's used to make scrolls, refine potions, or create equipment, they're all top-level magical materials. Definitely, the best use of this demigod giant tree corpse is to make a top-level golem puppet. In the Philosopher's Stone, there is a top-level golem puppet called the Ancient War Tree, which is made from the trunk of an ancient and powerful demonized giant tree. This is a top-level golem puppet that is no less powerful than the Silver Angel. However, the effectiveness of Silver Angel tends to be more sacred and flexible. The effectiveness of the Ancient War Tree tends to be in the aspects of civil engineering, meet shield, and attack. Even a demigod-level golem puppet is not something I can refine at this stage. I have to wait until the Magician Tower is built, and then combine the Magician Tower with a large number of auxiliary magicians before I can try to refine it. But it doesn't matter. In a short period of time, 1 Silver Angel is enough. Furthermore, the trunk of this demigod tree is so enormous that it would be a waste to use it only to refine a child statue puppet. Before refining the golem puppet, you can also make full use of it and cut off a part of it to refine potions, equipment, etc. Roy was thinking about how to make the most of the demigod torso left behind by the tree, Shepherd Makai. But his hands were not idle at all. Fossils become mud. The earth dragon rolls. Flotation. Magician's hand. A series of extremely practical magic spells were cast. Roy carefully dug out the demigod torso of the tree, Shepherd Makai, without damaging it at all, and placed it in 10 special backpacks. This special backpack is a warehouse created using the Traceless Stretching spell plus Mirror Space. Originally, Roy planned to use this special backpack to pack Mephisto's Mephisto-duplication. But before Veronica left, she had already taken all the materials decomposed from the Mephisto-duplication back to Wonderland Manor. Right now, it will be just right to use this special backpack to carry away the entire demigod's torso. Roy happily packed up the demigod's torso. At this time, Natasha Romanoff and others, who were already speechless about Roy's deception of ability, became even more silent. Previously, Roy and the tree Shepherd Makai had a deep relationship as master and servant. It also made Natasha Romanoff, Severus, John Wick, and others feel that Roy was not so harsh after all. Unexpectedly, the soul of the national herdsman Mao Kai was transferred. Roy did this cool move. That tree Shepherd Makai was so pitiful. After being bought by Roy, he even helped Roy count the money. As the trunk of the giant tree supporting the plane's heaven and earth was completely crushed, the entire plane quickly began to collapse at an accelerated rate. The outermost land was swept into the endless chaos turbulence. The last barrier of the plane was also completely shattered. Roy then opened a portal and filed out with Natasha Romanoff and the others. Returned to New York Wonderland Manor. Through the portal, one could still see endless chaos airflow, like a terrifying beast that devoured everything, swallowing up the plane that was already on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, the portal was completely closed before the chaos airflow swept in. But the vast and magnificent scenery of the Chaos Star Realm and the Cosmic Void, even if it was just a fleeting glimpse, it was deeply engraved in everyone's memory. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have believed that the world outside the earth is so magnificent and majestic. Is this the truth about the universe? Compared to this magnificent and extraordinary world, I suddenly feel that the work in the Red House is quite boring. The extremely shocking scene left everyone stunned. In the end, it was Sepher, who wasn't under Roy's command, who was the first to sigh. His entire demeanor had a sense of letting go. In a sense, this is also a very normal thing. Any normal person, after witnessing the magnificence and grandeur of the extraordinary world up close, will develop a strong yearning for it. At the same time, compared with the grandeur of the extraordinary world, the gap in the real world is even greater. For a moment, even the joy of escaping from the predicament disappeared. Instead, he looked at Natasha Romanoff with some envy. Both of them are former Red House agents. The difference in life circumstances is too great. Just when Sepher was feeling extremely disappointed and his emotions were difficult to calm down, Natasha Romanoff also reacted completely. She instinctively put her arms around Roy's arms and looked at Cypher with bright eyes. "Junior, I have an idea. What do you want to hear?" After returning to Wonderland Manor, almost everyone felt relaxed. John Wick quickly left with Robert, Duncan, and Willis. Although Robert, Duncan, and Willis have already joined Roy, it has only been a short time since then. Even if they accidentally saw the extraordinary world, they would not be able to integrate into the core all at once. At least, these three people will have to hone their skills under John Wick for a while. When these three people are fully recognized by John Wick, they will be introduced to the knight's breathing technique. Perhaps, Roy would bestow the magic potion to help the three of them step into the extraordinary realm as soon as possible. At that time, these three people could be considered to have truly entered Roy's inner circle. After John Wick and his four companions left, Veronica and Emma, the hostesses of Wonderland Manor, quickly brought Natasha Romanoff and Cypher to the second floor of the Manor Villa. It was only at this time that Roy had time to come to the living room on the first floor to serve as a servant. In a living room on the first floor of the manor house, there is also Carter S.H.I.E.L.D, who is already at the end of his life and is waiting for death, waiting to see Roy for the last time. It was different from the excitement or sadness Roy had imagined. After watching the complete torture and refinement of the Mephisto duplication in the four symbols demon ceiling formation, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D appeared remarkably calm, like a monk who had seen through the mundane world. The TV in the living room was tuned to a Texas TV channel. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D sat on an old-fashioned single sofa, holding a bottle of beer in his hand, his eyes empty, until Roy arrived, waved, and took a bottle of beer and clinked it with Carter S.H.I.E.L.D's beer. White frost spread, making both bottles of beer become cold. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes finally focused, and he took a sip of beer and praised, "Magic is really convenient." Roy smiled and said, "It's just okay, barely." Carter S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Roy's smug expression and silently raised his middle finger. A dying person is also a partner. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D was fearless. Roy didn't care about it, and said with a restrained smile, "Old Ka, we can say that we have a pleasant cooperation. I've gained a lot this time. Before you die, do you have any wishes? I'll help you realize them." This time, Roy didn't fool around, nor did he use any tricks. Just as Roy said, he gained a lot from his trip to the south, which made him in a very good mood, and he was ready to show some kindness. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D took another sip of beer, his expression blank. "Roy, will there be anything left after I die?" "I don't know. Most likely, there isn't any. Hellfire can burn everything. Forget it. Let your angels say a mass for me. I miss San Vanganza Village." Accompanied by Carter S.H.I.E.L.D's words, a hellfire began to spread gradually over his body, causing the magic pattern formations in the Manor Villa to begin to reveal an energy halo, forming a protective force field. It only took more than 10 seconds. The last bit of Carter S.H.I.E.L.D's soul also completely disappeared in the hellfire. In the end, there was only a human-shaped hellfire, flickering slightly in the air. This is the root of Carter S.H.I.E.L.D's ability to become Ghost Rider, the spirit of vengeance. At the same time, this spirit of vengeance is also the basis for Mephisto to control Ghost Rider. After the death of each Ghost Rider, his soul will be completely devoured by the spirit of vengeance. To be more precise, it will merge with the spirit of vengeance. No one can tell the specific origin of the spirit of vengeance. In any case, Roy could clearly sense in the spirit of vengeance a power that came from hell and even the abyss. It was as if, by mastering the spirit of revenge, one could gain a portion of the authority of hell. But in the usual style of Mephisto, hell, and the abyss. Roy was sure of it. Whether it is the spirit of revenge or the power of the origin of hell contained in it, there are definitely great hidden dangers. Fortunately, Roy has a way to avoid this hidden danger. This is not the first time that Yowie has taken advantage of Mephisto, hell, and the abyss. An extraction technique was performed. Roy used the Philosopher's Stone as a medium and quickly extracted a top-level soul crystal from the spirit of revenge. The moment this top-level soul crystal took shape, information and knowledge rushed into Roy's body. At the same time, the spirit of revenge was completely destroyed. Roy could clearly sense the endless negative energy, forming terrifying curse torrents that fell madly on Roy. 000. Some of these curses come from Mephisto, and some come from the instinctive disgust of the hell dimension. There are even evil thoughts from heaven. The composition of this spirit of revenge is really outrageous. It's mixed blood to the extreme. The overwhelming curse did not affect things like magic circles, but directly affected Roy's soul, mind, and will. However, before the curses could take effect, the Philosopher's Stone trembled slightly, completely suppressing all negative energy. Roy's ability spell Curse of the Abyss also began to activate, absorbing a large amount of negative energy and feeding it back into his body. This feeling is pretty good. The wool in the Hell Dimension world is even richer than that of one's own teacher, Ancient One. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely visit Hell more often. Under the impact of the violent flow of information, Roy's thoughts were in a mess. It took more than half an hour. After accepting all the knowledge contained in the spirits of vengeance, Roy was stunned for a moment, and then a sense of joy arose in his heart. Since going to Kamartaj for further studies, Roy's strength improvement speed has always been very rapid. At the second ring, Roy can also go to the Ancient One, get some wool, and get the origin of all things. But in the blink of an eye, Roy reached the peak of the second ring again. In a short period of time, Roy was asked to go to Ancient One Teacher again to get some money, but he was afraid of being beaten. But if you want to reach level 3, the choice of ability spell becomes a problem. Roy had already made a plan. If he really couldn't find a suitable ability spell, he would wait for a while and then go to Teacher Ancient One to ask for help. Unexpectedly, the knowledge carried by the Spirit of Vengeance gave Roy a surprise. Third level ability spell, Authority of Judgment, Scales of Justice, True Damage, Mark of Undying. This is an ability spell that does not belong to the string world and beneath everything. The Spirit of Vengeance possesses the essence of both heaven and hell, and their ultimate judgment of the soul unexpectedly triggers 10 series of law authorities, including judgment, fairness, and trial. This is also the reason why Ghost Rider is often able to escape from Mephisto's control. The ultimate power of judgment after sublimation has exceeded the original authority of hell and heaven. Even if there is only a part of transcendence, it is still a transcendent country. Whether it is the heavenly pantheon or the hellish pantheon, the ultimate dimensional authority of each is extremely complex. The common point between the two is the study and judgment of the soul. Hell punishes evil and heaven rewards good. The fusion and sublimation of the origins of these two pantheons created the Spirit of Vengeance. And the Spirit of Vengeance created Ghost Rider. This is why Roy was able to extract the essential law of the soul and judgment from the core of the layers of authority, forming the ability spell Judgment Authority 1. Although it is called Authority, in fact, this ability spell is a defective embodiment of the law of judgment. Same as String World and Beneath Everything. However, in Roy's ability spell system, String World is the foundation of divinity, and under all things is the foundation of the divine body, and Judgment Authority is the foundation of the Godhead. The three foundations, the Trinity, have thoroughly solidified Roy's path to godhood. With these three ability spells, Roy has a safety net. Even if Roy's ability spell had an error during the 6th Ring Magician's journey, it would not affect Roy's ascension to godhood. At most, his authority would be limited. With this guarantee, Roy's potential is already comparable to that of the Ancient One magician. If Roy can continue on his path as a magician, his potential will only become stronger and greater. This is also the real reason why Roy was so surprised. Good people will be rewarded. I helped Carter Slade to get revenge and fulfill his wish. So, isn't this a reward? Roy was delighted and quickly began to check his own ring ability spells. Scales of Justice. My heart is fairness. My heart is justice. This is the basis of the judgment and the operating logic of the entire ability spell. Everything is judged by Roy's newness. At the same time, this spell also comes with two auras. One is the friendly aura, which can enhance the friendly army's morale, strength, speed, recovery, etc. The other is the enemy aura, which can reduce some of the enemy's will, physical strength, agility, recovery, etc. True damage, once friend or foe, right or wrong is determined, the attack will cause soul damage. This thing is an enhanced version of Eye of Judgment, one of Ghost Rider's strongest skills, forming a constant spell effect, like a passive. The Immortal Mark also has the effect of locking health after determining friend or foe, right or wrong. This spell is not as abnormal as Ghost Rider's immortality, but it can be bestowed upon friendly forces, allowing them to directly lock their health when they're on the verge of death and forcibly restore most of their vitality. 3 lower-level spells: Synthesis, Judgment Authority. Whether it is Roy or Roy's partner, subordinates, puppets, etc., every time they reward good and punish evil, they will expand their power a little bit. As long as Roy and those related to him continue to enforce justice, they will eventually gain control of the true authority of judgment. This is not a spell that completely enhances Roy's own ability. But at the same time, Roy was very satisfied with this ability spell. After all, from the very beginning, Roy had never thought of taking the path of ascending to godhood through independent study and contemplation like the Ancient One teacher, but was preparing to take the path of magician civilization. In Roy's plan, the Magician Tower, the Floating City, etc., require a lot of helpers. There are also magician apprentices, construct knights, golem puppet legions, etc. With the ability spell, Authority of Judgment, not only can Roy greatly enhance his control over his subordinates, but he may also have enough subordinates to help him enforce justice so that he can grasp the authority of God before he becomes a god. In a sense, this is similar to the way of faith, but without such major flaws. As long as Roy has enough men and enforces justice, this ability spell will be the greatest guarantee for Roy's ascension to godhood. After concentrating the 3rd level ability spell, Roy's strength naturally reached the 4th ring level. As a result, Roy's basic magic power, physical strength, spell level, etc. increased slightly. But that's all. Roy discovered that the depth of the inheritance brought by the Philosopher's Stone had also been consumed. If you want to continue upgrading quickly in the future, it may not be so easy. And that is indeed the case. The 4th ring level is almost the same as the Hulk and Thor in Avengers Alliance 1. Going further up, there are Blind Thor, Fat Thor, Storm Thor, War Thor, Rune King Thor, and so on. Just look at Thor's advancement process, and you will know how difficult it is to improve your strength after the 4th ring. First his mother died, then his father, then his sister, and finally his brother. He even blew up the entire dimensional world of Asgard. It was not until Avengers Alliance 4 that Thor reached the level of the fat otaku Thor. Later on, Thor had to lose his teammates, his wife, and his entire family before he could advance to the level of Storm Thor. More War Thor, Runelord Thor. Before Roy's reincarnation, no Marvel movies have been made. This is also the reason why Roy, after consolidating the 3 foundations of divinity, divine body, and divine nature, will begin to develop towards the path of magician civilization. Roy didn't want to go down the horrific path of self-metamorphosis at all. 4 rings, an extraordinary watershed. At the same time, 4 rings are also the regular basic strength of Marvel's main superheroes. Definitely, this is just the strength division of ordinary magicians like Veronica, Emma, Mordo, etc. Magicians like Roy and Ancient One, whose strengths are determined purely by their knowledge and control theory, cannot be divided into different levels using these conventional levels. Whether it is the magical holy spirit essence of the Ancient One or Roy's top puppet, they're all bugs. Promoted to 4th ring. After adapting to my own strength a little, Roy felt that he needed a small celebration on 1.7. For example, your favorite sport, racing, is a great way to celebrate. Driving alone is boring, but it would be nice to race with Veronica and Emma. Natasha Romanoff also bought a new car, which made Roy even happier. A full 3 days. S.H.I.E.L.D, who was almost under house arrest in Wonderland Manor, became extremely irritable when he heard the frequent roar of racing cars. In Cypher's opinion, Roy, Veronica, Emma, and Natasha Romanoff are simply wasting their time on material things. What's so good about racing? I never hurt anyone. When it comes to speed and passion, airplanes are the way to go. That's right, after I get out of this damn Wonderland Manor, I'll just fly myself. Wonderland Manor, after 3 days of carnival. Emma has absolutely no interest in magic research and prefers to secretly develop her own psychic magic by doing business, controlling the group, and expanding her network. At most, Emma would come back every 2 days to replenish her magic power. So after the carnival ended, Emma left for the outside world with billions of gains. As for Veronica, she is a typical homebody. She doesn't even like to go to the garden, but prefers the magic laboratory, especially after this siege of Mephisto. In the magic laboratory of the Manor Villa, there is also a Prince of Hell, the inner demon, imprisoned. As soon as Veronica finished her revelry, she went to the magic laboratory, preparing to use the witch's inner demon as experimental material to combine the activation summoning technique inherited from Merlin with the magic of the dead. As a result, the only ones left with Roy were Natasha Romanoff and the prisoner S.H.I.E.L.D. I have to say that the Black Widows raised in the Red House have very strong temperaments. When Roy09 was hunting Natasha Romanoff, it took him a lot of effort and time. The same is true for S.H.I.E.L.D. today. Even during these 3 days, I was shocked many times by the racing scenes I saw unexpectedly. S.H.I.E.L.D. still said that he disdains driving and just wants to fly planes and be beautiful alone. Roy marveled at the beautiful flowers that blossomed after hunting like Natasha Romanoff and did not make things difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D, but only temporarily imprisoned him in Wonderland Manor. After all, next, he will help Tasha to completely deal with the Red House and Dreykov. S.H.I.E.L.D can not only provide certain information and intelligence. And once S.H.I.E.L.D leaves Wonderland Manor, no one knows whether S.H.I.E.L.D will leak Roy and Natasha Romanoff's plan. The Oak Garden is sunny and dotted with flowers. At the moment, Roy, with the Oak Garden as the center, continuously hammered the refined magic pillars into the ground one by one and connected them with the overall magic circle of the Wonderland Manor. After setting up the plantation magic circle, Roy quickly took out the dimension seed that had been placed there for 3 days. The dimensional seed fell into the plantation magic circle and quickly took root, completely integrating into the underground array base in a strange way. Then the dimensional seeds were like ripples on water film, completely integrated into the plantation space. Layer upon layer of ripples spread. Whether it was Roy, Natasha Romanoff, or S.H.I.E.L.D, they could all clearly see that a vague demiplane was completely anchored in the demonized plantation. The demiplane is anchored to the magic circle, and the dual spaces merge. Soon, a vast continent appeared inside the demonized plantation. Ordinary people cannot see the half-hidden plain plantation at all. Only those who are granted authority by Roy can pass through this demonized plantation and enter the plane. At the same time, the core magic element pool of the entire Fairyland Manor, with the help of the overall magic circle, began to constantly supply infinite magic power to this half-plane. In that half-plane, springs of magic power continuously emerged, almost visible to the naked eye. Mackay, the tree shepherd who was still sleeping, began to wake up. However, the tree shepherd Mikey now has completely lost his previous tall and majestic appearance. and is now very small and cute. The current tree shepherd Makai is really a little Mao. When Xiao Mao sensed the strong magical power spreading, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he ran happily on his short legs. After a while, at the place where a large amount of magic power converged, Xiao Mao found the most comfortable place, and from the tree man state, he took root again and turned into a sapling state. Xiao Mao, who was reborn after Nirvana, although his demigod nature remained unchanged, his power was very weak. Fortunately, there's an extremely sufficient supply of magic power. Xiao Mao's demigod nature can absorb and release a very powerful amount of magic power, and its growth rate is extremely fast. As Xiao Mao grows, dots of green spread across the demiplane. As a result, wisps of life energy began to emerge in the entire demiplane. It's done. The development of this half-plane was very successful. In order to reward Xiao Mao, Roy even took out an extra dimension origin crystal, letting Xiao Mao brag about it, and swear that as long as he got through the weak period of his newborn life, he would raise a large number of forests, magic plants, and even magical beasts for his master Roy. Deep in the brainwashing of Xiao Mao, Roy was in a very good mood. Looking at his still desolate half-plane, he found the scenery extremely beautiful. And next to Roy, Natasha Romanoff, who had long been taught the meditation method of the will of truth, also successfully mastered the meditation method with the help of the original magic power that escaped when the plane was born. Although Natasha Romanoff is still just a magic apprentice, she has successfully started her evolution. Especially Natasha Romanoff has magic ear studs specially made by Roy, so she has plenty of backup magic power. Many small spells at the magic apprentice level. After adapting for a while, Natasha Romanoff quickly became proficient in using it. Cleansing, silencing, lightness, magician's hand, etc. These small spells are inconspicuous, but very practical, and they have a strong auxiliary and complementary effect on Natasha Romanoff's own agent skills. Natasha Romanoff was naturally very happy about this. She showed her love to Roy and performed various spells. And looking at this scene, S.H.I.E.L.D, who also came from the Red House, didn't say it, but his eyes were full of envy. I really don't know where I lost. Is it because I don't race against the other party? I said it myself. Let's make the plane first. S.H.I.E.L.D was extremely depressed, but he refused to admit defeat. Roy saw it inadvertently, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. It took a long while until Tasha's spell-casting enthusiasm, which had just started her extraordinary evolution, dissipated. Roy just waved his hand, took Natasha Romanoff in his arms, and said, "Nana, darling, now that you have successfully embarked on the path of a magician, I think it's time to get rid of the Red House and Dreykov." Mention of the Red House and Dreykov. Natasha Romanoff's entire demeanor suddenly changed, becoming somewhat fierce, and she looked at Hayfo. Cypher rolled his eyes and said, "Natasha Romanoff, I've already told you everything about the Red Room. You don't think I've really been brainwashed by Dreykov and turned into a fool, do you? Our Black Widow tradition has never been about loyalty, only about benefits and disadvantages." Natasha Romanoff finally calmed down a bit and said, "Sister Sepher, your operation with Mohej failed, and Dreykov will definitely not let you go. Eliminating Dreykov is our common goal. I think you wouldn't mind helping me take the blame, right? Inside the Arctic Circle, the permafrost canyons of the Ural Mountains. This is Polaris Owl Prison, one of the cruelest, most severe, and most ferocious heavy prisons in the world. There isn't even a single lightweight prisoner in this prison. According to information provided by the Natural Knowledge Group, the lightest sentence imposed on anyone in Owl Prison is 20 years. Above that, there are prisoners serving life sentences who will never be pardoned and will never have their sentences reduced. In a sense, entering this prison is equivalent to being exiled from the entire human society. And on this morning, when the cold wind never stopped, on the distant hillside of the permafrost canyon, an orange-yellow portal suddenly opened, and Roy, Natasha Romanoff, and Sepher, like spring and autumn, passed through the portal and looked down at the permafrost canyon in the canyon. From a distance of several thousand meters, He could clearly see every snowflake in the Eagle prison. Natasha Romanoff started her evolutionary journey and could barely make out the figures and sentry arrangements. Only S.H.I.E.L.D, holding a monocular electronic telescope, felt more and more frightened the more he looked. In that S.H.I.E.L.D prison, there are 7 bunkers visible on the surface for watchtowers and more than 18 sniper points, surrounded by wilderness and wasteland. Trying to sneak into this owl prison quietly is as ridiculous as a fairy tale. Observe for a quarter of an hour. Cypher's face was cold and dark, and he first glanced at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff gave her a sweet, hopeful look. Cypher was furious and speechless. He looked at Roy and asked, "Are you sure that Natasha Romanoff's father, Alexei Shostakov, is imprisoned in this prison?" As a newly started Black Widow, Sefer didn't know much about the Red House in Drikov. If you can't be an information provider, you can only be a scapegoat. At the moment, Natasha Romanoff, with Roy as her big backer and enough strength, has long since given up the idea of being a Lone Ranger and is instead preparing to make a big splash in S.H.I.E.L.D. In this case, if they want to get rid of Drikov and the Red House, they cannot reveal Natasha Romanoff's identity. Since Natasha Romanoff cannot reveal her identity, the only suitable role left for her is to be a criminal. Sefer had no choice, but he didn't want to die. That owl prison looks like a den of dragons and tigers. Even if the time comes, Sefer still wants to fight for it, because he is wrong. Face Cypher's final struggle. Before Roy could speak, Natasha Romanoff interrupted him and said, "He's an adoptive father, not a father." Cypher glared at Natasha Romanoff with increasing resentment, then continued to look at Roy. Roy shrugged and said, "Alexei was once a second-generation Red Guardian of the S.H.I.E.L.D Empire. He was injected with the S.H.I.E.L.D version of the super soldier serum. Before the disintegration of the S.H.I.E.L.D Empire, Alexei openly took sides and made a serious mistake. However, as one of the most famous combat heroes of the S.H.I.E.L.D Empire, he cannot be sentenced to death directly. So, after the Russian Bear Empire was reorganized, it was imprisoned in this owl prison. Nowhere else can hold a tiger like the Red Guardian." Listen to Roy's explanation. Sefer's heart was completely broken. Roy has done such a detailed job of intelligence work, there will definitely be no mistakes. In other words, he had to go to the dangerous place of literature. Looking at Seve's sad face, Natasha Romanoff was a little reluctant. She touched the magic prop version of Widow's bite in her hand, but was still reluctant to give it up. She changed it into a magic pistol and handed it to Cypher. "Junior, this gun has 4 special effects: explosion, penetration, freeze, and disintegration. Senior G sponsored you. What kind of senior are you? Is there any senior like you who forces others to die and takes the blame? Black Widow, it's like eating each other, the winner takes all, you know." Natasha Romanoff's words were very cruel, yet she said them with extraordinary ease. Although Sefer was unhappy, his hands did not slow down at all. He took the magic pistol and quickly familiarized himself with its performance before carrying out this mission. In order to ensure that the details of the operation would not be leaked, Cypher also signed a short-term magic contract with Roy. Because it was a short-term magic contract, Sefer could only be considered a temporary worker at Wonderland Manor. Therefore, Fairyland Manor restricted the provision of Kwang FA equipment to Tang FO. In addition to the basic protective combat suit and silence combat boots, the magic pistol given by Natasha Romanoff is the only offensive magic equipment that Sever has. It took him a while to get familiar with the magic pistol. When he saw Roy and Natasha Romanoff, there was no sign of softening his heart. Sefer silently gave the two of them a middle finger, then reached out and pressed a magic pattern on his waist and jumped directly into the canyon. When Cypher jumped out, wings took shape on his protective suit, flashing with a magical halo. It only takes a short while. In the owl prison in the canyon, continuous gunfire soon rang out, with occasional flashes of explosions. The entire owl prison was suddenly in chaos. Until this time, Roy just opened a large portal that led directly to a warehouse in the owl prison. An orange-yellow light flickered in the heavy punishment cell. Alexei, who was already on high alert, suddenly had his eyes light up. He reached out and pulled up a bench and threw it towards the portal. He followed behind like a tiger, prepared to break out directly. I have to say, as a second-generation Red Guard, Alexei's fighting instincts, instant surprise attack plans, etc. are all very good. Unfortunately, Alexei met Roy. Before Alexei could rush into the portal, a long leg, like a battle axe, chopped the bench in midair and kicked Alexei in the chest. Then, Alexei flew backwards as if he had been hit by a train. Bang! The entire prison warehouse shook violently, until Roy and Natasha Romanoff walked into the room, looking like a perfect match. Alexei just slid down from the wall, slowly like a painting, his expression twisted into a knot. After a long while, Alexei dry-heaved for a while before he looked up at the person who came. Natasha Romanoff? My daughter. She's an adopted daughter. The relationship between Natasha Romanoff and her adoptive father doesn't look very good. In fact, if it was his biological daughter, Alexei might not be willing to send her to the Red House. But it is impossible to say that there is no emotion. Once upon a time, Natasha Romanoff, Yelena, Alexei, and Melina, a family of 4, lived happily in America for more than 10 years. That was Natasha Romanoff's most beautiful childhood memory. The permafrost winds of the Ural Mountains are as biting as ever. Even in the heavy-duty cell deep within the owl prison, one could hear the whistling wind, mixed with gunshots, explosions, screams, and noise. On the contrary, the atmosphere in this small, heavy punishment cell was silent and cold. Natasha Romanoff's cold face made Alexei feel uncomfortable, and he felt more guilty. For quite a while, Alexei finally stood up with difficulty and said, "So, Natasha Romanoff, are you here to save me, or?" Natasha Romanoff said coldly, "Tell me where Melina is." Alexei felt relieved upon hearing this, but also a little disappointed. He said, "I don't know. When the Empire collapsed, Melina and I had a big argument. I believe the Empire will eventually make a comeback, while Melina insists the purge will escalate. We discussed it for a long time and decided to send you to the Red Room. After all, Melina also came from a Red House and is quite familiar with Dreykov. The trend of the disintegration of the Sushiong Empire cannot be stopped by an individual. Even a family of combat heroes as strong as the Red Guardians can only go with the flow of the general trend, or even take the initiative to split up the family and not put all their eggs in one basket. That's true, but unless it happens to you personally, you will never be able to empathize with it." After hearing Alexei's words, Natasha Romanoff's face struggled for a moment, but it was still hard to forgive. Natasha Romanoff's mood became even more unstable. She interrupted with a hint of anger. "Talani?" Natasha Romanoff was sent to the Red House in 1997 when she was 13 years old. She had a clear memory of the chaotic situation after the collapse of the Empire and could barely understand her adoptive parents' behavior. But Yelena was only 8 years old at that time. When Natasha Romanoff saw Yelena in the Red House, she almost collapsed. Yelena was sent to the Red House, which was also an important reason why Natasha Romanoff decided to defect and destroy the Red House. "Here, Natasha Romanoff, roar." Alexei's entire spirit seemed to have dissipated, and he said dejectedly, "I didn't know that the situation changed very quickly 2 years after you were sent to the Red House. During that time, I was detained by the military and tried in various courts. Melina and Yelena disappeared very quickly. I have no news about them." Alexei wanted to say something else. Natasha Romanoff had calmed down and said firmly, "I came from the Red House too. Every Black Widow always has a second choice. Alexei, you can't fool me. A mature agent or spy will always have a backup plan. Alexei, who seems to be trapped in a permafrost prison, is Melina's backup." As expected, amidst Natasha Romanoff's almost sarcastic sneer, Alexei slumped against the wall, looking up at Natasha Romanoff with an increasingly dejected expression. He smiled wryly and said, "In Ohio, Melina always liked to separate her investments." She was right. Ohio, where Natasha Romanoff lived from the age of 6 to 11, is the best childhood memory she has. Just as Natasha Romanoff was stunned, Alexei seemed to admit his failure and said, "Shauna, do you remember when you returned home when you were 11? A trace of pain flashed across Natasha Romanoff's face as she said, "I remember." That was the beginning of the end of Natasha Romanoff's beautiful childhood. After returning to the Russian Empire from America, Natasha Romanoff and her family were displaced. Within 2 years, Natasha Romanoff was sent to the Red House. Alexei's mood grew darker as he watched the fleeting expression of pain on Natasha Romanoff's face. Actually, Melina and I were successful in our operation in Ohio. In 1990, the Empire learned that America had secretly launched the Pegasus project at an Ohio Air Force base. That same year, Captain Marvel was announced at the Ohio Air Force Base. Aja, Melina and I were chosen to start a family with you and Yelena and go to Ohio. In 1995, we obtained 10 parts of the research data from the Weimar project. But at that time, Melina and I vaguely realized that Dreykov, who was in charge of the Ohio operation, seemed to have betrayed the Empire, and the dispute arose from this. The Empire was in turmoil at the time, so Melina and I didn't hand over the information right away. Later, I was placed on the Empire's watch list, and Melina chose to fully commit to Dreykov. If you insist on looking for Melina, then go to our former family. After saying this, Alexei fell completely silent. Alexei is Melina's backup. Similarly, Melina is actually Alexei's backup. Now, Alexei handed over his last secret, leaving all decisions to Natasha Romanoff. In a sense, it was Alexei's desperate act of surrender. For a moment, the room fell silent again. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly kicked open, and Cypher, with a black and gray face, rushed into the room like a cheetah, and then saw Roy and Natasha Romanoff, who were like tourists. The atmosphere became even weirder. Cypher looked a little embarrassed, and he said more sarcastically, "So, you two dogs are teasing me, right?" Before the operation, Cypher always thought that Roy and Natasha Romanoff did not know the specific location of Alexei's imprisonment. Otherwise, the two of them would be able to take the target away quietly. Now it seems that my task is totally redundant. No, it should be said that my task is to take the blame. Definitely, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. To survive, it's okay to take the blame. 014909-409 Philu 4100-2070. But playing tricks on people is a bit too much. Seve wanted to say something more. But unfortunately, Natasha Romanoff was in a bad mood at that time. She glanced at Cypher, and the widow's bite on her hand flashed slightly. But the silencer did not fall on Cypher. Cypher, senior sister, what a bullshit senior sister. They're the same people who are harming their own people. They're the wolves, right? Damn Natasha Romanoff. Be **H. I'm not done with you. Knowing that he was no match for Natasha Romanoff for the time being, Cypher quickly calmed down, and his eyes fell silently on Roy. Grab her backstage, sleep with her man, and she dotes on you. Humph. Wait, this matter is not over yet. No one knows what Cypher is thinking. After Natasha Romanoff easily dealt with Cypher, she looked at Roy with a somewhat weak look and said, "Dear, everything is clear now. Let's go back." Roy kissed Natasha Romanoff on the forehead lovingly and quickly opened the portal. Alexei was also picked up by the magician and taken back to their home base in New York. After returning to New York, Roy and Natasha Romanoff did not rush to take the next step. First of all, the Owl prison had just been attacked. Roy and Natasha Romanoff need to spread the news that Cypher has defected and attacked the prison, and this takes time to ferment. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff has to go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. to put on a show. Once the news of the Owl prison spreads, Natasha Romanoff will have another fight with Nick Fury, and then Natasha Romanoff will be able to perfectly remove herself from the whole thing. Sure enough, things are developing in the direction pushed by Roy and Natasha Romanoff. 2 days later, Natasha Romanoff was soon suspended by S.H.I.E.L.D. because she almost kicked Nick Fury. Then Natasha Romanoff blatantly began to flirt with a natural knowledge group, first shopping on Fifth Avenue with Emma, and then moving directly into Wonderland Manor. But unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not respond at all. Obviously, within S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha Romanoff must have been secretly given the task of getting close to Roy. However, to Roy's surprise, this mission was not assigned by Nick Fury, but by Alexander Pierce, the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., to Natasha Romanoff. A two-faced, no, three-faced, or even multifaceted spy. With Roy's support, Natasha Romanoff is doing very well in S.H.I.E.L.D., and HYDRA. After making a series of extraction preparations. In the suburbs of Cleveland, Ohio, there's a country villa hidden by the fields and river. Roy brought Natasha Romanoff and Cypher, and like a ghost, they appeared in a secret laboratory behind the villa, as if they were in an empty place. Melina, who? Natasha Romanoff suddenly spoke, and Melina instinctively drew her gun. But just as Melina turned around, an invisible force bound Melina tightly like a rope. Natasha Romanoff's hands glimmer faded as she stared directly at Melina. Melina is worthy of being the Black Widow of the older generation. Even though she was restrained by the magician's hand, she quickly calmed down. The two looked at each other for a moment. Finally, it was Melina who spoke up. "Shauna, you rescued Alexei, right?" Upon hearing this, Sepher curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Natasha Romanoff said expressionlessly, "Yes, I want to kill Dr. Draco." Melina struggled and said anxiously, "Shauna, we can't do that. All Black Widows have their genetic profiles collected at the beginning of their training. Dreykov has a pheromone implanted in his body, and no Black Widow can harm him." Bang! As Melina spoke, Roy suddenly snapped his fingers and used his mind to control Melina like a puppet, and came to the opposite side of the crowd and sat on the sofa. Only then did Roy say, "You don't have to worry about pheromones. You just need to tell me the location of Dreykov and the Red House base. In return, I can help you remove all the constraints in your body and let you choose the life you want." The Red House base is related to Roy's Magician Tower plan. After finding Melina, Roy quickly took over command of the entire operation. Neither Natasha Romanoff nor Cypher had any objection. Seeing this, Melina's face flashed with excitement, but she quickly frowned and said, "Who are you?" Roy reached out and took Natasha Romanoff in his arms, saying, "My name is Roy, and I'm half your son-in-law." Melina frowned as she looked at Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff said with a hint of happiness, "Melina, Roy is my lover. I'm luckier than you think. You can trust him completely. Every spy is basically a smart guy among smart guys, and has almost no emotionality." Seeing that happiness in Natasha Romanoff, Melina's eyes showed a hint of surprise, envy, and comfort, and she said neatly, "Congratulations, Shauna, but I don't know the exact location of Dreykov. Dreykov doesn't trust me, or rather, Dreykov doesn't trust anyone. Back then, I gained Dreykov's protection by sending him information about the Pegasus project, but Dreykov has been putting me here to do some research. All I know is that Dreykov has been infiltrating Cleveland in recent years, using Cleveland's industrial distribution center to secretly build a steel base. 0. The Tianma project is the ultimate reason for the birth of Captain Jingqi. It makes sense that Dreykov used some extinct information from the Pegasus project to create the city in the sky. Otherwise, without some black technology, it would not be so easy to build a city in the sky. It is normal for Dreykov not to trust anyone when building this kind of nest. Roy was not surprised by this. Then, Roy pointed at Cypher beside him and said, "Melina, Dreykov should have received the news about the owl prison. Sever rebelled against the Red House and found you through S.H.I.E.L.D, but you killed him and subdued him. How about that reason? Dreykov would probably be very curious about why Seve betrayed him. Listen to Roy's plan." Melina quickly fell in a deep thought, while Sepher became more and more depressed. It's bad enough to take the blame. Now it has to be used as bait. Roy, this be ********D, really doesn't consider himself a human being at all. Isn't it just that he wants me to race with him? What a dog, he is so reckless. Cypher complained inwardly, and had already made up his mind that after this incident was over, he would find a chance to confront that be ********D Roy, but he would have to keep it a secret from Natasha Romanoff. When I find a perfect opportunity in the future, I will teach Natasha Romanoff a lesson. Melina didn't know that Li Fu had already made up his mind to marry his daughter. After a brief moment of contemplation, Melina made her decision and said, I could try to contact Dreykov, but I can't guarantee the success of my plan. Roy shrugged and said, It's okay, just give it a try. This plan doesn't work. There are other plans. Well, there will always be one that suits Dreykov. Like Natasha Romanoff, Cypher is one of the best members of the Black Widow, and there weren't any major loopholes in Roy's overall plan. Cypher was ambushed in Mohago and then suddenly disappeared. He then inexplicably attacked the Owl prison. Through S.H.I.E.L.D, he found Melina, who then subdued him using her high-tech counterattack. 014909-409 Philo1 410 02230. This makes sense, especially since the reason behind Cypher's rebellion is extremely mysterious. Roy didn't believe that an old fox like Dreykov was not interested.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.